A long time ago, there was a famous blacksmith who lived in the area. He owned his own shop and sold equipment that was all handmade. One day, he was fortunate enough to start selling everything he produced to the kingdom of Cairo. Amidst an endless war, that was the perfect opportunity for him to elevate his status. With the end of the conflict, this same blacksmith was granted the title of Baron. And this man is the owner of these lands and the father of the young master Romain, who is the protagonist of this story. We see an old man telling this story to a seated boy. Meanwhile, a mustached man standing behind them wonders why the boy is paying so much attention to something that everyone already knows. However, the story then takes us back a few hours. The young man asks if he is the eldest son of the Dmitri family, if they are in the kingdom of Cairo on the Salamander continent, and if the Murim world really doesn't exist. The mustached man affirms this while thinking that the young man has always been odd, but today he really seems out of his mind. Perhaps he's been using some of those strange drugs that have become popular among the rich these days. The mustached man then mentions that a young lady from the Lawrence family is coming to visit them, but as he says this, he reflects on how the young man has been wasting his life over the past 25 years. That's why he's known as the Dmitri family's trash. The man tries to explain the importance and values of the girl, but Dmitri interrupts him, saying there's something more important. He asks for the oldest person in these lands to be brought to him, someone much more important than this young lady, because he needs to learn how to live in this current world. The mustached man is confused as to why a 25-year-old would say something like that, but as a servant, all he can do is obey. The story then returns to the present. The old man says that's all he knows about these places. Dmitri thanks him and says he will give him a reward, but the old man simply responds that it was an honor to speak with the young master. Now Dmitri knows that everyone knows him as Roman Dmitri. However, his true name is Bak Jong-kuk. He's a person from the Murim world who lived a life of wars, conquered everything he wanted, and died in peace at the end. But for some strange reason, he woke up in this body. He doesn't know if this is the will of the heavens or a punishment for not accepting ascension. Suddenly, they hear a noise outside and someone yells for a bastard. A boy gets kicked in the face while everyone watches. Surrounded by thugs in front of the small shop, he bleeds and can't respond, while the men keep calling him a filthy bastard and continue to beat him mercilessly. Dmitri's servant approaches to take a look but is immediately shocked. He recognizes that red fang tattoo all too well. Beside him, someone asks what's going on. Dmitri orders him to answer quickly. The servant explains that these are the Blood Fangs, a group known not only in Dmitri's territory but also in the nearby regions. It seems the boy on the ground owes them something. The servant tries to tell Dmitri not to get involved because it will only cause trouble. However, the young man has already disappeared from his side and orders the thugs to stop. As Dmitri calmly approaches, the servant desperately tells him not to do anything, but Dmitri continues to walk forward. A bald man appears, recognizes Dmitri, and laughs in his face, warning him to stay out of it and not to think he has any authority just because he's of noble birth. Everyone says it's better if he doesn't interfere because it's none of his business. The servant continues to insist that they won't gain anything by going against the Blood Fangs, but Dmitri simply calls for Hans. He doesn't know the rules of this place, so he wants an explanation. Who broke the rules of this land and who should be punished? Hans hesitates for a moment, swallowing hard with fear before speaking. He says that if the boy really is in debt and didn't pay, he is guilty. However, the Blood Fangs don't have permission to punish someone like this. Worse still, they disrespected the eldest son of the Dmitri family, which in itself is a crime punishable by death. According to the rules of this place, it wouldn't be strange if they were executed for this. The thugs just stare, while Hans wonders if he should have said that. Dmitri then asks if they heard the explanation. He picks up a stick from the ground and declares that as the eldest son of the Dmitri family, he will have to punish them all. The bald man tries to explain that Dmitri is a noble and doesn't understand how the world works. He tells him to look at their shoulder tattoos and warns that if he continues acting like this, everyone will be in a difficult situation. Dmitri only says that this proves what he wanted to know. The bald man, now confident, asks what Dmitri is talking about. The young man explains that from what he can tell, they are nothing but trash since they speak this way about the lord of this land. He advances, saying that he doesn't care about the reputation they have in this place. The thugs are taken aback because they didn't expect the boy to actually attack like that. But now he will have to defend the honor of the Blood Fangs, and he slashes at Dmitri's neck. However, he immediately feels something strange. Dmitri had already plunged that branch into him. Without hesitation, Dmitri pulls it out and turns toward the other two thugs, but they only curse him, calling him a bastard and vowing to take revenge for their leader. Hans warns Dmitri to be careful, pointing out that the thugs are far better armed than he is. Yet Dmitri easily dodges their attack. He lands a swift kick to one thug's shin and follows it up with a punch to the face. The servant is bewildered. He had no idea that the young master could fight like this. To him, it doesn't even make sense that this could be the same Master Roman. The first thing Beck saw when he opened his eyes was a farewell letter on the floor and scattered drugs. The kingdom of Cairo, always at war, had to choose a representative from each of its noble houses to serve in the army. Roman was chosen to be his family's representative. However, he chose to take his own life instead. Beck reflects that it was a pathetic life, regardless of what Roman went through. But the current owner of this body is the leader of the celestial demon sect, and now he will live as he pleases. And boy, with just a stick, he painted the entire town red. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to censor this part because the boy is just too cruel. Behind him, someone calls him a monster. One of the last remaining Blood Fangs tries to flee, but Dmitri grabs him by the hair, slams him to the ground, and declares that the law must be obeyed. He warns that this last one will be allowed to live as a warning of what happens when the law is disobeyed. He gathers everyone in the town and declares that his name is Roman Dmitri. If anyone disagrees with the punishment he has dealt to these people, they can come find him at any time. Back Jong-hyuk. He reached the pinnacle of the Murim world with incomparable strength. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists were defeated and massacred by him. When the blood of his enemies formed a river, everyone recognized that the celestial demon sect controlled the Murim world. But now in this moment he has to exert himself just to deal with street rats. He calls for Hans and instructs him to notify the guards about everything that happened and to have someone clean up the place. The servant simply replies that he will do it immediately and runs off. Dmitri reflects on how weak and useless this body he inhabits is. He needs to accelerate his efforts to gather information on how to strengthen himself. Just then, the boy he had saved earlier gets up and thanks him for saving his life. Dmitri remembers that this was the boy who was being beaten but tells him that what he did was not intended to help him. The Bloodfangs broke the law and were punished, and that's all. Now the boy will have to explain his situation if he wants to keep his tongue. The poor boy, having just tried to express his gratitude, receives a threat instead. However, he says he will explain. His relatives borrowed money from the Bloodfangs to complete the purchase of some land and start farming. They would have easily been able to repay the amount they borrowed by selling their crops. But the damn Bloodfangs went to the land and destroyed all the crops so that they couldn't pay back the debt. Only later did the boy discover that they did this to blackmail his family and take his younger sister. The boy screams that the world isn't fair because even though they didn't have much, they never harmed anyone. The only thing he begs for is for Dmitri to save his sister. But Baek just observes the boy's eyes. That look reminds him of the Mad Demon, one of the 4 superior kings and someone he also met in a place as wretched as this. He then asks the boy his name, to which he replies, Kevin. With that, Roman says he will look into the situation and take care of everything. The boy shouts his thanks, while Dmitri senses that he will have a long relationship with this boy. The scene shifts to a carriage approaching. Someone inside informs Miss Flora that they are nearing the Dmitri estate. The blonde sighs, saying she understands. It seems she will have to meet this Roman Dmitri. A month earlier, someone shouted in a castle, demanding to know why there is an arranged marriage with the Dmitri family. Her father tries to remind her that their lands have been in terrible condition due to the ongoing war. However, Flora is confused, questioning whether the marriage was decided this way, and worst of all, it's with the Dmitris, a family full of old miners and a bunch of blacksmiths. She tries to explain something, but her father interrupts, saying all he can do is apologize for being so pathetic. Back in the present, the man in the carriage announces that they've arrived. Flora had hoped that at least the marriage would be with the second son, who seemed to have a promising future. But even that was ruined because Roman himself begged his father for her hand in marriage. She knows very well the reputation this man has for living a life of luxury and pleasure, and now she doesn't understand why they drenched him in so much perfume. As she walks through the corridors, she thinks that no matter how much her father needs this, she won't accept it, and she needs to make that clear. At that moment, she turns to Dmitri and says she wants him to forget about this marriage. Radiantly, he replies that it's indeed a great idea. At this point, the poor girl is utterly confused. Dmitri explains that he thought better about this marriage and realized it's foolish for someone as amazing as her to marry the idiot of the Dmitri family. Flora is left bewildered, wondering if he's being serious. He then tells her that something very important has come up and he needs to speak with his father immediately. However, she stops him, asking what's going on. She had heard that this marriage was only happening because he asked his father for it, but now he's suddenly canceling it without hesitation, which leaves her perplexed. Dmitri simply asks her if she really wants to marry him, and when she replies no, he tells her that in that case, they no longer need to cause problems for each other, and he'll take care of everything. He reassures her that she doesn't need to worry because he will take full responsibility. Since he's already called the idiot of the Dmitri family, he doesn't mind being called the divorced one as well. She can understand why he seems so determined. Is this really the same idiot everyone talks about? The door then closes behind him, and from inside, she hears a heated argument. Someone yells, asking what's the meaning of canceling this marriage. However, Dmitri calmly informs his father that he's just letting him know because he's already told the girl. His father calls him an idiot, pointing out that everyone already calls him the fool of the Dmitri family, and what he was trying to do was secure a good relationship for the boy. It was the only thing he needed to do, as it would guarantee noble status for their family. All Dmitri had to do was marry a beautiful girl whom he himself had begged for. Dmitri apologizes, but his father grabs something from the table and throws it at his head, demanding to know if he thinks an apology will fix this. He had been planning to do something about sending him to the battlefield for the next 6 months, but now that seems inevitable, and he asks if Dmitri has anything to say. Dmitri simply replies that he has nothing to add. His father then mentions that he heard Dmitri got involved with the Bloodfangs and even punished them, but he doesn't believe it. He should know that even he can't go against that group. So now Dmitri will have to deal with his own problems. His father won't help him at all. Watching the boy remain silent, his father expects him to kneel and start crying, but Dmitri just responds that he understands and will handle everything on his own. Confused, his father stands up and asks what he means, but Dmitri simply says that the problem was caused by his actions, so he will resolve it and only return once everything is fixed. With that, he closes the door and begins to clean his face. Someone nearby asks if he's going crazy. Dmitri turns to see Flora and questions why she's still there. She tries to warn him that he's going against the Bloodfangs, who don't even fear nobles. If they see him as a threat, they'll probably kill him. She advises him to return to his father, beg for forgiveness, and give up on this. But Dmitri only asks why he would do such a thing. She explains the reasons, but Dmitri interrupts her, stating that it seems she really doesn't know her place. The scene shifts to a few hours earlier, when Hans was dousing Dmitri with perfume to try to mask the smell of blood, and Dmitri was eager to take off the tight-fitting clothes. However, the servant explained that this was the only way to show respect. But Dmitri was thinking about this marriage. He's still adjusting to this world, and this would only complicate his understanding. The servant suggested they go downstairs to handle the situation. Dmitri thought that since the girl had never done anything against him, he had no reason to disrespect her, which is why he intended to end things with as little offense as possible. But now he realizes that the girl never plan to show him any respect in the first place, which gives him no reason to do so either. He then tells her that from his perspective, she seems very arrogant. However, it's ridiculous for her to show concern now when she didn't consider any circumstances while trying to break off the marriage. But when he told his father that he would take full responsibility, that's when she got anxious. He accuses her of wanting to appear like a good person after putting him in this situation. But she needs to understand that at no point did she interfere with his decision. They will now go their separate ways and each will take care of their own lives. He told his father that he would take full responsibility to prevent people from thinking that this was a consequence of the end of their relationship and because he wanted no further involvement with her. This was the first and last time they would see each other. Later that same night, someone tells another to stop drinking. It's Lehana, Dmitri's mother. His father confesses that today, unfortunately, he used violence against Roman again. This is because after becoming nobles, he never wanted his son to go through that situation again. Lehana tries to reassure him, saying it's all right and that their children have grown up healthy. The father acknowledges this, but admits that he still doesn't understand why the boy is like this, especially since Roman was the only one who went through hard times with him. He's at a loss for how to handle Roman. Lehana tells him it's okay. They may have made mistakes as parents, but that's part of life. Yet, even so, they're still the only ones who can correct the boy's wrong behavior. Lehana expresses confidence that the Romero she once knew will help their son get back on the right path. Her husband asks if she's referring to the issue with the blood fangs. She nods, saying she's sure he spoke out of anger, but since he can be a bit headstrong, it might be wise to talk to Captain Jonathan to help the boy out. He then calls for the servant and instructs him to summon Captain Jonathan. The next morning, Roman is walking through the town and Hans is trying to stop him, warning him that the blood fangs will likely try to take revenge for what happened yesterday. But Roman simply asks when Hans thinks these men became so powerful. Hans admits he has no idea. Roman explains that in war, fame is what generates fear. Because the blood fangs are ruthless, that fear has made them more efficient at completing their missions. Hans then asks if Roman is saying they aren't dangerous or that they are weak. Roman responds that they are only as weak as the amount of fear they can instill in him. The scene shifts to a restaurant where someone delivers a feast they had ordered. Hans is delighted, saying the food looks delicious. However, Roman stands up and says he's going out, but instructs Hans to stay behind, telling him that he'll continue the investigation, but that it would be too dangerous for Hans to accompany him. Hans jumps up, desperately insisting that he cannot allow something like that. Even if it means putting himself in danger, he must remain by the young master's side. Roman pauses for a second, and then asks Hans if he really considers himself one of his men. Hans confirms, saying he will always follow the young master. Roman then tells him that he'll withdraw because he can't afford to lose someone as valuable as Hans in such a foolish way and reassures him that he'll be back soon. The poor Hans is left standing there, unsure of what to say, but somewhat touched by the boy's words. As Hans runs off, he mutters that now is not the time to dwell on such things. He needs to inform others about this. Roman has realized over the past few days that the blood fangs aren't as strong as they seem. The problem is that because they operate in various small groups, it's difficult to eliminate the entire organization. They won't want to punish him publicly, and he can't locate them easily. But if that's the case, he just needs to make them come to him. That's why he deliberately walked through the city with Hans. Besides, today is a Dmitri Knight's training day, so the streets aren't heavily patrolled. This means that if they plan to seek revenge, this is the perfect opportunity. At that moment, a few men call out to Roman Dmitri from behind, and one of them jumps forward, declaring that this is their revenge, and that he will pay the price for getting involved with the blood fangs. But then someone calls for the captain. A man with messy hair turns around. It's Hans, running towards Jonathan, calling out his name. Jonathan approaches the servant, asking why he's so frantic. Struggling to catch his breath, Hans tries to explain what's happening with Dmitri and urges Jonathan to find the boy immediately because he's in danger. However, Roman effortlessly dodges the first attack, lands an elbow in the attacker's stomach, making him drop his dagger, and then catches it midair with his other hand. Before the man can react, he's already been struck. Everything happened too fast, and the man retreated, unsure of what had just occurred. The other thugs, seeing their comrade fall, are equally confused. This Dmitri was entirely different from the one they'd heard about. Ronan simply asks what they're doing and invites everyone to come at him at once. Back with the soldiers, Hans is frantically explaining the situation with the blood fangs. The soldiers exchange glances, saying it doesn't make any sense for Dmitri to be taking down the blood fangs. Hans insists that it's true, and that the boy has now gone up against all of them, making it very dangerous for them to just stand by. Jonathan recalls Romero mentioning all of this and asking for help. He just wants to know why Dmitri, who doesn't even know how to hold a sword properly, is getting involved in such matters. But he gathers everyone and tells them to grab their weapons, warning that they can't let anyone harm the young master. However, he'll be furious if the boy has actually caused trouble with the blood fangs. But the poor blood fangs were already on the ground. They attacked Dmitri, calling him a bastard, but he easily ducked under one swing and jabbed another in the stomach. Another bald man tried to come at him from the side, but Dmitri simply dodged and landed a kick to his belly. The fool collapsed and Dmitri asked if it was just the three of them. The man tried to threaten him, saying he wouldn't get away with killing the two of them. But Roman just laughed, asking if he didn't realize that three of them would die. Roman then lightly stroked the man's thigh, telling him that it would be best to answer his questions, starting with who their leader was. The scene shifts to another part of town at the same bar from earlier. Suddenly, everyone inside is startled as Roman returns. The bald man at the counter turns to welcome him. He greets the young master, who responds with a cheery wave. The man wonders why Roman is acting so strange today and why he's even there. The bartender decided to ignore Roman's odd behavior and asked what he wanted to drink. Roman asked for a tear of the dawn. The bartender explained that they didn't serve such a drink there and asked if he wanted something else. Dmitri then requested the strongest drink they had because he had something to take care of in the morning. Earlier, someone had mentioned that everything was connected to the dew of the dawn at a bar in the middle of the city where they took on all their missions. All they needed to do was pass the special code. Roman asked what that code was, and the man had given him the exact code Dmitri had just used. At that moment, everyone fell silent. The bartender called out to the others in the bar, and just as he was about to give the order to attack, he was struck in the face. Everyone was shocked that the young man would do something like that in front of everyone, and they got up, shouting to kill him. Meanwhile, the townsfolk fled the bar to call the guards, but it was a quick strike to the back of one's neck and a chokehold for the others. A bunch of men were on the ground, bewildered, wondering what had just happened. The so-called idiot of the Dmitri family had taken down 3 people before they could even register what was going on. In the world of Murim, the strongest aspect is that one can strengthen themselves with breathing techniques. In a short time, Bake had managed to improve Dmitri's body. Of course, he was far from what he used to be, but these men no longer posed any threat to him. A little later, the bartender began to get up, trying to understand what had happened. Ronan commented that he had gotten up just in time, as he was about to finish everything. The bartender, a chubby man, asked why Roman was attacking their establishment. Dmitri called him an idiot, pointing out that he knew the bartender had sent the men to attack him. However, there were some things he was very curious about, so they would need to have a little chat. Sometime later, Jonathan arrived at the scene and questioned whether this was really something the young master had done. At that moment, a soldier appeared on the second floor, informing Jonathan that it seemed the young master had gone to the Lawrence estate. Jonathan was confused and wondered why. The soldier reported that it appeared the base of the blood fangs was located there. An hour earlier, Dmitri had told the bartender that it would be better if he confessed everything immediately. At this rate, he would be running out of fingers before he told the truth. The bald man warned that he had nothing to say to the boy, that Dmitri might kill him, but the blood fangs would take revenge. Roman then smiled, saying that now he liked the man's attitude. The people who resist the most before telling the truth are the ones he enjoys making talk the most. The old man commented that it was a waste and urged Roman to kill him already, but Roman responded that this was what they were there to find out. He then stated that it was time to resolve this and that he would need to test whether the man really wouldn't say anything. Roman held up a photo of the man with a boy beside him and asked what would happen if, by chance, he found the boy in the photo and killed him. The bald man claimed that wasn't his son, so it didn't matter. But Roman remarked that he was a terrible liar since the boy was the spitting image of his father. The man cursed at Roman, asking how a noble could dare use family as a threat. Roman replied that he had learned that the Blood Fangs members often sacrifice their lives for revenge because the group itself usually corrupted people by using their families. They use debts and threats to corrupt others as well, and Roman believed that the easiest way to make someone do what you want is to use their family. The bartender insisted that it didn't matter even if Roman knew the truth. The Blood Fangs would still kill him. Roman warned him to be more careful when deciding where to place his bets. He was serious when he said he would kill the man's son, and it was a vow he would make in his name. But before sending the soldiers to hunt down the boy, he would give the man one last chance to tell the truth. Now he had to choose whether to bet on the Blood Fangs and watch his son suffer, or bet on Dmitri and let him take care of the men. But the choice was his. The scene shifted to a house in the middle of an alley. Someone asked if it was really true. The man confirmed that the entire division in the middle of the city had been wiped out by Roman alone, and if the knights got involved, they would truly be in danger. A grizzled old man with a resemblance to Wolverine remarked that he hadn't expected the boy to have such courage. But it didn't make sense for an entire division to be killed by a boy who had been rejected by the Swordsmanship Academy. The man asked where Roman was, and the other replied that he had just left the Dmitri region. He asked if the boy was alone, and the answer was yes. The man commented that it was good, as it seemed Roman intended to attack the entire place by himself. He then ordered everyone in the group to gather with the goal of killing Roman before they had to face the Dmitri knights. After that, they would stretch the boy's body out in the town so that everyone would know what happens when you go against the Blood Fangs, thereby reviving their infamy. The scene then shifted to another castle. Someone asked what the Barco family was up to. It was a meeting of elders, and they were discussing how that family had borrowed a lot of money, which likely meant they were preparing for a war. And if that was the case, they would need to consolidate their forces before these men grew stronger. The blonde man remarked that it seemed war would be inevitable, something he never expected to happen. A bespectacled man added that the central government also appeared to be supporting the Barcos. The old man in the red suit slammed his fist on the table, declaring that they couldn't afford to lose any territory since the Lawrence family relied entirely on fertile land. Another tried to argue that the documents proved past debts, but the man dismissed this as lies. Someone interrupted the discussion, telling everyone to be quiet. The blonde man emphasized that they couldn't give up the territory, or they would lose the rest of all the other families. Since the Barcos wanted to oppose them, they would have to resist with all their might. That's why they had arranged the marriage with the Dmitri family. The men smiled, agreeing that the Dmitris were indeed wealthy, and that their weapons were top-notch. No matter how much money the Barcos borrowed, they would never have more wealth than the Dmitris. The father reiterated that this was why he had pushed his daughter to marry that idiot, as he surely wouldn't refuse her. Another man reassured him that he couldn't blame himself as a father, as it was the best choice for everyone. Outside, someone had been eavesdropping, Flora. Now she had no idea how she would break the news to her father. She couldn't imagine his reaction when he discovered she hadn't agreed to the marriage. But she also couldn't accept that her entire life would be sold to a man like that. The problem was that this wasn't just her father's plan, it was also the future of her family. But no matter what, she decided she would speak the truth. As she steeled herself to explain that she wouldn't marry someone she had no feelings for, a man arrived, urgently calling for the Lord. She turned confused. The man greeted Flora and then approached the door, calling for the Lord, shouting that it was an emergency. Flora was left utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone was pounding on a door, demanding that a bastard open it. It was Jonathan trying to enter the Lawrence territory, but the guard insisted that he follow the proper procedures. Jonathan warned that if Roman was harmed because of the delay, they would pay the price. At that moment, another man arrived at the gate, informing the captain that they were facing trouble. It seemed the Lawrence square was also in chaos. Jonathan feared the worst and threatened to break down the door if they didn't open it. Back at the square, people were terrified by what was happening. Someone was hanging, and they were unsure whether they should intervene. It was the old Wolverine figure begging for someone to spare his life. He had been confident that defeating a single noble idiot would be simple. All they needed was anyone from the gang to handle it. But in reality, they had multiple armed men. He had been sure there was no way they could lose, or at least that's what he had believed. That is, until he saw everyone dead in front of him. Then he knew he was going to die too. He began to stumble over his words, pleading not to be killed. Terrified of losing his life. Stuttering, he begged for mercy, grabbing Roman's leg and asking not to be killed. But Roman simply threw him into the middle of the city in front of everyone. The man pleaded, saying that if they spared him, he would serve as a dog for the rest of his life. Roman coldly responded that if he wanted to offer to become a dog, he should have done so before showing his fangs. He then announced to the city that this man was the leader of the Blood Fangs, and everyone knew the kind of person he was. They had threatened the Dmitri family and used dirty tricks to deceive people. The crimes committed by this organization were clear, and Roman declared that he would destroy the entire organization along with the evil they had spread. As the crowd stood in shock, Jonathan approached the square, and the scene left him speechless. There was no need to describe what happened to the leader. The scene then shifted back to the earlier meeting where someone asked if it was true. A soldier confirmed that he had allowed Roman Dmitri to enter because he was the future husband of Miss Flora. However, half an hour later, Roman had appeared, dragging a man through the middle of the city, claiming he was the leader of the Blood Fangs, and executed him in front of everyone. The father was left speechless, and everyone else questioned whether this made any sense. The bespectacled man pointed out that killing and punishing someone without the Lord's permission was something that couldn't be ignored. However, the Lord was not overly concerned with the series of problems that were emerging. He was more curious about the fact that the man who was to become his son-in-law had single-handedly wiped out the Blood Fangs. He then ordered that Roman Dmitri be summoned, as he wanted to speak with the boy himself. Sometime later, Roman was escorted in along with the man who had let him in and Jonathan. As a renowned knight, Flora's father immediately recognized Jonathan, which led him to believe that Roman had only managed to defeat the Blood Fangs with Jonathan's help. The eldest son of the Dmitri family then introduced himself. The father decided to ignore the explanations and directly asked why Roman had done something so violent. Roman explained that a few days ago, the Blood Fangs had committed a crime and beaten an innocent citizen. That's when he executed everyone in that very place. Outside, Flora was trying to eavesdrop on the meeting. She called a knight over and asked him to come closer. She questioned if he had really taken Roman Dmitri inside, and he confirmed it. She then asked why Roman had gone to her father's room. The knight hinted that she might be one of the last to find out, which understandably left her alarmed. Back in the meeting, Roman continued, explaining that was why he had to invade the Blood Fangs base and kill their leader. That was the summary of everything that had happened. However, the Lord pointed out that Roman didn't have the authority to execute someone on Lawrence land. Roman acknowledged this but doubted their ability to handle such men, given that the Blood Fangs were infamous in the region, abusing the local citizens while nothing was done about it. That's why he took matters into his own hands, because he couldn't trust the Lawrence family to do it. The two servants on either side were shocked and drew their attention to Roman, but Roman expressed disappointment, saying he had expected to be called here for praise for doing the job they had ignored. He then asked the Baron if what he had done was truly wrong. The Baron asked the man beside him if he knew about Ben Miles. The man responded that they were aware he wasn't a good citizen, but they never imagined he was the leader of the Blood Fangs. At that moment, the Lord concluded that was enough, deciding there was no point in continuing the discussion, since it wouldn't have been a problem if the Lawrence family had taken care of the man themselves. He then said he would reward the boy and allowed him to leave. With that, Roman departed. The room fell silent, broken only by the Lord's laughter. The man beside him even wondered if the Lord had gone mad. The Lord seemed impressed, never having imagined that this was the true Roman Dmitri. The advisor attempted to argue that they couldn't leave such actions unpunished, but the father dismissed his concerns, saying that it was fine since Roman was going to be Flora's husband. He knew that only someone with such courage could achieve great things. The advisor tried to continue, but the father cut him off, saying he didn't want to hear any more and was pleased that the boy was perfect for his daughter. He then ordered Flora to be brought in so he could discuss everything with her. Meanwhile, on the way back to Dmitri territory, Jonathan remarked that Roman shouldn't have told the whole truth because even though they had gotten rid of the Blood Fangs, the Lord seemed to have been left angered. But Roman simply replied that all he did was show that the situation had escalated due to their negligence. And since the Lord still didn't know about the canceled marriage, he wouldn't punish his daughter's husband. Jonathan quickly realized that Roman had planned everything, leaving him puzzled as to who this person before him really was. It was clear he was no longer the Roman Dmitri they once knew. A voice echoed in Roman's mind, calling him by his true name, Bak Jong-hyuk, and reminding him that, as the son of the celestial demon, he would have to prove he was qualified to succeed him. First, he would have to survive hunger, cold, and the hard ground. But his father had warned that if he died, it wouldn't matter since he could simply have another son. The only way to prove his worth was to rule over everyone. Of course, Bake had already been beaten down. A chubby kid laughed, saying he thought Bak would be stronger as the son of the celestial demon. But in the end, he was just an arrogant brat. Bak stood up only to be struck in the face again. The poor boy couldn't do anything. The other children, who stayed out of it, just thought he was an idiot. While most children were protected by their families during childhood, Bake had been forced to live in a world where only the strong survived. Back in Dmitri territory, Roman was now relaxing in a bathtub, enjoying a peaceful bath. He couldn't believe how exhausted his body had become from such a simple task. However, it was undeniable that since waking up in this world, he had experienced many things. To defeat the Bloodfangs, he had to kill everyone who stood in his way. Yet he had no regrets, as it proved that he hadn't changed as a person. If necessary, he would torture those who crossed him and eliminate anyone who sought to end his life. This was the life he had always lived, and nothing would change just because he had become Roman. The only problem was that it was becoming increasingly dangerous to go out as he had, and he didn't fully understand how this world operated. Not to mention, his true strength had diminished significantly, and he would need to think carefully about how to act in the future. Suddenly, someone called for the young master from the door, informing him that the Lord wished to speak with him. In the room, Romero asked if the boy had really done all that. Jonathan confirmed it, noting that Roman had changed a great deal. The father remained curious, but the knight insisted that this young master was not the same person they knew. Romero admitted that Roman had always been his greatest challenge, the only son with no notable characteristics, yet the only one who had endured the hardships when they were poor. A long time ago, Roman had handed his father a candy. When asked what it was, the boy had simply replied, "It's a sweet." Romero was working in the mines when he saw his son approaching and asked why he had come to such a dangerous place, reminding him that it wasn't safe. But the boy just smiled and said that his father worked too much, so he brought him a sweet to give him energy to work faster and come home sooner. All Romero ever wanted was for his son to be happy. That's why he always favored him and gave him money so he wouldn't be called poor. He never imagined that this would lead Roman down the wrong path. Part of him had already given up on the boy, but hearing that he had taken down the Bloodfangs filled him with a renewed sense of hope. At the door, Roman asked to enter. Romero thought to himself that regardless of how Roman had achieved it, he had managed to eliminate the Bloodfangs. If that was the case, he was ready to do anything for his son. This would be his excuse for having failed as a father before. When Roman entered, Romero remarked that he had heard that Roman had taken down the Bloodfangs by himself. Bake, now inhabiting Roman's body, observed the boy's father. He could see that the man was anxious and full of hope for what he was about to say. Buck knew that if he told the truth, he would be seen in a completely different light. The problem was that accomplishments beyond expectations always came with a price. If he downplayed things now, he might buy himself more time to develop further. As his father continued calling out to him, Bake debated whether to tell the truth or lie. Hiding the truth seemed the more rational decision. Back's thoughts flashed back to when he was being beaten as a child. The bully taunted him, asking if that was all he had. But then Bake grabbed a rock from the ground and smashed it into the bully's face without mercy. The boy was badly hurt, falling to the ground, and Beck stood up, picking up another rock to finish him off. From that day on, everyone was afraid of him. That was when he learned that in a lonely world, the most powerful always reigns. He declared to everyone that the boy he had killed was the former leader of their group, meaning that now he was in charge. Demonstrating superiority was the only way to ensure total victory. That's why Bake, now Roman, decided to say, "Yes, I was the one who took down the Bloodfangs." He and the Celestial Demon didn't know how to hide their superiority. Sometime later in the city's training grounds, the young trainees were practicing their swordsmanship when someone ordered them to stop and show respect to the Lord who had arrived. Everyone immediately bowed, and a blonde boy in the group looked surprised, wondering why Roman Dmitri was there. The trainer announced that they would be testing their swordsmanship against Mr. Roman and invited anyone who wanted to participate to step forward. Strangely, everyone was sweating, and no one wanted to volunteer. The blonde boy couldn't understand why everyone seemed so afraid of Roman, or more accurately, why anyone would want to fight the idiot. An hour earlier, when Roman had confessed to his father that he was indeed the one who had taken down the Bloodfangs, his father asked how he had managed to defeat them. Needing to avoid raising suspicion, Roman explained that he had been secretly practicing swordsmanship. His father asked why he had kept it hidden, assuring him that he would have given him all the support he needed. Roman replied that he was tired of wasting his life and wanted to prove that even the idiot of the Dmitri family could accomplish something on his own. However, Romero found it hard to believe, saying it was impossible for someone to learn swordsmanship on their own to the point of killing those men. Roman explained that the Bloodfangs maintained their operations through threats, which was why he set a trap to lure out their leader. His father asked how he did it, and Roman explained that the Bloodfangs always retaliated against weaker nobles, so he used himself as bait. Romero said it was very risky because if they sought revenge, it would be easy for them. But Roman explained that most of the members were kept in line through threats, and he knew that if he could kill the leader, no one would want to save someone who had threatened them. Romero thought to himself that it was an extremely well thought out plan, and Roman had shown a lot of courage to follow through with it. Impressive would be an understatement for what he had done. To think that Roman was capable of such a thing. His father then asked if he could request a favor, and Roman agreed. Romero said he wanted to see the swordsmanship that Roman had been practicing with his own eyes to understand how much he had changed. Now back at the training grounds, Romero was startled by the fact that no one was volunteering. The blonde boy thought that whoever hit Roman would be expelled, and whoever lost would also be expelled for being so bad, making no one want to participate. Meanwhile, Jonathan was thinking that they needed someone who could defeat Roman easily to demonstrate the knight's skills. He announced that if no one volunteered, he would choose someone himself. As the master, Jonathan couldn't participate, so there was only one other option. He called out the name Chris, telling the boy to step forward, which shocked him. Chris was the vice captain of the Dmitri Knights. The first time he had met Roman was the previous year, when they had gone to a bar where people were complaining about a drunk causing trouble. There, they found someone shouting and demanding to know if they were trying to make a fool of him. The boy had asked if they really wanted to shut down the place. The attendants apologized and didn't quite know what to do. However, it was the drunken Roman who said that trash like them shouldn't even speak, and he ordered the guy to come over to him once again. They tried to say something, but he threw the bottle against the wall. That's when Chris told the boy that enough was enough, but he just asked who they were. Chris reached out to grab his wrist to get him out of there, telling him he was embarrassing himself. But he received a slap in the face, and Roman asked how a lowly knight like him had the courage to lay his hands on him. Well, with just that slap, Chris already knew that this boy had never trained a day in his life. His strength was at best below the average of a man. He felt sorry for the Lord for having a son like that guy. and he was absolutely certain that this was trash, better off dead. So why were they telling him to have a duel with this Roman? He tried to tell the captain that he didn't think it was a good idea and that there might be other more suitable people for it. However, Jonathan warned that the boy had taken down the blood prisoners, so it had to be him. Chris was about to say something, but Jonathan just cut him off. So he said he understood. Everyone was eager to see the duel, and the two calmly observed each other. Jonathan told them to wait, but at that moment, Chris said he had a request. He warned that he had a vow to be merciless in a duel, regardless of who it was. If they accepted this request, he would then participate in it. He was certain that this idiot wasn't the person who had defeated the blood prisoners. Jonathan and Romero seemed to agree, and Roman, of course, smiled, which did not make Chris happy at all. Jonathan said that by the laugh, the boy had accepted, and then he told both sides to get ready. While Chris was consumed by anger, Roman was just smirking. The second Jonathan gave the signal, Chris immediately launched himself, while the boy stood still, waiting for him. He quickly observed one of the movements, and Chris delivered a full strike that the boy defended against. The people who trained with Chris immediately realized that he was giving it his all. However, Jonathan was already impressed. The boy had actually blocked it. Chris retreated immediately. He could tell the boy's strength just by the way he defended himself, not to mention that his stance still seemed completely stable. It wasn't exactly how he expected this duel to go, but he didn't care about that. He would only be satisfied when he crushed this guy. He tried another slash, but Roman simply sidestepped. However, Chris saw this movement. He spun his body to hit him from the side, but the boy defended again. Roman seemed calm, observing the attacks. When Chris found an opening at his back, for him the match was won now. It was just a matter of landing this blow, and it would be over. But Roman simply crouched. He saw an opening, and at that moment, Chris knew he was going to get hit. The attack brushed past his face, and the guy even got a new haircut. Terrified, he retreated. He realized how dangerous that had been, while the Lord and the captain couldn't believe it. For the people who trained with Chris, it made no sense that he was losing, and he himself wondered if this was really the skills of Roman Dmitri that he knew. From defense to evasion or attack, nothing was lacking. Could it be that he had really defeated the blood prisoners? Because if so, at this pace, at that moment he said he was overthinking and Roman was still the same idiot as before. But that's when Roman said that was enough warming up, and he said that this time he would go first. And the poor guy hadn't even reacted yet. Too late when he realized it. He managed to defend himself the last second by sheer luck. While he couldn't believe that the boy was that fast, he made a move backward, but Roman kept closing in. All Chris could do was defend bit by bit, and the people around were scared by this sequence of attacks. Chris was having to give it his all just to manage to defend himself. He had to at least find an opportunity to end this. But then he took a hit to the arm that knocked him sideways. He realized he needed to step back, but that's when he noticed Roman was coming at him with an overhead attack. The movement seemed long and slow, and the middle of his chest seemed like the perfect opening, and he didn't hesitate to strike with full force. But it was just a trap from Roman, who easily dodged. He gave a little smile, and at that moment, Chris realized he had fallen into a trap. He knew there was no way he could win at this rate, and the worst part was losing to Roman. That's when he gripped his sword, and an aura emerged from it. Jonathan shouted and told him to stop that. But Chris had already activated the one-star aura. Of course, even Bake was surprised by that, and the arena exploded. The people around couldn't see anything. Romero was worried about what might have happened to Roman. He let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Roman had narrowly avoided getting hit by that aura-infused sword. Chris, disoriented after accidentally using the aura, was promptly struck on the chin for his troubles. Naturally, neither Jonathan nor Romero expected Roman to win, but there was Chris, lying on the ground. Everyone always asked who this new young prodigy of the captain was. The others would respond that he was one of the best they had ever seen. Despite being so young, he was already a 2-star knight. Rumors circulated that he had started sensing mana after just 6 months of training and had reached 1 star in less than 3 years. Moreover, his swordsmanship was said to be incredible. The women were all curious, wanting to know the boy's name. After practice, Jonathan would often say that was enough for the day, but Chris would get up and ask to practice just one more time. That kind of determination excited Jonathan because the boy not only had talent, but also worked hard. To him, Chris was a genius. But there was his genius now being thoroughly beaten by Roman, who cruelly watched him lying on the ground. While Chris lay unconscious, Romero called out to Jonathan, asking what happened, as he had heard that Chris was a 2-star knight. The problem was that not even Jonathan could grasp how strong Roman had become. What Roman had displayed was the skill of someone who should have had years of training. Considering that just a month ago he had been doing nothing but complaining, it seemed impossible that he had changed so much. But nothing made sense, so Jonathan simply told Romero that Roman was a genius in swordsmanship. Roman, meanwhile, was just laughing as he looked at Chris, who was still unconscious. He was impressed by how aggressive and focused Chris was. With the skill he had shown, Chris could easily have taken down the Blood Fangs as well. It was easy to see why Jonathan was proud to have him as a protege. But to the Celestial Demon, Chris was one of the weakest. Even the weakest warriors of the Celestial Demon sect were stronger than this. However, that strange power Chris had displayed at the end had really caught his attention. As another Joker started to emerge, Romero began laughing like a madman. Once again, everyone was confused. But of course, Romero said it was great to see this. To him, it was incredible to have a son who was a genius in swordsmanship. He asked Jonathan if he was sure. Jonathan replied that it was impossible for someone to have evolved so much without being a genius. Naturally, the father was all smiles. He called Roman over, telling him to come closer. Romero said it had been a long time since he had been this happy, and that he wanted to applaud his son. To him, Roman deserved whatever he wanted, so he could ask for anything. Roman smiled and mentioned the war that was going to happen in 6 months. His father was already certain that Roman would ask not to go and asked what it was. However, Roman's request was the right to choose whoever he wanted to go with him. Romero was confused and even a bit stunned. He tried to suggest that Roman could return to Flora and back out of this, but Roman simply said that he wanted to go. This surprised his father, but then said he understood. Roman would have the right to take whoever he wanted to that war and anything related to it. Roman then said he had one more request, and his father told him that as long as he acted properly, he could ask for anything. Roman made his second request while looking at Chris, who was still unconscious. When Chris awoke, he asked why he had to teach Roman about aura. Jonathan simply replied that it was the master's order. However, Chris protested, saying this was too much. He didn't even know Roman, and after having been in a coma for so long, it was embarrassing. Now, on top of everything, he had to teach aura to this guy. He said he would rather have his head cut off. Jonathan interrupted and made a proposal. If Chris could use the opportunity of teaching Roman to learn why Roman had changed so much, he would gain the right to learn any technique Jonathan had been hiding from him. Immediately, Chris got up, excited, asking if it was true, and Jonathan confirmed it. Now Chris was eager because he was certain this would be easy, and he would definitely receive the secret to becoming a 3-star knight. Of course, he didn't want to seem too enthusiastic, but he told Jonathan to keep his word. Inside the castle, someone called out to Roman, saying they had heard about the incredible duel he had today. It was Hans who remarked how amazing it was that Roman had defeated a 2-star knight. Roman asked if he knew what this 2-star aura business was. Hans admitted he didn't know much, but said it was related to the ability to use mana. Our protagonist then mused that it seemed to be called mana in this place. He was sure the power Chris had used was a key explosion, but the way they utilized it was completely different from how it was used in the Murim world. Here, it was called aura, and one detail he had noticed was that it was a total waste. Even though he didn't understand why they used ki in this way, he knew he needed to learn more about this power and how people utilized it. But during tomorrow's training, he was confident he would get the answers he needed. The next morning, Roman stood face to face with Chris, who was clearly not happy. However, Roman wasn't much different, until the boy let out a little chuckle, which immediately made Chris angry. He tried to calm himself down and said he would explain what aura was. He explained that aura was nothing more than the use of mana from a knight's perspective. Mages also use mana, but they create circles and spells to do so, while knights use it around their bodies. The first person to explore the use of mana was Emperor Alexander. He was the first to discover that it was possible to use mana to strengthen the body, and aura was the ability to release it instantly. This allowed someone to use much more strength than normal. However, Chris mentioned that the history wasn't very important since only a few people could use mana. 1 in 1,000 could become a knight, and 1 in 10,000 could become a mage. That's why discovering whether you have the affinity is the most important thing, as the minimum talent required to become a knight with aura is the ability to at least sense mana. He said that it took him half a year, but achieving it in a year was above average. Roman acknowledged this and asked Chris to explain how to sense this mana. Chris agreed while thinking that Roman was full of himself after winning that fight. However, it was a shame, as talent in swordsmanship and in mana were two completely different things. Now Roman would experience the harsh reality through this training. But the premise of this training was flawed from the start. Roman had already sensed the mana of this world, and using the techniques he learned as the celestial demon, he was storing part of it in the center of his body. He was only here to understand why they did things this way, even if it wasn't the right way. He wanted to comprehend why they did things this way. Chris started walking around and told Roman to feel everything that came into contact with his body. Once he got used to sensing the mana, he could start thinking about trying to manifest it. When he succeeded in manifesting it, he would become a 1-star knight. However, there were various ways to manifest aura. It could be applied to a sword or, for example, cover the body. He was about to continue his explanation when he noticed something. Roman was already standing beside him with his mana activated. Poor Chris didn't even know what to say. The boy was actually manifesting aura, but Roman could only think that he knew very well that the way people use ki in this world was garbage. In his world, you purify the energy and concentrate it within your body, whereas in this world, they simply expect mana to naturally accumulate in their bodies. In the Murim world, mana is scarce and dense, meaning it's difficult to accumulate but also doesn't move much. Here, however, mana is abundant but extremely light, causing it to escape the body as easily as it enters. The two methods weren't even comparable since in Murim, you usually strengthen both the exterior and interior of your body. In this world, the exterior isn't strengthened and mana isn't accumulated. Not to mention that spreading energy everywhere is completely inefficient. If Roman used such a method, he wouldn't reach the top 10 even in 100 years. Shocked, Chris asked how Roman had done it. Roman replied that Chris probably already knew the answer. Chris insisted that this was exactly why he was asking, since it took him at least half a year. He demanded Roman tell the truth, accusing him of pretending not to know how to use mana just to show off now. It was starting to make sense why Chris had lost. Roman commented on Chris' assumption that he was hiding his powers, saying that Chris was just assuming what he wanted. But poor Chris was struggling to understand what was happening. No, it took him 10 years to reach 2 stars. Suddenly, Roman started laughing and Chris asked what was so funny. Roman just remarked that Chris was amusing. Chris, now more upset, asked if Roman was saying that his efforts were funny. Roman then asked if, in all those 10 years of climbing the ranks, Chris had ever once questioned the methods he was being taught. Chris was about to respond, but Roman cut him off, saying that ordinary people are like that. They assume that what has been passed down through countless generations is always correct. When he was learning aura, he wondered why people were so fixated on this method when it clearly had flaws. Was it because they didn't know any better? Or was their faith in Captain Jonathan too strong? But the truth is, people follow it because it's the easiest thing to do. Ronan continued, saying he wouldn't deny that Chris had worked hard for 10 years, but he found it really funny that Chris had never questioned the purpose of what he was doing. Ronan then walked away, saying that nothing in this world reaches a perfect state. Even things he once held as certainties were different in the past and changed over time. Roman knew that questioning oneself like this leads to suffering, especially when, after countless attempts, you end up failing. That's when you have to go against everyone's criticism and your own despair. However, even if that's the case, change is necessary. That's how Roman ignored his father's teachings and created his own art. He then told Chris that they would end the training there. At that moment, Chris called out to Roman and asked him what he should do from now on. The scene shifted to a flashback. A man asked a boy if he was going to continue suffering or if he would admit defeat. From now on, the Blood Demon sect would follow Bake. The only thing the man wanted to know was how he could become as strong as Bach. He was determined to dedicate his body and soul to him as long as they both became stronger, but he needed to know what he should do from now on. Roman recognized this as someone who had let go of their pride and said that it was interesting. The Blood Demon was someone so powerful that he unified all the sects. As someone who dominated the Murim world, it was inevitable that he would eventually face Bach, and in the end, after a long battle, he was defeated. Roman remembered that the child from the past had swallowed his pride and asked for guidance. The desire to become stronger at the cost of one's pride reminded him of the Blood Demon. He told Chris that he was asking about ways to become stronger, but unfortunately, he didn't know what to say to that. Confused, Chris asked what he should do then. Roman replied that he had already given the answer. The only thing he couldn't do was blindly follow what he had been taught. If Roman taught him anything, Chris would be following another lesson blindly. So what Chris needed to do was seek the answer on his own. The only hint Roman gave was to stay by his side from now on. In 6 months, Roman would go to the battlefield, where Chris would see him defeating countless enemies and becoming stronger. And if in 10 years, Chris was still by Roman's side, Roman was sure that by then, Chris would have found the answer. That same night, Chris lay isolated in bed. He recalled everyone saying that the right thing to do was to train until he began to feel human. He remembered the teachings passed down to him by Jonathan, even the time when he was told he had become a 2-star knight. But Roman's laughter, mocking him for never questioning, filled him with anger. Someone asked what this was all about. Jonathan wanted to know if Chris was sure, as Chris had just said that he would go to the battlefield in 6 months with Roman. Jonathan asked if something had happened, and Chris confirmed that something had. They locked eyes for a moment, and the captain admitted that it seemed Chris had a reason for doing this. From now on, Chris would no longer be part of the Dmitri Knights. No matter what happened, Jonathan hoped that Chris could protect Roman on the battlefield. Chris simply thanked him. But at that moment, Jonathan realized that Chris was no longer the little boy he had found on the battlefield, desperately clinging to a dead woman. Jonathan said that if the Chris he knew really wanted to follow Roman, then it seemed that Roman was no longer an idiot. He told Chris to follow him, as from now on he would be prepared. If Chris wanted to survive on the battlefield, he would need a secret weapon that he could call his own. Now the knight was excited. The scene shifted to the city, where everyone was talking about a certain rumor that the idiot of the Dmitri family had wiped out all the blood fangs. Kevin, from the beginning of the story, was there listening to people saying that Roman had really kept his word. He believed it might be true, as he had seen Roman take down 3 men with just a stick in his hand. But could it really be that Roman did this because he had kept his word? Kevin concluded that no, Roman wouldn't go that far just for someone like him. At that moment, his boss asked why he was standing there thinking and told him to get back to work. Kevin thought about how all he wanted was to be strong enough to protect his family. He knew that there were still dozens of people like the Bloodfangs in the world. But as a peasant, how could he become stronger? Training wasn't an option. He wouldn't even get a chance. Just then, someone called out to him, causing the crate he was holding to fall to the ground. It was Roman, who said that it had been a while since they last saw each other. Kevin asked what Roman was doing there, but then quickly corrected himself and threw himself to the ground, thanking Roman for saving his family. Roman asked if things had improved, and Kevin confirmed that they had. The Bloodfangs were no longer pursuing them, and he had even found a job. The only thing Kevin didn't know was how to express his gratitude. Ronan told him not to worry because there would be an opportunity as soon as Kevin heard his proposal. His family would never have to worry about money again. Additionally, they would have a house and good food. They wouldn't need to work in exhausting places anymore. Kevin's entire family could be blessed with this new life, but the price was that Kevin would have to swear loyalty and live for Roman. Kevin was silent for a moment before he bowed his head to the ground, saying he would live for Roman. He would die if Roman asked and kill if Roman commanded. If Roman promised to take care of his family, that would be more than enough. Roman saw that Kevin was the kind of person who showed loyalty with his own blood. In his past life, the Mad Demon was someone who could wipe out entire clans with just one word. Maybe that's why as soon as he thought of summoning someone, Kevin's name came to mind. It was truly worth it to see the boy again, and Roman said that from this point forward, Kevin was his. Back at the Dmitri castle, Roman handed Kevin over to Hans and asked him to help the boy adjust. Roman mentioned that he would return later, and Kevin expressed his gratitude for everything. With that, they left, and Roman headed to the library. Roman began studying the path of the Aura Knights. The first stage was the manifestation, which qualified someone as a 1-star knight. To reach 2 stars, one would need to cut through steel with their aura. At 3 stars, one transcended logical comprehension and was treated as someone special in any kingdom. On the Salamandra continent, there were a few 6-star knights, but no one had ever heard of someone reaching the 7th rank. Even among the 10 strongest in the world, not all were 6-star knights. Roman mused that given Chris's strength, Jonathan must be a 3-star knight, and that 6 stars in this world were practically incomprehensible. The aura of someone like that could reach 12 meters in height and impact the entire world. Currently, there were only 12 6-star knights in the entire world. Roman realized that these individuals were indeed powerful, especially if they could achieve such feats in an inefficient way. On the other hand, there were the so-called Archmages, a title given to a sorcerer who reached 7 circles. In this world, they were considered half-god, half-human, as they could bring destruction wherever they went. A single spell from someone like that could split the sky in 2. Unfortunately, magic was something that didn't exist in the Murim world, and now he at least had some idea about it. As unlikely as it was, he knew he couldn't afford to make an enemy of someone like that for the time being. The fact that he couldn't predict anything about them made everything more dangerous. But Roman wasn't someone who could live in a bubble. He enjoyed experiencing everything and reading overall. This would indeed be interesting. Now it was time to truly begin. The scene shifted to Hans opening a room. Roman asked what it was for. The servant explained that it was the old forge, and no one had access to that place anymore. Roman remarked that it was the perfect place to train. He told Hans that he would be staying there for the next week and that no one should enter or bring him food. Roman made Hans swear that unless his people were in grave danger, he wouldn't let anyone inside. Hesitantly, Hans agreed. With that, Roman was left alone. He noticed that the room was filled with straw because Hans had put it there to make things more comfortable. Roman appreciated the gesture but preferred to do without it. All these days, he had been accumulating energy in the center of his body, but it was time to start developing the techniques he used in his past life. He activated the first stage of the celestial demon's art. First, he would circulate all the energy to remove impurities from his body. The cultivation process was aggressive, with blood pouring out everywhere. Roman knew this would happen, which is why he had accumulated the right amount of energy. He didn't have time to waste and needed to regain his past strength as quickly as possible. The first stage of this technique was called the human stage, and it was the first step toward his goal. The scene then shifted to a week later. A bald man offered to bring tea and drinks for Count Lawrence and Miss Flora. The Lawrence entered and asked where Roman was. The bald man explained that Roman was currently handling some business and then closed the door, leaving them inside. Lawrence remarked that it was clear they weren't welcome there. He told his daughter they would have to wait and instructed her to sit down. He then called her by name and explained that he had arranged this meeting to reverse the mistake she had made. Flora replied that she understood perfectly. Back in the moment when he had shouted upon discovering that she had broken off the engagement, Flora explained that she had already discussed her situation with Roman and even tried to follow her father's advice. But he interrupted her, calling her by name and reminding her that he had always believed she was an intelligent child, so he hadn't expected her to do something like this. She needed to understand that the Barco family had borrowed a large sum of money from the bank, which meant that a war would soon begin. The marriage with the Dmitri family wasn't just a decision. It was inevitable because they were the only family capable of standing against the Barcos in this region. Flora argued that the Lawrence family wasn't weak and questioned why they thought they couldn't win without the Dmitris. Her father explained that the government had approved all the documents without even checking anything. And if the bank itself had lent so much money, it showed that this matter had already escalated beyond these families. This battle was designed for them to lose, and they would use that defeat to take everything they had. He would lose the land, the honor, and even her, who was known as the flower of the Lawrence family. In the present, Flora reflected that she knew all of this. She understood the decisions and why her father had made them. Yet she had ignored it all for selfish reasons. She needed to wake up to reality since she couldn't live like a flower forever. Meanwhile, Renzo was wandering around, wondering what he should do. As soon as Roman appeared, he would have to tell him that Flora had been waiting for him since the morning. The problem was that it was already late afternoon, but at the same time, Roman had also told him not to disturb him. Finally, the door opened. Renzo, all radiant, called out for the young master, but he was in for a shock. However, the scene shifts back to Lawrence. He already expected this treatment because of Flora's mistake. He knows that the Lawrences need this political marriage, but even so, this didn't sit right with him. Suddenly, he stands up and Flora calls out to him. He announces that he's going to sort this out and find Baron Dmitri on his own. Someone calmly takes a few notes. Then suddenly, Lawrence opens the door and asks why he's making a visit and waiting so long. If he's dissatisfied, he could have just said so. He never expected the Dmitris to be so petty. However, Romero is just standing there observing. He says he understands what he said, but asks if today's meeting was scheduled in advance. The Baron mentions that he understands that he showed up unannounced, but it's been a week since he's been asking to speak with Roman. If, at least, they had refused from the start, they wouldn't have been offended. However, Romero asks why he would refuse a visit from the Lawrences. But now, he wants to know if that's all he has to say, and if really he barged into this room to complain about being tired of waiting until noon. On the day Flora visited, Roman himself said he wanted to end that marriage. Even though they argued with the boy, he was sure Flora didn't want that marriage either. Even if it was a disgrace to the Dmitris, he decided to say nothing and stay quiet like a fool. After all, it was she who came there just to say it wouldn't work out. Even though, at the beginning of it all, it was the Lawrences who were pushing for it to happen. And now he's there, barging into the room and complaining just because he had to wait for a while. Even worse, for a meeting that wasn't even scheduled. And he has the nerve to complain as if it's his fault. He then reveals that not long ago he received a message from the Barcos. It was an offer for a political marriage where they would gain connections with the central government and a piece of the Lawrence's land. Even so, he decided to refuse that offer and asks him why he thinks he did that. Lawrence, who also questions this, wonders because to him, it would obviously be more advantageous to ally with the Barcos. Roman says the reason is simple. The Dmitris have enough power for him to choose whatever path he wants. And since his eldest son liked the young lady from the Lawrence family, that was the reason he opposed the Barcos. At that moment, Lawrence realizes he messed up because of his foolish ego. The father says he understands his son's reputation for being an idiot, and that the fame of the two doesn't match. But even so, he needs to keep in mind what kind of family they are. Roman's name completely changes the moment the Dmitri family is associated with him. And that's why those who should be desperate for this marriage aren't them, but in fact the Lawrence family. Or perhaps did he misunderstand something? Suddenly, Flora remembered the days she used to go to the academy when she was younger. That was the place where many children from renowned families went to build their knowledge as nobles. However, there was one family from the north that had only one person there. The boy was so quiet that one could question if he really existed. That was the son of the Joel family. In a place where the children believed they were treasures born into this world, he was distant. Until one day he made a small mistake. For the other children, that wouldn't mean anything, even if they made big mistakes. However, in his case, it resulted in a disciplinary committee. And on the day the teacher scolded him, a father approached and apologized. He begged for his son to be forgiven and said he would teach him better. At that moment, from a distance, she could only think of one thing. She felt sorry for him. However, right now, all of this seems funny to her. The Viscount apologizes and says he has nothing to say. Meanwhile, Flora realizes she had no right to feel sorry for that boy, and the Viscount says his daughter made a mistake out of immaturity. At that time, Joel was weak, and this is the same case for the Lawrences today. Once again, the father apologizes, saying that his entrance was disrespectful, and Flora understood that the weak had no choice but to bow to the strong. It was then that she began to lean forward to apologize to Romero. However, at that moment, someone entered. From the door, they announced that Master Roman had arrived, and Flora realized she had learned this lesson too late. Roman had dyed his hair white, and he was all dark now. He entered the room and announced that Roman Dmitri greeted his father. Everyone was confused, and the father asked if he had finished his training. He said yes. Stovey replied that they could discuss it later. He was called there to discuss the marriage with the Lawrences. All of this had started because of a decision he made, so he would respect any choice he made. Roman quickly understood what he was trying to say. He knew the significance of the alliance between those two families. At this moment, when the Lawrences are in danger, the wealth of the Dmitris would serve as protection. The father asks if he requested this marriage even knowing that. Roman said that at the time he thought that was enough of a reason. However, everything changed when he met her for the first time, and she immediately talked about canceling the engagement. She had certainly heard the rumors and decided she wouldn't marry someone like him because of that. This means that all of her decisions were based on what others said. Regardless of how society judges them, he wants to be with someone who only believes in what they experience and see, and is for this reason that he votes to end the engagement. At that moment, the room fell silent. Lawrence thought that now it was the end of everything, as this marriage was the last card they had. No other family would accept a political marriage in this situation. This means they would have to solve their problems with their own power. The problem is that if the Dmitris and the Barkos really combined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance. He needed to do something to at least prevent that. He then bowed and said that the Lawrences took full responsibility for this. As an apology, they would no longer collect any taxes from a Dmitri merchant passing through their territory. He knew this wasn't much for someone as wealthy as they were, but it was a way to show they were sorry. Romero said he couldn't accept that, as the Dmitris couldn't profit from his son's future. All they would need to do is announce that it was Flora who canceled, and they wouldn't join forces with the Barkos. Lawrence simply thanked him. Of all his fears, this was the greatest. And with that, they left the room. Not before he looked back just to see Dmitri standing there. If he had known the potential of this young man a little earlier, he would have been more assertive when he spoke with Flora. In the end, he too had made a big mistake. Romero then called Roman and asked what had happened to him in the past week. In that training, all he did was remove impure energy to advance the human state. This is the basis of the techniques he created, and it's nothing impressive in the Murim world. The problem is that, since this place has abundant mana, it accumulated in the body, and the purification of something like that created a miraculous effect. From his outward appearance, like the skeletal changes, it was evident that he had become a different person. He then simply tells his father that he achieved an awakening on his own, and that this change occurred because he started to feel mana flowing through his body. Romero was startled since this was supposed to take years. He had heard of a natural phenomenon where mana starts to circulate, but it had happened to very few people. However, the boy was achieving one feat after another since he managed to take down the blood fangs. All of this defied logic, but he couldn't forget that the boy was still his son. Romero then said that regardless of the challenges he faced, he would not leave him alone. And the boy should never forget that his name is Roman Dmitri, because his father would always support him. At that moment, Baker recalled a flashback. On one of the days when he was being trained, his father always thought he was a pathetic bastard. The man in front of him wasn't cold or cruel. He didn't even push him to the brink of death. He then thanked Romero, while thinking that it wasn't so bad after all. When he left the room, someone called out to him. It was Flora, all awkward. Not knowing what to say, she apologized for judging him so hastily and causing trouble for both families. He simply walked away, saying she didn't need to apologize. After all, he hadn't planned on accepting it from the beginning. She continued, saying that she understood he didn't like it. Even though it was something meant for both of them, she was the one who decided to break that promise. However, there was something she wanted to say while she still had the chance. The reason she broke off the engagement. It was at a social gathering in the north where the nobles gathered. The moment they found out she had been promised the Dmitris, they started spreading all sorts of terrifying rumors. And the worst of all was discovering that he and Roman Dmitri used drugs. This one came from Dare. She knew that drugs eat away at reason and intelligence. She just wanted him to know this. She didn't know if they were true or false. It's just that she couldn't ignore it. Roman cut her off and said that whatever happened didn't matter since it didn't change the relationship they had. She didn't need to worry about him anymore. The poor thing was left there abandoned. Later that night, she had a conversation with Hans. He found it strange that she mentioned drugs since he didn't feel anything like that in this body. Even though there were some impurities, that metamorphosis had already removed all of that. He then called for Hans and asked if he had ever heard of him using drugs or doing anything like that. The guy was all confused, unsure if he should answer or not, but Roman said he wouldn't reprimand him. He was just trying to understand better the choices he had made in life. Hans, excited, said that not with his own eyes. However, there were moments when he thought the boy's behavior was a bit strange. Roman then asked when that was. Hans explained that the last time was 15 days ago when he saw him returning from a social gathering. Nothing major happened at that place, but the moment he returned, he seemed to be in a strange state. After that, he seemed to have lost the will to live and stayed in his room all day. Not to mention that every night he asked for an excessive amount of alcohol. This was one of the reasons Hans suspected he was using drugs. But now that he thinks about it, it really seems like a foolish idea. He remembers Flora mentioned those noble gatherings and asks who organized that party. Hans says it was the eldest son of the Barkos named Anthony. Roman Roman begins to realize that all of this is very suspicious. The moment others find out he's going to be her fiancé, he suddenly takes his own life. Now he has a rough idea of what happened. There were some things that bothered him about Roman's death. In the message, it only said that he was afraid to go to battle, and that's why he took his own life. However, at that time, the marriage to Flora had already been decided, but he didn't mention anything about it. Not to mention that it would have been extremely easy for him to avoid the war with this marriage. But even with all of this, he took his life out of fear. Something about it didn't make sense. Roman then asked if he and this Anthony had always been close. Hans said they had been friends for a long time, but recently things didn't seem to be going well. It started when that marriage proposal with the Lawrences came up, because that would create a huge obstacle for the Barcos who wanted to conquer the Lawrence lands. And the quickest way was to prevent that marriage from happening. This confirmed to Roman that these guys were behind that letter. Hans then mentions that a few days ago, another letter with an invitation to a Barcos party arrived. This makes Buck curious. Hans explains that he didn't deliver it because Roman was in isolated training and asks what he should do with it. Now Roman laughs because it seems these guys are underestimating him. And that's one of the things the celestial demon hates the most. He asks when the party will be, and Hans says in 2 weeks. With that, Roman orders him to inform him that he will definitely attend. The scene shifts to the next day. Kevin is being guided to speak with Roman. However, Hans had already warned him not to be surprised by his change in appearance. He entered and asked if Roman had called for him. Roman turned and confirmed, but at that moment, Kevin was startled and asked what had happened to the young master. Back ignored this and asked if he was adjusting. Kevin said yes, that the place was very good, and he had no problems. However, there was just one detail. He was still trying to understand what his role would be in this place. He offered to live for Roman's sake, but he didn't know what an ordinary and commoner like him could do. Roman simply said that he would be used as one of his swords. Kevin asked what that meant. Roman once again ignored him and said that it was impossible to choose someone's path for them. So he would give him 3 options. If he was afraid of killing, he wouldn't be a sword, but instead the hands and feet. He would learn everything from Hans to become a loyal follower. The second option was to become the sword and protect him by his side. Kevin interrupted, saying he had never used a sword, so it was impossible. Roman said he had already figured the boy would say that. He explained that if he chose this option, he would have to go through skeletal contortion. Obviously, the boy wanted to know what that was. Roman explained that it was a process where the pain caused would make a person feel as if their bones and muscles were being broken. In this way, he would prove his determination and potential through pain, not words. He drew his sword and said that the last option was for him to take it and cut off his own hand. If he could endure causing pain to himself and withstanding it until the end, he would become stronger than anyone. Back remember that even the mad demon who knew nothing of martial arts became a king. All of this depended solely on his own willpower. Roman told him to choose because, regardless of the option, he would make it worthwhile. The only thing he was choosing was how he would be used. In an abandoned cabin outside Dmitri Castle. That was where Kevin was born. He was young and had to work to survive. Since he always had to help with everything, there was nothing he didn't know how to do. However, his life changed. No matter how much effort he made, there was always someone to take what was his. That was the life of someone weak. And that's why he couldn't forget what he saw. The overwhelming strength of Roman that day. He couldn't understand what cutting off his hand would explain. Nor this business of destroying one's own body. However, if that meant becoming as strong as Roman, he said he would do it. The boy Roman was just watching, and Kevin prepared to make the cut. He took a deep breath and raised the sword. At the moment, he shouted and went to make the cut. Meanwhile, outside, Chris was talking about how he decided to follow the young master. But right after that, he decided to enter isolated training. He found Hans and asked where Roman was. Hans said the boy was training with Kevin but warned that no one was allowed to enter. Chris had never heard of this kid and asked who this Kevin was. Man, I thought he wasn't going to cut it. But the boy really did it, and Roman just stood there watching. But at night, Hans saw the sword and asked why it was covered in blood. But the boy only said there was nothing to worry about. That blood wasn't his. The truth is, Roman planned to put the boy in an illusion. That was the charm of the demon's illusion. The problem is that he made the cut before he could activate it. If he hadn't done something, the boy would have really cut off his entire arm. There were still 2 weeks until the party, and 6 months until the war. But Roman was eager because he had a lot of people to teach. Soon he would be very busy. In a room, he said that the mana cultivation technique he was going to teach was very dangerous. Kevin asked if he was really going to learn about mana. Roman simply said yes, but in reality, what he was going to teach was a technique from the mad demon himself. It was a spiritual art that consumed the user's mind in exchange for power. However, that could only be used by someone who could withstand extreme pain. And it was by putting the mad demon through that process that he managed to make him useful. If the boy didn't hesitate even to cut his arm, Roman believed he could learn it. He warned that it was a technique that would make him stronger. However, the pain would be much greater than yesterday. Even with all that, there was only one reason he was teaching it. Not only was it the fastest way for an untrained teenager to grow stronger, but it was also a technique that would allow him to protect whoever he wanted when he reached his peak. Kevin got excited and called for the young master. He said he couldn't express how grateful he felt, but he just didn't understand why Roman trusted him so much. He might have sworn loyalty, but nothing would stop him from running away after learning it. That's why he wanted to know why Roman trusted him so much. But the boy just said he trusted him because he did. Obviously, that left the boy even more confused. But Roman ignored him and told him to rest because the training would start tomorrow. Still, he thought that the mad demon had asked the exact same question. But unconditional trust is only received when you believe in the person. However, he knew Kevin wouldn't betray him. As soon as he became stronger, he would realize how dangerous it is to betray the celestial demon. It makes sense, right? Who would dare betray that guy? The next day, they were already practicing. Roman was teaching him the step-by-step of swordsmanship, how to maintain focus on each movement. Meanwhile, Chris was watching everything from the side. He was dying of boredom and didn't understand any of it. Why was Roman teaching swordsmanship to a guy who seemed to have no talent at all? Or worse, why wasn't he learning anything? He thought he'd get stronger if he followed this guy, but he was being treated like he didn't even exist. Maybe it would be better to go back to his master and ask to be accepted again. But he decided that for now, he'd wait a little longer. And so a few days passed. He threw his gloves on the ground, walked up to Roman, and called out to him, saying it had been 2 weeks since he decided to follow him. In the first week, he did the isolated training, and now in the second, he was there being ignored while he trained Kevin. He apologized for how he acted in the beginning, but he wanted to learn anything. Roman looked at him and said that he had already told him to learn just by watching. Obviously, Chris had no idea what he was talking about, but Roman warned that everyone has their own way of learning. Kevin didn't know anything, so until he reached a certain level, he needed to train. However, on the other hand, Chris was different, and no matter what Roman taught him because he had been defeated, he would accept any teaching without questioning it twice. Chris asked if he was really just going to keep observing. Roman said no and tossed a sword to him. He warned that he needed results to accept the truth, and that's why there would be a duel against Kevin. The poor kid was malnourished, but he would have to take a beating to develop his technique. Roman explained that he would teach Kevin how to defeat Chris, and Chris had to defeat him. If Chris truly believed he was right after this duel, then Roman would teach him personally. Poor Kevin was in shock, realizing he would have to fight a real knight, and Chris of course didn't want to duel with a novice. But once again, he got angry and wondered what Roman thought of him, but he decided that fine, he would show that he wasn't that weak now. With that, the two faced each other. Kevin said that no matter the situation, it didn't make sense for him to fight a 2-star knight. Ronan said it was obvious he was at a disadvantage, but he had nothing to lose by being defeated. There are countless people in this world who are stronger than him. Just as his family was oppressed by the Blood Fangs and Chris was trying to oppress him. Is he always going to back down when he encounters someone like that? Kevin, determined, said that he would try once. That made Chris even angrier, seeing a novice thinking he had a chance to win. He couldn't understand what Roman thought he would gain from this fight. But whatever, a duel is a duel. The second Roman gave the signal, Chris was already in front of him. There was no way he could lose to this beginner who had only a week of training. And with that, he landed the first attack squarely. Kevin noticed something and thought about making a move with his sword. However, Chris immediately knocked his arm aside and landed a hit right on his stomach. The poor kid was thrown far away, and he landed all twisted on the ground. Chris even thought it was weird that the boy was so weak. He thought there was a reason behind this duel that Roman would help with, but he was just standing there doing nothing. He couldn't understand what that madman was thinking. But either way, he was going to end this. Time passed, and our boy was just smiling, while poor Kevin was being beaten. Once again, he fell to the ground. Chris admitted that he was much better than he had thought, and for someone without mana, he really did much more than expected. But it was time to give up. After all, in the attacks he blocked, Chris hadn't even used all his strength. He could have split the boy's head in half, but in a duel, he avoided doing that. However, Kevin didn't seem very inclined to give up, and Chris said he would warn him one last time. If he planned to keep fighting, he wouldn't take responsibility for any broken limbs. But Kevin just laughed. Ronan smiled and Chris was confused, and the boy replied that he wanted to see how this would end. Roman once again told them both to prepare, when suddenly Kevin heard someone tell him to concentrate because he was about to take a surprise attack. Ronan gave the signal for the fight to begin, and Chris lunged, but this time Kevin blocked the first strike. The voice told him to step aside and aim at Chris's chest, but he got tangled up and stumbled. With that, Chris once again knocked his arm aside and landed a hit on his stomach. Kevin fell to the ground and the voice told him to get up. That's when he noticed that strangely, it seemed like he was hearing Roman's voice. Roman explained that this was a mana fluctuation technique that allowed sound to be transferred. He was using small particles near his ear so that only he could hear. Kevin had no idea something like that was possible. And at that moment, Roman told him to dive to the right. He did so and Chris missed the attack. Roman then told him to turn and aim at the left side of Chris' chest. He went to make the strike, but Chris dodged and landed a hit squarely on his ribs. Kevin realized what he lacked was speed. The voice told him to block the overhead attack and wake up, and he barely avoided another hit to the stomach. The voice told him to escape to the right, but once again, he took a hit to the face. The boy was really getting beaten, even with instructions. Chris remained impressed that the kid wouldn't give up, and Roman realized that the boy didn't stand a chance, since he couldn't respond quickly enough to the commands. However, for Roman, the situation was quite interesting. This was because Kevin was smiling, thinking that Roman was omnipotent. Even though Chris was a 2-star knight, Roman could give him the perfect commands to win. Kevin knew that the problem was his own body. If he had been following the tips correctly, he would have been winning. He realized that the true person being manipulated in that fight was Chris. He received a tip and once again dodged. At that moment, Roman told him to advance and try a counterattack, which Chris barely managed to dodge as well. But then Chris retaliated with a punch to his face. Chris began to realize that he was no longer able to knock the boy out and was only landing weak blows. And Kevin realized that even the esteemed knight, whom everyone thought was a genius, was extremely weak compared to Roman. For Kevin, that was the type of person he wanted to serve forever as his lord. So even if Roman said something that made no logical sense, he would just follow the orders blindly. For someone like him to become a true sword, there was only one answer. He would have to do it through sheer willpower. Some time passed. Kevin was still in the same situation, and Chris warned him for the 10th time, the last time, that if he continued like this, he would have to take responsibility if he got injured. But once again, Kevin smiled, and the scene repeated itself perfectly, with Kevin saying he wanted to see it through to the end. But then Chris lost his temper, calling him insignificant. If that's really what he wanted, he would give him what he was looking for. He would leave the boy with a crippled arm and he would regret this moment. But Roman warned him to take a step forward and stop the attack halfway. The strike had to carry all the force he had, and Chris soon realized he had put himself in a bad position. However, he managed to move aside. Chris couldn't believe the kid had the courage to step forward in such a situation. And Roman told Chris to calm down because it wasn't over yet. He had to turn and go forward once more. And there he was obeying blindly. But Chris got angry because the attack was slow and full of openings. But he was startled. Once again, Kevin had set a trap and dodged. And now it was Chris who had no way to dodge. And with that, the strike was made. Roman was just smirking, and Chris couldn't believe it. He had almost been defeated by a boy who had been training for a week. Angry, he got up and struck Kevin's hand, making him drop the sword. Exhausted, the boy fell to the ground. Roman was just standing on the side, watching. He was impressed that Chris had really noticed that the second attack would be a feint. Chris only thought that the boy was a crazy fool, but Roman walked over and said that indeed Chris had won. So if he wanted, Roman would personally teach him from tomorrow onward. But the choice to learn would be up to him. Sometime later, Chris was worn out. He had no idea why he accepted that fight. He had nothing to gain from it and almost lost in the end. That last move was strangely similar to the one Roman used in their first duel. But what if he hadn't had that experience with Roman? Maybe he wouldn't have beaten Kevin without using mana. With that, yet another wild card in the story started laughing, saying that the day had matured with just that one experience. The next day, Roman asked what he would do. That's when Chris said he didn't want any more teachings, because he would grow stronger just by being by Roman's side. That duel taught him a lot, since Kevin's decisions were always the right ones for each situation. He thought the boy hadn't received any instructions, but in reality, he was wrong. Just by trying to understand Kevin's decisions, his mind was already filled with a wealth of teachings. He didn't know what had happened, but Roman was on a level that even Captain Jonathan couldn't reach. If that's the case, until the moment he becomes stronger than Roman, he will observe everything. While our boy smiled, Chris was there looking at him with pure hatred. But Roman simply said that today they would continue with the training. A few days passed, and the date for the Barcos social gathering arrived. A week before that, observing a painting, someone asks if they've heard about it. The fact that Roman Dmitri canceled the marriage with the girl from the Lawrence family. A guy comments that apparently it was Flora's mistake, but people seem to believe that her father just felt sorry for her when he saw the appearance of that Dmitri idiot. Owen says that's crazy, considering they're about to go to war with the Barcos. And the man next to her responds that it just proves the eldest son of the Dimitris is worse than they thought. A maid mentions the fact that he supposedly defeated the Blood Fangs, but another says that's probably a lie just to cover up the end of the marriage and avoid embarrassment. Meanwhile, someone is dying of laughter, saying he can't believe it's so easy to manipulate the boy into breaking the marriage. He asks the butler if the boy will attend the party, and he confirms it. It's Antonio Barco, who says everything is going exactly as he planned. He's very excited for the coming week. On the day of the social gathering, Roman is questioning whether he really has to wear something like that. Hans says that since it's the first meeting after breaking the engagement, he must wear something amazing. He tells a long story about how incredible and expensive those clothes are, but he already knew the boy wouldn't wear them, even if he had spent his whole life preparing that outfit. Roman smiles at this. He says that if Hans puts so much effort into it, then he will wear it. Meanwhile, in front of the carriage, Chris says the boy is taking too long. At that moment, he comes running, apologizing. It's Kevin, who now indeed looks like a child, saying he didn't know how to put on armor. Chris asks why he's like that, and Kevin explains that there was no armor that fit him perfectly. Chris, however, couldn't forget that he almost lost to this kid just because he received help from Roman. The poor boy was all clumsy and didn't even know how to put on a helmet. But at that moment, Chris told him to pay attention. They were not only Roman's escort, but also the face of the Dimitris. This meant their reputation also depended on the actions they took. Kevin said he would keep that in mind. Sir Knight. Chris loved being called a knight and beamed, saying it was good to know Kevin had learned. The scene then shifts to a castle. Inside, many nobles were gathered, all from the most distinguished families in the region. One of them, holding a glass, asked if it's true that Roman will really show up. It's really funny that he's showing up after breaking the engagement that he himself wanted, especially knowing that the Barcos are targeting the Lawrences. A girl says that's why everyone considers him an idiot. Now the Dimitri's position had become completely ambiguous, all because of Roman. Another commented that at least he was going to participate, apparently to try to clean up the mess. The blonde girl asked what this Roman Dmitri was like. The guy next to her just said that he leaves a terrible impression since he's not powerful, not handsome, short, and weak. Another comments that any woman would try to break the marriage if forced into it. At that moment, the butler coughs in the middle of the room and announces that the eldest son of the Dimitris was arriving. With that, our boy appears, obviously shining with his platinum hair. No one could recognize him. The girls were all flustered, wanting to know if that was the Roman Dmitri. It didn't make sense for him to look so different, since he was shorter than everyone before, not to mention that even his hair was different. The blonde girl was now standing there, taken aback, and immediately headed toward him. She said it was an honor to meet him and introduced herself as Sophia from the Gristle family. She said that perhaps he hadn't heard of her family since they were small, but her father dedicated his entire life to the kingdom of Cairo. Roman said he indeed knew them, and she was impressed. Ronan mentioned that it was impossible not to know a family with a history of hundreds of generations. Some time before, Hans had given him a book about all the families in the northern region, but he questioned Roman why he wanted that out of the blue. Roman responded that it was the least courtesy to know a little about the people he would meet. He would know the legacy of each person there and where they came from. That was an effort required for him to win the favor of others, especially for him, who was considered the Dmitri idiot. The boy studied extensively because he even knew they were famous for the quality of the wood they produced, and that one of her brothers recently learned to sense mana. He said he truly congratulates them on these achievements. People were just observing the conversation, wondering what on earth was going on. At that moment, another man introduced himself as the magnate of the Volt family. Roman said it was a pleasure to meet the eldest son of that family. He knew that Viscount Volt had achieved various victories in recent battles. The young man replied that he was grateful that Roman fought that way. Another person with pink hair came to introduce herself, saying that he had changed a lot. But the young man said that Lady Eris was as beautiful as ever. With that, a lot of people continued talking to him, all with smiles. Another approached and said he had judged him wrongly until now because he always thought he was drunk. Roman said he had been thinking of drinking, but if that was the case, he would abstain for a bit. Suddenly, the butler called for Roman and informed him that the young master was calling him to the back room. Finally, Roman was about to discover who was causing trouble for him. Outside the gathering, it was full of knights. Each of those families had brought their soldiers. Kevin asked what the deal was with this social party. Chris told him not to be interested as he would never attend one and ordered him to fix his helmet. A knight was watching what was going on, and one with green hair said that was the Dmitri escort. Kevin was innocently adjusting his helmet when someone burst out laughing and loudly said that it was a joke. He knew the eldest son was abandoned. He just didn't imagine he would bring a child who didn't even know how to hold a sword. Chris just told Kevin to ignore it. However, one of them asked what could be expected. Was that really the level of the Dimitris? The scene shifts to Roman a long time ago. At one of the social gatherings, he saw something. Flora for the first time. That's when Anthony approached and asked who he had his eye on. Roman asked if he knew the blonde-haired girl. His friend replied that she was Flora, known as the flower of the Lawrence family. Obviously, the boy fell in love. And now here's our Roman entering the room. All excited, he asks how much he's changed since they last saw each other. Roman was just observing. Anthony said he knew he had changed, but not this much, and told him to sit down and tell him everything that happened. Roman immediately noticed traces that some other people had been there. The fact that he made everyone leave as soon as Roman arrived meant he had a secret to share. Since Roman decided to make the guy comfortable, Roman then said that he wasn't sure either. He spent a fortune to make some changes in himself, and now, even he had lost track of how much he had changed. But in any case, it was good to see his old friend. Anthony was just observing, and said that indeed, it could be seen positively. He didn't know what the boy was thinking back then. Roman asked what time he was talking about. Anthony mentioned the time he was caught sleeping with his cousin, when he was already promised to the Lawrence daughter. It was truly an incredible time. He found it crazy that he would go so far with his future marriage considering that happened. But if he was here today at this party, it meant he wanted to accept the proposal. And he assured Roman not to worry, that he would keep it a secret. They should discuss his marriage to the Barco family. That was information Roman had no idea about, when suddenly, he felt something strange, and seemed to recall a memory. He remembered betraying Anthony Barco, and begging his father to create a political marriage with the Lawrence family. But even so, he didn't want to avoid his friends, and would use this chance to rebuild the relationship he had with them. That day, Anthony introduced him to Emily Barco. He asked if it was okay for her to drink with them there that day. Roman said Cindy here was part of the family. Anthony told them to serve Roman, but he said he knew how to serve himself. At that moment, the guy changed and asked if he was getting full of himself just because he was going to get married. Roman was confused, but Anthony said he was joking, since they didn't even care about that family anymore. Roman was happy to know there wouldn't be a problem then. And of course, Anthony told him to drink as much as he wanted. And so the poor guy did. What happened next you already know. The boy woke up the next day in bed. He had no idea where he was or what was going on, when suddenly someone burst into the room and shouted his name. It was Anthony, furious, asking what he had done. Roman had no idea because he had just passed out. He didn't remember anything. Sometime later, Anthony said he didn't care who the boy slept with. But this time it had been with Miss Barco, and he couldn't let the matter slide easily. He gave the boy the chance to end that marriage unilaterally, or he would have to marry a direct descendant of the Barco family to improve relations between them. Even though he was furious, he would forgive him because they were friends. However, he would have to give an answer. Back in the present, Back now knew exactly what happened. If what happened that day were discovered, the honor of the Dimitris would be ruined, and Roman didn't have the courage to face his father and confront his anger. On the other hand, he couldn't break the marriage because he truly loved Flora. Since it had been forced by him, it would defame the princess. That's why his decision was to take his own life to resolve the situation. A weak man who never achieved anything with his own hands. That was Roman Dmitri. Truly a miserable and pathetic life. Anthony asked why he was hesitating so much and said that the union of their two families would create something extremely powerful in the region. No one could stand against them, and together they would have all the power in the north. But Roman simply asked if that was the only reason. Confused, Anthony stood still for a moment, and Roman asked if he had to accept this political relationship just because of that reason. Anthony tried to remind him that this wasn't a choice. If he refused, everything that happened that day would be exposed to the world. At that moment, Roman simply put his foot on the table and said that apparently Anthony had forgotten, so he would say it again. Dmitri had no reason to accept the Barco's proposal. Meanwhile, outside, the gathering was going on smoothly, until something caught Sophia's attention. Of course, it was Roman again, and she asked where he had been. He replied that he had something to resolve, and unfortunately, because of that, he would have to leave. She looked sad, saying she wished he could stay a little longer. He said it was urgent, but everyone was asking him to stay, saying they wanted to talk about many things. But Roman just excused himself and left, until he heard someone telling another to take back what they said. He recognized the voice and tried to get closer. That's when he saw something he didn't expect. A helmet hit the ground, and one of the knights had hit Kevin. Just before that, the man had said that was the level of the Dimitris. Chris just told him to calm down because it wasn't worth it. But the men seemed to have noticed something. They approached, asking why they brought a child whose helmet didn't even fit his head. They got closer and said it looked like they picked up a kid from the street and put armor on him to call him an escort. Chris asked if they were training more to be clowns than to use a sword. The man ignored him and said he was confident he could beat this kid without any training. That's why everyone calls their lord an idiot. Kevin told him to take back what he said because he shouldn't refer to Roman like that. The man was confused, but Kevin just grabbed his hand and told him to take back what he said. That's when the man slapped his helmet. The poor kid didn't even react, and Chris thought about drawing his sword, but he knew those were Barco's knights. If he really did that, it would cause chaos between the two families. He wasn't just causing trouble for the young master, but for everyone there. From the ground, Kevin said he was Roman's knight, and that he never wanted to be a knight if it meant being like the bunch of thugs they were. The man just chuckled and moved toward him, saying he wanted to see how far his pride would take him. That's when someone grabbed his wrist. Everyone was in shock. It was Roman, calmly asking what was going on. He just took a look. The moment the man started to say his name, he got slapped in the face. He was completely confused, not understanding what happened. Not only did he get slapped, but he couldn't even react. He was about to say something, but got slapped again, not understanding. Once again, he didn't know where the slap came from. It was becoming a joke. He tried to speak again and got slapped in the ear. The poor guy was already shrinking, and now he was about to kiss the ground. He was starting to get traumatized, not knowing what sequence this was. But Roman simply told him to lift his head again. Meanwhile, in the room, Anthony was there. He couldn't understand what had just happened. At the meeting, he warned Roman that if he didn't accept the proposal, he would be making an irreversible mistake. But Roman just replied that his reputation was already bad, so having one or two more rumors wouldn't change anything. And he warned Anthony that he should behave a little better. He had chosen to cancel this marriage on his own, not because of that threat. But since the Dmitris were no longer allied with the Lawrences, in a way, Anthony's goal had been achieved. However, at any moment, Roman could decide to help the Lawrences, and that would interfere with the Barcos. And maybe he should do that just because of those threats. Roman had already researched a lot about the Barcos. They had an influence with the central government that couldn't be ignored, but that's all they had and nothing more. If one were to truly consider wealth and power, the Dmitris were the real force in the north. He then asked Anthony what he wanted to do. Anthony, fearful, only asked if he was no longer going to help the Lawrences, and Roman replied that he was correct. With that, Anthony said it would be better to forget about this matter. However, he couldn't understand why this boy had changed so much. The way he acted, looked, and even spoke had completely changed. He was no longer the idiot he knew. What he wanted to know was what the hell had happened to this boy. At that moment, someone called for Anthony, who said he didn't want to talk. But the person insisted, saying there was a problem with the knights he had brought. Outside, something was still going on, and everyone was scared. The Barco knight was at Roman's feet, begging for forgiveness and saying he would never do it again. Kevin said the man had already been punished enough, and Chris agreed, saying he should reconsider his relationship with the Barcos. However, Roman said that he was the one who decided when this man had been punished enough. Even if he died, that was the price for his actions. At that moment, Anthony appeared and asked what the meaning of this was. He warned that even if Roman was the eldest son, he wouldn't tolerate such behavior, and it would be better for him to start apologizing. Roman just asked why he would do that. That man had insulted him and laid hands on a member of the Dmitri family. He then asked Anthony if he really thought he was wrong. Anthony responded that regardless, he had crossed the line. Roman reminded him that if he continued like this, their relationship might be destroyed. So it was best for Anthony to control his actions a bit better. Since he wasn't a patient person, he wanted to know what Anthony was going to do now. Anthony remembered that Roman had threatened to rekindle relations with the Lawrences. As much as he hated it, he had no choice. And he said that indeed, seeing the situation, it seemed Roman was right. He also would have had to punish that man the same way. Roman left, saying that they indeed got along well. But it wasn't over yet. He went up to the soldier, raised his hand, and told the man to prepare his face. This went on for a while. The old Roman was a person everyone disrespected, even though he was from the family that was the greatest power in the north. He called Chris and Kevin and said they were leaving. But now, everyone who was present had no choice but to recognize that the idiot they had heard about no longer existed. On the way back in the carriage, there was silence, and Kevin apologized since Roman had been insulted because of him. And Chris apologized for not doing anything when they spoke ill of the Dmitris. Roman stayed silent for a moment. He said he knew it couldn't have been easy for them to endure that until he arrived. So it was a good job that they managed to hold on. Being hasty would only have led to the worst-case scenario. But that wasn't the answer he wanted. Since no one in the entire North should have the courage to lay hands on the Dmitri family, they've got to remember the faces of those men and never forgive them. Because Roman doesn't accept anyone being above him. And the only ones who can follow him are those who are above everyone else. And they would have to adapt to live that way. Back at the Dmitri mansion, someone handed over papers about the Barco family. It was Hans, who mentioned that lately those guys had been taking some strange actions. Roman already knew that the Barcos had appeared in the northern region over 100 years ago, but they only started gaining relevance when someone from the family entered the central government. Roman commented that their military strength was much weaker than he had thought. Hans agreed, saying it was strange that their status was so high considering they were so weak. Roman said that this proves how strong the central government is. The Salamander continent has 6 kingdoms, and Cairo is the smallest and weakest. That's because it's surrounded by all the others, so they've always been attacked throughout history. Because of the strong enemies at the borders, they were forced to join the central government to survive. That's because their authority and recruitment is absolute. If a family rejects the recruitment, troops are immediately sent to that place. After the kingdom is taken, the lands are divided among those who participated in the conquest. Roman believed that's why the Barcos are currently so influential, and Hans said that apparently that's the only explanation. And now they knew how they got a big loan from the bank. Probably with that money, they must have bought some mercenary companies, and most likely the Burgess mercenary company will be hired since they're famous for territorial disputes. Hans said that at the pace things are going, the attack on the Lawrences will happen in half a month. Roman knew that if that's the case, they had nothing left to prepare. Hans commented that if the Barcos really attack, the Lawrences will survive for at most a month. Now Roman was thinking that he had told the Barcos that he wouldn't get involved in the Lawrence case. However, he wouldn't be able to live as Roman Dmitri if he let someone threaten him and get away with it. Not to mention, no matter what the Barcos did, they would never have enough power to defeat the Dmitris. It would be extremely easy to defeat them if he simply used the power of his family. But in this region, because they weren't nobles, no one saw the Dmitris as a threat, and he needed to create an opportunity to enter the grand stage of this world, just as he had done in the past. He then stood up and told Hans that he needed to find his father now. It was time for them to make money from the promise that was made to them. The scene shifts to a lot of scared people in the city, and a man in bloodied armor arriving. It's the rank B mercenary Lucas, who says that apparently the Dmitris haven't changed changed at all. The scene then shifts to a blacksmith. The man says his items are destroyed and asks Lucas if the fight was really that difficult. He replies that it was hard because the guys he was with were so dumb and almost everyone died. The blacksmith says that this sword is of low quality and asks where he bought it. He said he had to grab one from some shop and he almost lost his life because of it. The old man says he should know that the best items and weapons are always made by the Dmitris. Lucas stands up and says he already knows that, which is why he's here to request a full set. To him, it doesn't matter how long it takes since he'll be recovering here in Dmitri. He's already tired of the battlefield. That's when he sees some people gathering and looking at flyers. He wonders why everyone seems so excited. Usually, that only happens when there's a war or a really good job. He decides to take a look, and there's a recruitment notice. The notice only says that the person needs to be healthy and have the desire to get stronger. There are 30 spots and the salaries would be 8 silver coins per month. Lucas thinks that considering a family of 5 lives on 5 silver coins, it's pretty good even considering the risks. That is if it weren't for this special condition. The person would belong to Roman Dmitri and not the entire family, and only those who are willing to risk their lives for him should sign up. The old man next to him tells him not to even dream since hundreds have already applied. Lucas laughs and says that as a rank B mercenary, someone like him would cost at least 50 silver coins. But then he notices what the man said, and asks if hundreds of people have really already registered. The old man says yes, everyone who saw the notice ran to apply. Lucas then asks why everyone is so eager to work for the Dmitri idiot. Imagine the suffering a soldier would endure being under an idiot like that. At that moment, everyone fell silent, and the man only said that Lucas must not be very informed since he's an outsider. Lord Dmitri had taken down the Bloodfangs and was taking care of his people. No one believed it at first until they heard what Clark said. That's because since Clark's son became one of Roman's subordinates, his entire family has changed. He wonders what the boy's name was again, and then he remembers it was Kevin. A little earlier at the mansion, Kevin asked why he wanted to take a break, but Roman only said that rest was part of the training, so he had 3 days to relax. It was a reward for his hard work, so he should enjoy some time with his family. Kevin just thanked him. However, taking a break now felt strange to him, since in the past he couldn't even survive even working every day. He wondered how his family was doing since he had been at the castle for so long. On the way, Hans met him, handed him some clothes, and said that Lord Roman had those prepared before he went to meet his family. Besides that, he also sent some money so Kevin could buy some gifts before seeing them. From now on, he would be earning 30 silver coins a month so he could spoil his parents a little. And now he was walking through the city, all bright and cheerful. He had never worn such fine clothes or felt so calm. Not to mention it was the first time he was bringing fresh bread to his family. He was excited since his sister always said it was her dream to eat fresh bread, and she always complained when she had to eat those hard pieces of bread. Unfortunately, no matter how much he worked, buying something like that was impossible, especially considering the situation his family was in. But now, no matter what happens, he will become stronger, and that will never happen again since he's being guided by Roman. However, he notices something strange. His mother is quite calm. His father is even eating pastries, and his sister is playing with flowers. He had no idea they were living like this. He imagined they had been sent to a better place, but not like this. And at that moment, they called out to Kevin. All excited, they hugged the boy and said they missed him. He was going to ask about the house, but his father said it was Hans who had given it to them to cultivate. Not to mention that the city's knights also helped with the entire move. Suddenly, Kevin started crying and thanked Lord Roman. But that's when his father noticed something. He saw the slap mark on the boy's face and asked what it was, wanting to know if Roman had hit him. Kevin explained that no, it wasn't that. But his mother said he didn't need to lie. He pushed her away and told her not to even think about it because Roman wasn't that kind of person. And that's when he decided to explain the truth. And his father later commented to his friends at the bar. They were shocked to learn that Roman had hit a Barco knight just because of an insult. In the city, everyone knew that the Clarks were living much better since their son started working for Roman. They not only got a house but also land a farm. The story was so surreal that people even speculated it might just be someone who looked like him. But now the dream of poor children was to be like Kevin and work for Roman. Everyone wanted to gain his trust and improve their own lives. And that's why the place was full of people. Lucas couldn't believe any of these incidents. The Roman Dmitri he had seen in a casino 2 years ago would never have done something like that. It made him wonder what had happened in that time. But he was curious, so he wanted to take a look. Back at the mansion, someone was commenting that the preparations were going correctly. They would provide some of the soldiers, but Lord Roman would handle the entire process. However, the person asked if he was really okay with this and said it was the last chance to back out. That's because developing an army that depends on one person is extremely dangerous. But Romero commented that when he heard Roman was going to attend the social gathering, he thought the boy was going to team up with the Barcos to remove his younger brother from the succession. But what he did was go against Anthony and beat up his knights, even knowing that his brother might join forces with the Barcos, and that would end his chances of succession. That made Romero realize that his son had started living the way he wanted since that incident with the Bloodfangs. And as a father, he was curious to know what his son wanted to achieve. Jonathan said that was fine. He understood then. Romero asked if they had at least 50 people registered, because with fewer than that, it would be difficult to form an army. But Jonathan said that so far, there had already been over 500 people. Of course, the father had no idea why that was. The scene shifts to the day of the recruitment. Everyone there is anxiously waiting to see what will happen, and Chris goes to the back and calls for Roman. He informs him that all the preparations for the test are now complete. A day before the test, Alec was in a bar drinking heavily, saying that the Dimitri's dark beer was always the best. But he couldn't believe it. There were really far more applicants than he had imagined. Not to mention that there were 3 loud guys in the corner. From the copper plates on their thighs, he knew those were at least rank C mercenaries. The others at the counter clearly had combat experience. Considering the number of bars that must be filled with people like them, the level of the applicants was much higher than he had expected. But it didn't make sense since, for experienced people, there should be a better job than this. He didn't know if it was curiosity or what, but he couldn't understand. Then he overheard a guy asking his friend if he wasn't going to become a Lawrence soldier. The guy said yes, as that was his hometown. But after seeing Dmitri take down the Bloodfangs, he changed his mind. Everyone who didn't see it says it's a lie, but he was there that day in the middle of the square. When Dmitri showed up covered in blood and dragged the leader by his hair, to him it was unbelievable to think that Dmitri came all the way from his territory just to kill that guy in front of everyone for messing with his people. The image of that scene never left his mind. A lot of people deny the incident and say it's a lie, but he was there to see firsthand that Dmitri wasn't the weak and idiotic person all the rumors said. He really was a leader who fought for his people, and that's why he's there to gain residency in Dmitri and become one of his subordinates. Lucas understood that what the boy meant was that it was worth dedicating his life to this person. Maybe all this commotion really wasn't a coincidence. Back on the day of the big test, everyone was there, excited and chatting, while Lucas was now undecided about which choice he should make. He knew that the strongest people there, like him, still had doubts about the rumors. This meant that the choice could only be made when he saw the true Roman. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. It was because someone was approaching. Of course, it was our armored boy. He passed by and everyone bowed. Lucas noticed that no command had been given, but still, everyone lowered their heads. This proved that the rumors were true. Dmitri only climbed the stairs and told everyone to lift their heads. As mentioned in the notice, he would recruit 30 soldiers to fight by his side. But first, he wanted to inform them that he, Roman Dmitri, had no plans to live in an isolated territory for the rest of his life. He would continually fight and conquer ever larger territories. He would be involved in wars where it would be impossible not to lose lives. So those who plan to follow him without being fully determined should turn back now. What they should think when their head flies on the battlefield is not resentment for being sent there by him, but regret for not being by his side at the moment he reigns supreme over this continent. The entire crowd fell silent. Lucas just couldn't understand why someone with his position in his own family at risk was being so arrogant. But for some strange reason, that man made him believe it. With that, Chris stepped forward and said he would explain the instructions for the test. The test was extremely simple. They would stand in a designated spot and the archer would fire 3 arrows at them. Maybe they would graze their body, or hit the wood right behind them, or even hit them directly. Only those who didn't move an inch after all 3 arrows were fired would pass the first stage of the test. With that, the first name was called. The man stood in front of the wood and the archer prepared. However, the others were wondering if they were really going to do this. It didn't make sense to put a soldier's life at risk for this test. He knew that Archer was extremely talented. Surely he would never make a mistake. The first arrow was fired, and it struck right next to the man's neck. Seeing this, the man thought it could only be a psychological test. He just had to stand still and be sure nothing would happen. After all, he knew the arrows would miss. At the moment, he was speechless. The people were terrified, and the man couldn't believe it. He fell to the ground and began to writhe in pain. Chris told them to get him out of there and start treating him immediately. With that, the man was indeed taken away on a stretcher. The people began to ask if Dmitri was really asking them to be hit by an arrow. Chris just called for Morrison's name. He was the man who was next in line and had seen what happened. That arrow went straight into his leg, but if it had been his head, he would have died. To him, this was too insane, and all he wanted was his chance to become a knight. Chris realized that everything was happening just as Roman had said, and with that, he stated that it seemed the second man had given up. He warned that anyone afraid of getting hit by an arrow should quit now, and ordered all the cowards to leave that place immediately. A little earlier, someone had said they would explain each person's role. The 4 there tomorrow would be hit by an arrow. The man next to them was the best archer in the region and would only hit non-fatal spots. There would be the reward they would receive for this: a chest full of gold coins. Obviously, taking an arrow for all that seemed worth it. Roman said there would be medics on hand, but it wouldn't change the fact that the arrow would be real. He asked if the men wanted it, and they all said yes. With that, the men left, and Chris asked why Roman was going so far. He explained that you can't build an army just with threats. He needed people willing to put their lives on the line. Even if the chance of being hit was 1 in 100, some people would still quit because of that 1% chance. Chris asked what the condition was that people would have to meet to become a subordinate. Ronan said he wanted someone with an extremely resilient psyche and mentality, someone born with the heart of a beast. Chris was confused because that was more important than experience. Roman said that someone like that would become stronger than anyone else, regardless of where they came from, and only those stronger than everyone else would walk by his side. But now everyone was wondering what kind of insane test this was. A good part of the applicants were already leaving, saying it wasn't worth taking an arrow just for a chance to serve Dmitri. Chris mentioned that at least 100 had already left, and he turned to call for Roman. He was thinking about the heart of a beast, which is an innate talent, just like Kevin, who was ready to cut off his own hand without any hesitation, or Chris, who ignored the humiliation he suffered in front of everyone to ask about how to become stronger. That's the kind of person who has the heart of a beast. No matter how strong someone's physique is, when they are born, they can't defeat someone like that. That's the type of person he wants to find in this test. So he gave the order for the test to continue. The next participant was panting heavily. Lucas remembered the guy from the bar. It seemed he really meant it when he said he wouldn't give up, but he was trembling a lot. He was terrified, but this was his only chance to show loyalty. There was no way he would quit without even trying. The first arrow nearly grazed his head. He looked at it and knew he could have died. Another arrow was being prepared and he wondered if he should give up. The second arrow hit right next to his arm and he knew it would all be meaningless if he left now. But the last one was coming and there was still time for him to back out. He wanted to say something, but the fear was overwhelming. And with that, the arrow struck the middle of his leg. Chris announced that Henderson had passed. Lucas realized the man was about to quit but got lucky. The arrow was fired in time. And so the tests continued. Out of 500 participants, after 100 fled, 400 remained. And out of those, only 120 had the courage to endure all 3 arrows. Roman observed each person who passed. Those who trembled but still stood their ground, and those who remained still without even flinching. To him, both were equal because they had the courage to suppress their fears. Now it was time to start looking for the hidden gems. Those who would look at him with admiration, not fear. Roman congratulated everyone but warned that he would only accept 30 people, and for that, they would have to go for a second test. Those who became his subordinates would live the life of a predator, and strangely, he only said that, leaving Lucas confused. Roman simply stated that the orders for the second test were straightforward. There were various swords of different types and shapes beside them, but none of that mattered. They just had to choose the sword they wanted and prove their worth in a duel against him. Lucas wondered if the man really planned to fight 120 people. Roman announced that all they needed to do was last 1 minute against him. Those who passed would receive even better conditions than those listed. The bald man then stepped forward and declared he would be the first. This guy had the look of someone who had fought 1,000 times, but let's see if he could endure this. With that, they were already face to face. Roman asked for his name, and the man said it was Vulcan. He questioned if the sword was good, and Vulcan said it wasn't a problem. Vulcan thought that Dmitri's confidence was a bit overblown, but although it was true that Roman had taken down the Bloodfangs alone, it was impossible for him to be defeated in a minute. Chris then told them to prepare. For Vulcan, surviving a minute would be easy, and he was more interested in testing the person he was going to serve, and Chris said they would start. Vulcan immediately lunged, saying he would find out what kind of man Roman was, and launched an attack with all the strength he had. But in a second, Roman dodged and was already at his side, and just made him look like a fool by tapping his foot, making him fall. Vulcan tried to get up, but at that moment, the sword was already at his neck. Roman simply called for the next one. At that moment, Lucas realized that this man was on a completely different level. This test was entirely incomparable to the first. When everyone saw the volcano being instantly defeated by Roman, they knew how strong he was. However, they all thought the same thing. As more and more duels took place, he would get tired. Then, it would be easier to defeat him at that moment. However, half of the duels had already happened, and 60 people had already been defeated. Roman wasn't showing any signs of fatigue, and Henderson was thinking about what he said before this all started, surviving as a predator if he won that. He realized that Roman lives like a predator, a person who does whatever he wants in a world where the strongest survive. Everyone knows that at this moment, Roman is still considered the fool of the Dmitris. This might be the only chance in life to become his subordinate. The problem is, how do you defeat a monster like that? At that moment, Roman says that if no one steps forward, everyone will fail. A guy then says he's going to participate. Finally, it was Lucas's turn. He introduced himself and said he was number 61. He already knew that Roman Dmitri was a monster. Compared to what he knows, these abilities were overwhelming. And it's unbelievable that he exerts so much pressure just by standing there. And after watching the first duels, he really believes this guy won't just stand there. He doesn't care about the 8 silver coins per month. He's more curious to see where this guy will be in a year. And to do that, he first has to pass this test. Chris is impressed. This is the first person to attack directly since the first participant. Not to mention, the right hand was aiming at the head, while the left hand was already prepared to counterattack at the heart. Roman easily blocked the first strike, and Lucas noticed that the backward movement put him out of reach of the dagger. However, he wanted to know what he would do with it, and he sent the dagger in Roman's direction while launching another attack with the sword. However, Roman blocked the attack and deflected the dagger with the scabbard. As soon as Lucas saw this, he retreated once again. From his experience, every knight eventually starts to have some opening as they get tired. However, at this moment, Roman was like an impenetrable fortress. But he couldn't stop now, as it would be over for him if he hesitated for even a second. If he wants to pass this test, he has to keep the initiative. Roman smiles and asks if his name is Lucas, and says that it's not bad at all. This isn't the right attitude on a battlefield, but it is the correct one in a duel. Clearly, the boy had a natural instinct. However, it's obvious that he wouldn't let the guy hold out for a minute that easily. This 1 minute is actually to show how powerful the squad he's going to create will be. And the purpose of this test is to establish the difference in strength so that they always remember it. And to do something like that, he would have to end this once and for all. At that moment, Roman goes on the attack while Lucas is still dodging. But remember that the guy is a B-rank mercenary. Everyone considers that the limit of effort. This is the maximum of a regular person who has no mana control. And since the first condition to reach a rank is at least to have awakened mana, he reached his limit, and no matter how hard he tries, he will never leave B-rank. However, even so, he survived. On battlefields where countless mana users died over and over again, he stayed alive. And that's how he realized that to survive and win, you always use any means necessary. Roman ends up not being able to complete the attack. And Chris remembers that in the rule, he never said anything about not being able to throw sand in the eyes. The only mission given is to survive for a minute and nothing more. As soon as Lucas falls, he immediately gets up again to attack. However, he stops for a second. Roman was clearly ready to defend against this attack. Even though his eyes were red, he was still looking directly at him. With that, he just laughed. He dropped the dagger and said he surrendered. In the Celestial Demon cult, the first thing you learn before fighting is how to keep your eyes open at all times. That's because in a fight, a blink of an eye is enough for someone to die. Just like breathing has to be controlled every second, blinking is also something that has to be considered. And that's why they always train to keep their eyes open in any situation, no matter what happens. A person should never give in to fear or try to escape without observing what's going on. He then hands Roman a bottle of water. As Roman washes his face, he stands there desolate. He wouldn't have used sand if he had known the guy wouldn't change his expression. It just made him look pathetic for using everything he had available and still failing. He wonders if Roman would be disappointed, but then remembers that he had no expectations. Maybe that he would be punished for it. But Roman only called for the next. Lucas was confused that the guy didn't even comment on it, and the people in the audience wondered the same thing. Why didn't he mention that dirty move? But Roman already knew about that plan. The moment he dodged, he saw the movement, his hand going to his waist and grabbing that sack. However, he decided to continue to see what he would do in the best situation. The hell Lucas experienced and the amount of blood he saw, he has no doubt. The blood seen by Bake was enough to create an ocean. That's how a celestial demon is created. He then asks if no other applicant will step forward, and with that, time begins to pass, and another guy enters the field. Once again, he dodges the attack. However, now everyone was trying to play dirty. so he tried to throw a stone at Roman. Chris noticed that Lucas's influence is making everyone want to last at least a minute. However, even so, none of that was enough. Lucas realized that the dirty move didn't disqualify anyone, but at the same time, Roman didn't feel any pain. And now was the next person's turn. The problem is that none of this was making sense. 2 hours had passed with duels and his breathing was still steady. In the battlefield over a sea of bodies, no one goes easier on you just because you're tired. Your movements become slow and your breathing unstable. That's how you become just another corpse. That's why, for someone who wants to survive on the battlefield, breathing must be perfect and continuous. However, Roman knows how to circulate nature's mana to alleviate the body's fatigue. Combining that with skeletal change, he manages to keep his body in perfect condition. During his times at Bach, he participated in wars that lasted up to 3 days. So of course, he wouldn't get tired from light training like this. Chris then tells all the applicants to gather, and he says that the number of people who pass the second test is equal to 0. However, that doesn't mean no one will succeed because they need to select 30. He tells them all good job and says they're dismissed. A while later, Roman hands in the list of participants who passed and informs Chris that he will have to train those. He says he understands and takes a look at the people who passed. Vulcan, who lost in one move, had enough courage to go before everyone else. He finds it strange that Henderson passed since he didn't find anything special in the kid. Maybe the master saw something he didn't. He finds the rest understandable, except for one. He asks if Lucas really passed, and Roman says yes. Roman asks if there's a problem with that, and Chris responds that he acknowledges Lucas is very talented for a B-rank mercenary. But not only did he commit a grave foul in the middle of the duel, but he also gave up before being attacked. A guy like that would only cause problems on the battlefield. It's not even about honor. It's because the average mercenary would abandon comrades to survive. However, Roman says that's precisely why he passed him. Of course, the poor guy is totally confused. But Roman says it's exactly because he isn't a coward who knows honor that he passed. At the moment when everyone was worried about Roman's judgment, he saw an opportunity and acted instantly. That's the kind of person who survives on the battlefield, doing whatever it takes. So he asks Chris why he was so sure Lucas would betray his comrades, just because of a foul. He remembers that Jonathan once said that those who survive on the battlefield aren't the ones who know how to use aura, but rather those who calmly analyze each situation and act accordingly. He needed to keep in mind that no matter how strong he was as a knight, there was always a chance he could be killed by one of these. Those who hide in the shadows and look for a chance to strike. Chris realizes that in that situation, it really was the most realistic thing for Lucas to do. Once again, he was the one who couldn't see things clearly. However, he then tells Roman there's one more thing he doesn't understand. The battlefield won't start for another 5 months. And it's not like the nobles were 100% forced to go since there's always a political way to avoid it. So why is he already gathering his soldiers when he could escape? Ronan says it will be announced soon. The official letter from the Barco family. In it, they said they had been waiting a long time for the Lawrences to fulfill their past agreement. However, they betrayed their honor and commitment to the nobles. And that's why the Barcos decided to raise their swords after much patience. The sins of the Lawrences were clear and they weren't willing to pay the debts owed by their ancestors. They even had the nerve to declare that they wouldn't surrender any land as collateral. And that's why this notice was to inform everyone in the kingdom of Kiro. The Lawrence family has 1 week to surrender the lands or else the central government will support. And a territorial war will be waged against the Lawrence territory. When Chris hears this, he asks if that's what Roman is preparing for. Roman says that's exactly it. This troop will get involved in the war between these two. Meanwhile, someone remembers failing the family. The person who was responsible for making the Dmitris no longer support the Lawrences. To Flora, she was the one to blame for everything happening to the family and the territory. She wakes up in the middle of the night. Every day she was having these nightmares, and she kept asking herself what she had done. In the Lawrence mansion, everyone was wondering if it was because of the broken engagement. It seemed she had been rejected by Dmitri because she had made a mistake. However, now she wasn't even leaving her room, and the war against the Barcos was about to begin. Standing inside it, she couldn't even get out of bed. She always thought she was a smart person. She passed the advanced class at the academy with great grades. From her father's warm smile, she always thought she was a good daughter. But now she realized that without the family's support, she was nothing but a flower in a cage. The guy being called the fool of the Dmitris was something hilarious, because in the end, the fool was her. Now she doesn't even have the confidence to look her father in the eye. She wonders what he would do in this situation. If she stopped to think, Roman is the complete opposite of her. No one had any expectations or desires about what he would do. However, with his own strength, he subdued the blood prisoners and elevated the family's name. She doesn't understand how he was able to do something like that without anyone and why he's so strong. But even putting all that aside, the difference between them is that he had the courage to act. At this moment, one of the butlers knocks on the door and says that the meal is ready. The servants begin to look at each other with concern as she never appears. When she finally opens the door, visibly shaken, she says she's going to the library. She knows her father is doing his best to get some help from other families. However, she knows that no one will help them in this situation. This means that just as Roman resolved the blood prisoners by himself, they will have to find a way out of this with the strength they have. Meanwhile, someone calls for Lawrence in his room, informing him that the Martel family has refused the proposal. He says to contact the Vaster family, but the person responds that they have also already refused. The person tries to explain that no matter who they ask, no one will want to bet on a war against the Barcos. Moreover, there will always be rumors that whoever supports them in this war will suffer afterward. Besides, in the announcement, the central government gave its support, so those who don't participate also have a chance to receive lands. Meanwhile, Flora is just reading books. She knows there's 1 week left. That's the time she has until this war begins. She needs to find the best course of action in this situation. Meanwhile, her father punches the table, angry because those bastards always favored him, but now in this war, no one is supporting them in the conflict. He asks if the gold bank will lend anything, and he says yes, but the investigation will only be completed in a week, which makes it obvious that they are basically siding with the Barcos. He wonders if there really is no solution, and one of the men at the table says that perhaps it's just better to surrender to the Barcos. All the support they would receive from neighbors has been cancelled, so by surrendering, they would protect some innocent soldiers and not lose everything. No one in the room could argue against that. Even Lawrence said it was something to consider. However, that's when someone at the door said Miss Flora wanted to talk. He was going to say he was busy, but she opened the door at that moment. Her father asked what she was doing there. She said she had something to say. However, this story likes to jump back and forth, so now we're back to Roman's conversation with Chris. At the moment, he said that Roman Dmitri would get involved in the war between the Barcos and the Lawrences. Actually, it's not Chris, it's his father who asks if he really knows what that means. He says yes, and his father asks why he wants to go through with it. This is a legitimate war of the Barcos, confirmed by the central government. And since he canceled the marriage with the Lawrence lady, they have no right to get involved in this. If they get involved in a war without any reason, all the nobles will break ties and they will be subdued. His father says it seems that the son is not as rational as he thought he had become. However, Roman calls for him and asks how he wants him to live from now on. His father, confused, questions why he's bringing this up out of nowhere. But Roman says he's not getting involved in this war just because of a change of heart. He tells his father that he received a threat from Anthony Barco that complicated the marriage he was going to have. He has no way to plan, but when he heard that, one thing came to mind. People say that the Dimitris are the true strength of the North, but for some reason, the Barcos still think they are above. As he is the lord of that place and does nothing, he believes that he must be satisfied with the situation. However, Roman Dmitri is different and wants power. He won't stand by and watch the name of the Dimitris be tarnished, whether by the Barcos or anyone else. He has more than enough reason, just as the Barco War is merely a non-existent excuse to gain more power. In this new life, Roman feels as if he's in an endless ocean, but his identity as Bach hasn't changed. He will live a life of domination. He tells his father that he's not asking for the family's help, as he will participate in this war only as Roman Dmitri. All his father has to do is watch. The path he will show is the life he will live from now on. His father knows that your birthplace never changes no matter how great you become. Even if he has a lot of money and a prosperous territory, the fact that he's a commoner doesn't change. In this conversation, Lehana asked if anything happened with the nobles when he went to the capital. He sat down and said it was nothing much, but he noticed it just from the looks. Clearly, they looked at him differently than the others. Lehana asked if he wanted to change that. However, he replied that he was content with his current life and didn't want to stray from his path just to gain a bit more. The hope he had, at least, was that his children would be different. Unlike him, who was content with ruling a remote land, he wanted them to surpass their origins and reach an even higher place. His father realized at that moment that the look in his eyes wasn't one he could change. However, this was the moment he had long dreamed of. His troublesome son had grown up without him even noticing. He then replies that Roman can do as he wishes and asks for any help. He was Roman, son of Dmitri, and that means no matter what he doesn't need to carry the responsibility alone. The scene shifts to a blacksmith. The entire street is extremely busy, with numerous shops. Roman realizes it wasn't a joke when they said they were truly the biggest in the capital. In that place, there are factories where multiple blacksmiths work at the same time. Just this one Dmitri Street has 30 blacksmith shops open and functioning. If anyone wants to understand how the Dimitris made so much money, they just need to see this place. The steel mines behind this territory are the largest on the continent, and that's why the blacksmiths can sell equipment at much lower prices. And that's why no noble in the Cairo region dares to be hostile to the Dimitris, not only because of the wealth they possess, but out of fear of losing the equipment they provide. And Roman is already looking for a certain someone. The person who is the symbol of the Dmitri family is considered a master blacksmith. In the conversation, he told his father that he would handle it alone, but he wanted help with the equipment. His father said he would need to speak with Master Hendrik. When it comes to blacksmithing, he was surpassed by Hendrik shortly after becoming a noble. If he says it's a request from Romero himself, he will certainly get everything he needs. However, he had to keep in mind that the Dmitri blacksmiths were extremely proud. They wouldn't be nicer or kinder to him just because he bore the Dmitri name. Only someone who can distinguish the quality of steel and the skill to use it can earn blacksmith's trust. Everyone is staring on the street, and Dmitri realizes it's exactly as his father said. That's to be expected considering the actions of the past Dmitri. In the shop, someone says to take a look at the person who arrived, and Hendrik asks what he's doing there. Roman says he believes his father sent word about his arrival. The blacksmith asks if it's about the equipment for 30 people. The blacksmith says he thought he only said that to steal some items and then sell them because he's out of money. He told him to grab some equipment on the side that was more than enough to arm 30 soldiers. Roman asked if those were the only items available, and the guy said yes. So he then questioned if that was the best Hendrik could do. He said of course not, but if he wasn't satisfied, he should just disappear from that place. But Roman picked up the sword and said that apparently the reputation of the blacksmiths in that place was exaggerated. To think he would call something like that equipment for a soldier. He says he will ask one more time. He wants to know if this is really the best work of Master Hendrik. Hendrik, of course, lashes out at him, saying that the equipment there is of the highest quality in the entire Cairo continent. And the boy who never sweated in front of a forge was trying to judge their work. If it weren't for Romero's request, he wouldn't even receive anything. While his brother worked a long time in the forge to succeed the family, he was covering himself with women in the streets. That means the biggest trash in that place is him and not the swords on the floor. He was just the eldest son who knew nothing and couldn't do anything either. Roman knew he would have to deal with this again. He replied that he understood the reason for the anger. What he wanted to know was why this sword had been hammered so much that it changed color when placed under the sun. This could only have been done by an inexperienced blacksmith who didn't know how to strike the metal. This proves it's not the work of the Dimitris, and the old man cannot deny this fact. He makes a cut with the sword and says that with this, one of his soldiers died on the battlefield because it didn't pierce the flesh. Another soldier had the blade stuck in the enemy's muscle and died with a frightened expression. He asks if that isn't an injustice. He made the best choice on the battlefield but died like trash because he was armed with trash. Hendrik still doesn't know where he's going with this. However, Roman picks up a chainmail from the ground and asks if that is what they call armor. That wouldn't defend against a single attack. Not to mention that the weight distribution was all wrong. This means that anyone who trusts in that will die on the battlefield. The organs of soldiers who relied on this chainmail would be torn apart. Dmitri continues to ask what nonsense he is talking about. Roman asks if he really doesn't understand. Roman can understand this guy's frustration since he showed up out of nowhere and started criticizing the equipment. He can accept those thoughts and feelings. However, he crossed the line. He says that if he had really taken that pile of trash from the ground, soldiers who trusted their lives would have died. Hendrik's feelings couldn't lead to such retaliation. That's because 30 lives were at stake, and even knowing that Hendrik fled from the truth, he asks if someone like that can really be called a craftsman who represents the Dmitri family. Because of personal feelings and this pile of trash, 30 innocent people who did nothing wrong died. His intentions and feelings shouldn't be important. He asked for weapons and armor with his father's name at stake, and the response was to receive this pile of scraps. These actions should be seen as insubordination to his father. He says he knows he's not doing this on purpose, but he needs to understand what his actions represent. Since this wasn't a personal request, but an order from the Lord for him to deliver good weapons and armor, Roman knows that the hierarchy must never become ambiguous. Loyal people, and even those you consider your friends, the moment they cross the imposed limits, they must be severely punished. He says he will ask again if this can be seen as insubordination. Hendrik says, of course not, and Roman then asks why he is trying to deliver that pile of trash. At that moment, other blacksmiths start asking what's going on. They all begin to curse Roman, saying he has no right to come there and humiliate Hendrik. It's even worse that he's holding a sword. They want to know what he's thinking of doing against Hendrik, and immediately, they order him to be stopped. However, Hendrik orders everyone to stand still. The guy asks why, but Hendrik just yells. He turns to Roman and apologizes. The blame was entirely his in this matter. Hendrik remembers when he used to get beaten by his master for trying to make his own swords, who warned him that he would never set foot in that forge again if he intended to do something like that. A little later at home, he was seething with rage at that pig. The guy didn't teach him anything, called himself a master, and just kept beating him every day. That's when he heard someone asking if they were charities by any chance. The guy with the coin in his hand said he knew it wasn't enough for a decent sword. All he wanted was any sword, and he promised to repay much more when he achieved what he wanted. His body wasn't healthy and he needed a weapon to make money. The master replied that he wouldn't deliver it, and the guy kept begging while Hendrik listened to everything. However, the master ordered him to disappear from that place immediately. With that, the guy went back home devastated. However, on the way, Hendrik called out to him. He asked if he really would take that sword for free. Hendrik said yes, and that he heard his situation at the blacksmith's. The guy wanted to pay, but Hendrik responded that it wasn't necessary since he was going to throw it away. He was just happy that the item he made would help someone in some way. The boy thanked him happily, and Hendrik was glad for the first time to have helped someone. However, his expression soon changed when he found the guy dead on the ground. His body was already covered in flies, and seeing that, Hendrik almost vomited. The people around commented that it seemed he had died on a mercenary mission. It seems a bandit tried to strike him with a sword, and when he tried to defend himself, his sword broke. Everyone commented that's why you only go to war if you really have a good weapon. For Hendrik, that wasn't any different than taking his own life. From that day on, he swore he would never let that happen again. But now he was there, old, and almost made the same mistake again. He apologizes and says he will pay the price for his actions. Roman says that if he's willing to take responsibility, then he won't pursue this matter further. He drops the sword and says he knows that Hendrik is one of the best blacksmiths there, so they need to talk business. He's here to get equipment for the soldiers and believes that Hendrik only tried to disobey because of his feelings. But with this, they will bury both their mistakes in the mud. He wants weapons and armor for the soldiers and nothing more. Hendrik realized that Roman had given him a way to escape this without receiving any punishment. What he doesn't understand is how someone can change so much in such a short time. The boy is really not the same as before. And with that, Hendrik swore he would never let something like this happen again. As an apology, the equipment would be made with the best iron available in the Dmitri's possession. And with that, he orders everyone to return to work. And so production begins. While one man sharpens a sword, Roman asks what this business is about him having stolen a sword from Hendrik. The man says that at that time he was drunk and had lost his mind. It seems that 3 years ago, he was drowning in debt, and his father was tired of giving him money. So he snuck in without anyone noticing and stole Hendrik's masterpiece. That sword took 6 months to design and another 3 just to complete without him leaving the forge even for a day. And even so, something so valuable was sold to some random guy for little money. He would never understand what it means for a blacksmith to lose his masterpiece without it finding its true owner. Roman realizes that his past self really crossed the line. At that moment, Hendrik calls him over and says he doesn't forgive him for the things that happened. He is making the request because he was wrong at the beginning, but he doesn't accept a Dmitri's son who knows nothing about blacksmithing. He had to keep in mind that the foundation of that place was the forge. If one day he made something with his own hands that wasn't trash, then he would see him differently. Roman responds that it won't take long, and with that he returns to the same secluded room where he trained his skeletal body. Everything was organized exactly as he had requested. All the tools were available, and now it was time to start. When he was back, it was at 18 years old that he decided to forge his own blade. When everyone was deciding who would be the successor of the demon cult, he was constantly attacked by his brothers. He was attacked by number 11 one night and almost lost his life. He barely survived, but the sword couldn't withstand the attacks. Even so, his brother gave him no chance to escape. He somehow managed to win that duel with a broken blade, but narrowly escaped death. However, that's when he discovered he would need a sword made just for him. From that moment on, he visited blacksmiths every day to learn how to forge from them. Since then, before a decisive battle, he always forged a new sword for his current self. After thousands of battles, the sword changed little by little, and the 39th one was named the Celestial Demon Sword, a treasure so rare that it was impossible to sell at any price. And now for this upcoming war, it was time to make a sword for his new self. And with that, Roman began to work. He had repeated these actions thousands of times, and understood the rhythm and strength needed, the concentration required to focus on a single objective. To forge something like this, you needed to be in a trance. While forging, he asked himself what he was living for. In that world, he was forced to survive because he was born as the son of the celestial demon, and battles fell upon him. However, he never saw this as a bad thing. And at this moment, his mind is the same and he will remain true to his reality. However, this life he now leads doesn't necessarily mean he has to go against everyone. And this shows that his training needs to be even firmer. This only shows that he still has no idea of the most powerful forces in this world. Defeat could not be tolerated. He then makes a breath of flames. That was the art of the infernal demon. It transformed all accumulated mana into heat. Even though it wasn't the best that existed, it was the only one this weaker self could use. He couldn't forge many things because his organs would be damaged. However, he desired a power that could face all variables. Back at the Lawrence mansion, Flora says that at this moment they are trapped and out of options. Aid had been cut off and the military difference was clear. She heard the discussion about surrendering to preserve what little land the family had left. However, she believes that's the one thing they absolutely shouldn't do. Suddenly, Lawrence slams the table. He says that preserving the soldiers' lives is the best choice in this war. But Flora said that the Barcos had taken a lot of money from the central government, and everyone knew it was a loan without collateral. That means it has an extremely high interest rate. This is only possible because the Barcos aren't the only ones who will benefit from this war. The bank lent this money to receive part of what they would conquer. This means that all this land will be completely consumed once they occupy it. Everyone falls silent, realizing that surrender was not an option. And her father asks what they should do then. She says there's only one way out. They would have to resist desperately. That was the only way they could survive. Her father slammed the table at the thought of a resistance. For a moment, he had some expectations about what she was going to say. He thought that maybe she would have the discernment to see through the situation and come up with an incredible plan. But in the end, it was just common sense. He then asked if the incredible plan she was thinking of was, for example, closing the gates. She said she wasn't talking about hiding. They would have to set fire to all the crops of that year and stockpile as much food as possible to withstand the siege until winter came. Her father asked why that would be important. She replied that it would be enough time for the interest on the loans to start accumulating. The gold bank had massive power and influence across the entire continent. If the war didn't end quickly, they would start pressuring the Barcos to finish it faster. This wouldn't happen because the gold bank could be pressured by the central government's connection, but because they would hire mercenaries who are only motivated by the money that comes from that bank. Once winter began, having a castle would no longer be advantageous, and the mercenaries themselves would start leaving that place. The people began to comment that it would be a battle of time, but it was something plausible. And Lawrence was thinking that he had raised his daughter to be very immature in the end. But she had changed a lot. He slammed the table. He said Flora was right, so they would start preparing for desperate resistance. They would keep surviving and keep the Lawrence lineage alive. Even if the walls fell and the castle was destroyed, they would continue trying to survive until the end. Back to Roman, the first sword seemed ready, and he said that no matter what, the first time for anyone and anything is always special. This was his first sword in this life, one that would fit perfectly with who he was now, and the name would be borrowed from this world. It would be called Salamandra. The scene then shifts to someone approaching. From the wall of the Lawrence castle, it's a man carrying the Barco family's crest, and up on the wall, the soldiers are all scared. The man announces that as a messenger of the Barcos, he came here with 3 options. If they lowered the gates and surrendered, their lives would be spared. The second option is that they leave these walls and come for a fair fight on the battlefield. There would be a judge from the central government, and they could choose 2 knights to participate. They could choose the type of battle, and the Barcos would accept the decision. Roman just observed, and said they don't trust the Barcos. The war proclamation was not justified as the ancestral document had been forged, and they also had no intention of sacrificing the lives of the Lawrence people. While the Viscount said he would never give up, the soldier said the last option was to abandon their pride as a noble family member, and proceed with the desperate measure of resisting within the castle. He then turned and said that the Barco family understood their wishes, and that they would exact the price for the blood that would be shed in this siege. On the wall, the soldiers were trembling, and Lawrence was frightened. The war had already begun. He immediately ordered the archers to fire. The first arrows were shot, and the Lawrence army was already advancing. It was classic medieval warfare, face to face. Meanwhile, someone was throwing their helmet to the ground. It was the Barcos who were furious with these insolent people for not respecting them. They had prepared 3 times more soldiers, so why weren't they surrendering? The soldier behind expected it to be decided in an hour, but the pace of the battle was quite different. The man replied to the lord that the Lawrences seemed prepared to stretch this fight. They had dug around the entire wall and given access to the river so the soldiers couldn't get close. And for the number of arrows fired, it was clear they had enough war supplies. The leader couldn't understand why these damn people chose to resist desperately in just 1 week. They had calculated everything perfectly so that they would simply surrender. So why were they risking locking themselves inside this gate? He couldn't understand where the plan went wrong. The knight asked the lord what they would do. The man said it was obvious. They would use that. The man trembled and said he understood. The man smiled and said that Lawrence was not a person with a very strong mind. After all, he sold his daughter to the Dmitris when he felt the pressure from the Barcos. He is the type of man who shrinks when a crisis begins. But on the wall, he was telling everyone to move. They should prepare again because it was impossible to know when the Barcos would attack again. And the father told Flora that she was right. The Barcos attacked just to make them surrender, but as soon as they saw the resistance, they retreated. She said she realized that she herself had to become stronger, instead of waiting for problems to be solved. This was the path in life that she decided to follow from now on. Her father was moved and apologized for forcing her to marry the Dimitris. To him at that time, it was the only way they could survive. However, from now on, he will always believe that she will be able to make a good choice. Flora was very emotional, but then her expression changed. Suddenly, the wall in front of them exploded. A single attack had torn apart the front section. She went to check how this was possible, and there she saw that the Barcos had a catapult armed with magic. Flare was a well-known item in wars. These were called magical weapons. Each shot with that thing is extremely expensive and should be used strategically. Not to mention that it cannot be used without government permission, no matter how much money someone has. She never imagined that the Barcos would have the resources and connections for this. And the worst part is that there are only two ways to defeat a flare. Either you use another magical weapon of the same rank, or they would have to leave the castle and destroy it. The problem is that both options were impossible. But of course they didn't want to give up just like that. At that moment, a maid announced that they had received a magical message. This wasn't just a very rare means of communication, but also very expensive. The maid said that Roman Dmitri had said he had a way to help, so she should accept the offer. Flora had no idea. Why was Roman Dmitri getting involved in this? The scene then shifts to her asking how he plans to save the Lawrences from danger. Roman says he will make it clear that he's only doing this to get revenge on the Barcos for personal reasons. It's something he had already decided on, and this is the perfect time for revenge. If the Lawrences follow his plan, he will actively participate and destroy the Barco family for them. She asks what they will have to do in this plan. He says the Lawrences will first have to create a stage for him by making a certain sacrifice. If they create this with all the forces he has, Roman Dmitri will help. This sacrifice he mentioned. She knows he proposed this due to the situation they find themselves in, so she had no other choice. She says she will do whatever he asks since it means protecting her family. He then says he needs one more thing. He will need a reason to get involved in this war. The engagement was cancelled, so he needs something else. She asks what he needs, and Roman tells her to tell everyone that Anthony Barco abused her at one of the meetings. That was the reason why she couldn't see herself in a marriage after that happened. Her value as a noble would be reduced to nothing, and the beauty of her title as the flower of the Lawrences would be destroyed. But if she gave up everything she received by being born a noble, she would gain a crucial cause that would solve the Lawrence problem. This is the cause he needs to get involved in this war. Flora trembled. He says that if this happened before they canceled the engagement, it would be reason enough. Since then, he would have laid hands on someone who belonged to him, and he would never forgive that. Flora thought about what he said about the people who belonged to him, while remembering the explosions happening outside. There the soldiers were screaming and being burned. The walls were already collapsing, and they needed support. With a trembling voice, she said she would meet any condition he set, and just asked him to kill all those Barco bastards. The enemy was beginning to scale the walls, and Lawrence gave the order for them to defend and keep resisting. But at that moment, a hooded man appeared and lunged to take Lawrence's life. He saw that he wouldn't be able to dodge in time, but then he was struck in the face. Flora had shot an arrow. Her father turned and asked what she was doing there, but she only said that they would have to open the gates and face the Barcos head-on, and he asked why she was saying that. She explained that Roman had promised that he would help them. As the troops entered the castle, they would destroy the flare. Her father asked why Dmitri had changed his mind now. She said there was no time to explain, but she was sure. He was a man who kept his word. In another place in the forest, Roman was observing a magic crystal, when Chris approached and asked if they would attack already, but Roman replied that they wouldn't. Chris said that at this rate, the Lawrences would be defeated before they got involved. The flare was an extremely powerful weapon that would destroy that wall. They needed to launch this attack at this very moment, but Roman just asked why he would do that. Whether the Lawrences fell or not was of no importance to him. He then told Chris to pay attention. Among the deaths of hundreds of people he doesn't know, ensuring that none of them shed blood is much more important. The Lawrences would indeed lose a lot of people because of this, but that's their fault for following a lord who lacks capability. However, unlike them, those who follow him would not become meaningless sacrifices. Chris simply responded that he understood, but he had no idea how the guy could make such a choice. At that moment, the Lawrences gave the order for the gates to be opened, and they commanded their soldiers to move forward. The army from the ships began entering the castle, and the Lawrences were there waiting for them. A man with a red beard smiled and said they didn't know their place, and the guy made a slash that split the poor fellow in two. That was the Burge mercenary company. The first one to fall to the ground was already screaming and begging for help. The troops started moving forward, but everyone knew they were marching to their deaths. From the wall, Flora continued giving orders for them to resist until the end and not retreat. She knew that if they didn't even serve as a trap, he wouldn't appear. However, suddenly the sounds of horse hooves were heard. Someone was approaching from the rear of the base, and the leader asked who they were. Obviously, it was Roman's personal cavalry arriving. For him, the moment for the soldiers to risk their lives had come too soon. He knew that most were insecure and anxious at that moment, but this was the reality they would have to face. And he promised that whoever survived would live the life of a predator. However, in the end, it was each person's individual skill that determined who came out alive. He warned everyone that the priority was to reach the base of the ships and destroy the siege weapon. He knew the Lawrences would be insufficient to create a good distraction, and he didn't expect much from the soldiers either. That's why he would be the one leading the vanguard. He was going to massacre everyone in front of him and clear the path for them to just deal with the rest. But they had to keep something in mind. The priority was to destroy the siege. The captain, seeing this, thought they were a bunch of idiots thinking they could win with so few soldiers, and he warned his men to prepare to take down these crazy guests. The knights raised their shields and spears, and Roman went head-to-head against them. He approached and raised his blade against them all. He threw himself into the middle of the barricade and cut down the first ones. His horse was killed, but the Murim world always followed one rule. The celestial demon was always at the forefront of the demonic cult, because he himself was supposed to be the invincible unit, and anyone who faced him was destined to lose their life. What everyone wondered was why he stayed in the most dangerous position, even though he was the most valuable person. In the past and present, the reason was always the same. Having someone so powerful at the front crushed the enemy's morale, and Roman announced that if no one came forward, he would wipe them all out. Kevin then shouted for everyone to follow the leader. With that, they went on a rampage. However, Kevin's course was hit, but that only made him angrier. He wanted to keep following Roman, and for that reason, he didn't hesitate and finished the guy off right there. Chris remained focused. All he wanted was not to stray too far from Roman so he could support him, and the soldiers made a barricade, saying they had to stop this monster. But they stood no chance. And Roman knew very well what the target of that operation was. The weapon known as Flare. The leader of the mercenaries named Burge recognized Roman Dmitri. He knew that in this mission, his mercenaries would receive a huge reward, and seeing what was happening, you would have to deal with that guy. Roman already knew that Burge was a rank mercenary, someone recognized by the kingdom itself. And unlike the others, he was a soldier who knew how to use mana. Burge was an Aura Knight at least 2 stars. However, he was shocked to see that Roman didn't retreat even for a second under his attack. The boy's blade was already surrounded by a purple energy, and man, he struck the guy full on. Burge managed to defend himself but realized Roman was too strong. With that, he started retreating, trying to protect himself. But the slash went through, and it took 5 seconds for him to fall to his knees. That was the amount of time the rank of mercenary could resist against Roman. The enemies were terrified to see the captain die like that, while the allies were all ecstatic. The leader of the ships ordered everyone to kill that bastard, but he was just thrashing about and the men said it was too dangerous. Roman was curious about something else. This weapon called Flare, the product of something that didn't exist in the Murim world. He then activated the art of the heavenly demon. That was the first form of the sword technique, and with that he tore Flare in half. The soldiers of the ship realized they stood no chance. The expensive item they had brought had been destroyed. Roman called out to the Lawrences and said that he would destroy the siege weapon. He had destroyed the Barco's siege weapon. From the wall, the people were cheering. But there was someone more emotional than anyone else. It was, of course, Flora, impressed that he had said it and then done it. To her, it was clear that with the destruction of the Flare, the Barcos had no choice but to retreat. In that battle, Chris had used his aura differently than before. Instead of trying to make the energy explode, he tried to keep it condensed like Roman. Some friends had ridiculed him when he left everything behind to follow that man. But unlike them, he was growing. Even if he wanted to deny it now, it was impossible. The method his lord followed was the correct one. However, then he became confused. His friends were all lying on the ground, exhausted and worn out. But the most incredible thing was that they had all made the effort to follow the leader. Yet the amazing part was that none of the 30 had even been injured. And strangely, the 30 people he had chosen were the right ones. And there was only one reason why all of them were safe. The person who had gone ahead and defied logic. Roman approached and said they had done well to survive. Their role in this was now over. The Lawrence gates were then lowered, and the Dmitri army entered the castle. Of course, everyone shouted his name, shouting that he was the hero who had saved all of Lawrence's territory. The Viscount couldn't help but feel ashamed. He knew he wasn't capable, but the boy had gone ahead and done everything he needed by himself. That was truly destructive talent. Romero had raised a terrifying tiger, and if he had made any mistakes, that man would have been his son-in-law. It was a pity, but that was the past. He then called out to Dmitri and said that he was also the hero of that place. He thanked him for his presence and said it was a pleasure to see him there. Ronan simply smiled and shook hands while the people cheered. He entered the castle and was about to go into a room when someone asked him to wait. It was, of course, Flora who wanted to thank him. She said she knew they hadn't fulfilled their role as bait properly, but even so, he hadn't abandoned them in the end. So she wanted to thank him from the bottom of her heart. Ronan simply replied that he had fulfilled his part as promised. The Lawrences had done as much as he expected them to do. Flora said she wanted to repay this favor no matter what. She didn't want to just offer words of gratitude. So whenever he wanted, all he had to do is ask, and he would receive it during his conference. She would stand by his side and ensure that he received whatever it was. Then he smiled and said that if she really wanted to return the favor, he wouldn't refuse. He opened the door and told them to enter the conference room. He sat in the chair and listened to the conversation between the nobles. Their plan was to propose ending the war with the Barcos because they would accept it. This was because the Barcos still had many soldiers, and they would only take risks by advancing. The best plan was to abandon the past and seek peace. All Roman could think of was that he was in the herbivore's room. The Viscount agreed and said that they really didn't have enough strength to continue resisting the Barcos' attacks. They would send a messenger. At that moment, Roman asked if he could give his opinion. Everyone fell silent. He received permission and thanked them. He then explained that the Barcos were now under financial pressure. They would have to pay the cost of this attack and still return the money to those they had borrowed from. If they sent a messenger asking them to surrender, all they would receive is his head back. The people hadn't thought of the obvious. Now that the Barcos are cornered, they won't retreat. Roman said that the soldiers outside were still carrying bodies and questioned whether anyone had felt anything witnessing that. The Barcos should not be forgiven, and they needed to show this to everyone. This was their chance to show the world what happens to those who decide to attack the Lawrences. The Viscount said he knew that, but what would they do if they didn't have the strength? Roman said that there was only one way to finish them. The Viscount felt cornered. To Roman, a herbivore had no choice but to become the prey of a savage. Meanwhile, on the Barcos' side, someone was shouting. It was the captain banging on the table, asking why the damned Roman got involved in this war. A large-scale attack would be too disadvantageous. Now he only had one option left, a one-on-one combat. Each family would send a representative, and the central government would appoint a judge to oversee everything. A true duel of warriors. The Viscount said that warrior battles had already deteriorated due to connections and money. The Barcos, despite being affected, still had a lot of money and connections with the government. It was unpredictable which master they would call to participate in something like that. Ronan said he understood what he was saying, and that's why he would provide the certainty he was seeking. The room fell silent, and the Viscount was confused, asking what certainty he would deliver. Roman said that the certainty that a warrior's battle would be the best option. The Barcos have a 3-star knight, and he is probably the one who will fight. He would represent the Lawrences and fight for them. He was certain he could guarantee at least one victory regardless of who the Barcos sent. The problem was that it wouldn't matter if he won one and they lost two. so their subordinate named Chris would participate in the final battle. He was a genius who could defeat even a 3-star opponent. If they emerged victorious in this combat, the entire reputation of the Lawrences would be resurrected. He looked at Flora and told everyone to make their decision. That's when she remembered the conversation they had before entering. Apparently, this was the favor he wanted to ask. She could understand the implications. He would take on the role of defending them, but the Lawrences would have to deal with any unknown variables. She was only afraid of what this would lead to because she felt that man was very dangerous. But now she couldn't go back on her word, so she said she was in favor of this combat. Soon after, the agreement was made by both parties, and everything was organized for a week later. Now things moved forward. A man introduced himself as Count Eritz and said that the warriors' battle was an event blessed by Valhalla. Both sides would have to accept all the rules, and anyone who broke the rules of this combat would be attacked by the entire kingdom of Cairo. He then ordered both sides to submit their list of warriors. At another table, someone poured a glass of wine. Roman was just observing the calmness of the Barcos. He soon noticed something, and warned Lawrence that they would have to change the order of the combat. He was a bit startled since this had been decided a week ago, but he said the problem was this past week itself. He thought the Barcos were afraid of paying more interest, but the truth was they had delayed this on purpose. He knew something was wrong because those guys weren't anxious at all. Lawrence said that apparently they must have called in a great master then. And nearby, there was a man about to pass out from drinking and dying of sleepiness. But Roman noticed something different about him, and the Viscount asked what he wanted to do. Ronan's plan was to win the first, lose the second, and have Chris win the last. But now he decided to change it and said that Chris would go first. Both father and daughter were startled. He said he would go second and face the card the Barcos had prepared. He would modify the plan to make it overwhelming. The audience was all anxious, and Chris was already in the arena facing his opponent. The man introduced himself as Jansen of the Barcos, a 3-star knight. Chris also introduced himself and said that today he represented the Lawrences. Everyone in the audience recognized the name of the 2-star knight and knew that now a talented person would die for no reason. But Chris was certain that to become stronger, risks had to be taken. That was the reason he had left the pit. He was in to follow his lord. The flag was raised with the order for the duel to begin. Immediately, the two moved, and Jansen went straight for a mana slash. But there was something Chris had learned in his first duel with Roman. Aura is irrelevant until it touches the opponent's body. As long as he wasn't hit, the guy's 3 stars were irrelevant. He needed to keep dodging until he found an opportunity. Jansen kept slashing and asking how long this rat would keep dodging. He lunged forward and told him to die. Chris realized that the guy had expanded his entire aura across the field. It was something he couldn't dodge, so what would he do? But then he remembered that Roman had told him to distance himself from the logic that others followed. And then he remembered one detail. A meaningless explosion of mana doesn't show the true potential of an aura. The entire movement of the attack should follow a single direction, and the whole power of the aura should be concentrated on a single point. The two faced each other at the moment of the final blow, and Chris's concentrated aura sliced the man's in half. The stump just fell to the ground, and the entire crowd immediately shouted his name. To them, it was surreal for a 2-star knight to defeat a 3-star one, while Roman was just smiling, the ones obviously trembling with Barcos. Their plan was to end it all in the second fight, but now the final had become the most important one. But they didn't care since they didn't mean to worry about the second match. After all, they had a guarantee in the person they had spent a fortune on. The blue-bearded man asked if it was his turn. He went to the arena and yawned, dying of boredom. He then introduced himself as Homeros, representing the Barcos. A 4-star knight. Everyone there was shocked. Homeros was a well-known name in the region. This guy was in the rankings of the best. So what was he doing in this small town? He was currently considered number 49 in the most powerful people on the continent. The ranking system originated from the Valhalla Empire, the place where warriors believe they are sent after combat. Because of this, the results of the victors were always recorded, and the names of the powerful were always remembered. That's how the rankings were restarted. And as the Valhalla Empire began to dominate all the continents, the temple began to rank the top 100 strongest. Now the Viscount was certain that there was no way to win this second fight. There wasn't a single person in all of Cairo who hadn't heard that name. Everyone knew that this man roamed the continent, defeating everyone. He was known as the Wandering Swordsman, and now it was clear that this second battle wasn't even worth watching. It was even a pity for the Lawrences to have to face this. However, someone was obviously smiling. Roman was excited about the fact that the man was a 4-star knight. He had tried to gather information about who the Barcos would send, but it was all superficial. That man in front of them was the trump card the Barcos had been hiding. But he was eager for this. Just as they had hidden their strength, they had no idea how powerful he was. However, Flora grabbed his arm and told him that he had to surrender. His opponent was ranked 49th, not to mention that he was young enough to reach the 30s or even higher. She told him to stop dreaming of defeating someone from the rankings because otherwise, he would lose his life. All they should do was pray that they could win the next fight. Homeros was just watching, and Roman knew that was how someone who felt absolute looked at others, and it was something he obviously didn't like. Flora said this was the unpredictable situation they had talked about, so she would send their soldier. There was no reason for him to risk his life in a meaningless battle. But of course, Roman simply pulled her hand away. He said he had no intention of explaining the details, so she shouldn't bother him. He then presented himself on the battlefield. As Roman Dmitri, defending the Lawrences, the two drew their swords, and Homeros knew that if the guy had destroyed a flare, he was at least a 2-star knight. To him, it was ridiculous to have to face someone like that, especially since he would soon be competing for the 30th rank. So he decided to finish it quickly. In a second, he lunged at Roman, and the soldiers around noticed how fast that movement was. Roman defended against the attack, but the blade came extremely close to his neck. As soon as the block was made, the man was already behind him. Homeros was even excited, saying that the boy was interesting. He slashed again, and Roman defended while condensing all of his mana into the blade. Homeros, intrigued, asked why he was manifesting aura that way, while Roman was getting angry because that man was clearly underestimating him. Tired of it, Homeros activated his 3-star aura and said he would face him seriously. The energy began to generate electricity throughout the arena, and the people in the audience were even having to hold on. But Roman was thrilled to know that this guy was ranked 49th. To him, there was no reason to drag out this fight any longer. He then stepped forward, activated his aura, and told the man to resist it if he could. The celestial demon techniques have no form. All Homeros could see was a sudden black wave in front of him. He didn't even know that something like that could be created with mana. Indeed, the attack had no form, and that's why the moves were only identified by numbers. And that was known as the third move. We saw the noble trying to convince Homeros to participate in this duel and give up the fight with that Fernando ranked 30th. It was his guild leader saying they would receive a lot of money if he participated in this duel between two remote families. He thought about it, realizing he had refused all missions since becoming a rank A, so maybe it was worth it. Since he needed money as well, he decided not to refuse. But the result was completely different. Everyone there was speechless, and in the audience, they couldn't even understand what happened. The prodigy of Kiro, who had entered the rankings even before becoming a 4-star, had been killed with a single slash. Roman didn't understand how someone so far from their peak could be so arrogant. That's because his metrics weren't based on this world, but on the one he came from. Compared to this place, the world of Murim was like a galaxy of martial masters. No one dared to be arrogant since death always took the careless. To Roman, this place was inefficient, and he then told the judge to announce the winner of the second combat. Hesitant and stumbling over his words, he said that the winner was Roman Dmitri for the House of Lawrence. The people couldn't believe that the prodigy everyone talked about was really dead. To them, it was like a hallucination, and it was only then that Chris realized the true strength of the lord he followed. He didn't understand if he had been this strong in the first duel or if he had changed drastically afterward. He was certain that he hadn't been so powerful as to defeat Homeros back then. So how could this be explained logically? As soon as he defeated Jansen, he thought that the day he would defeat Roman wasn't so far off. But that was pure foolishness. The flag was raised declaring that the House of Lawrence had won. With that, the last fight was irrelevant, and it didn't matter who was sent. Aretes announced that both families could send another warrior. The Barco representative was seething with rage. It was over now, but he couldn't understand how Homeros had died. He wasn't just an average knight to the warriors of the north. He was one of the few true soldiers in the kingdom of Kiro. So why had the mercenaries sent a fake Homeros? The man asked who they would send now, but the Barco representative simply said that they couldn't afford to lose any more strength. He then told them to just send Benson. The man was shocked. He knew this was revenge for the shame Benson had brought upon them when he was beaten by Dmitri. The problem was that Benson was a knight with no stars, so he was being sent to die. But he had no choice, so he simply said he understood. Benson presented himself on the battlefield, trembling all over. No one in the audience had ever heard of this name, but Chris knew very well who this man was. Someone suddenly stepped in front of Roman. It was Kevin, who said he would face that man. To Roman, in a world where the strongest survive, the only thing given to losers is death. Even if Benson was a starless knight, it would still be very difficult for Kevin. He knew the boy was trying to prove he was useful in some way, and if that was the case, he gave him permission. Kevin then said he would be back soon. On the field, Benson was wondering how he had ended up in this mess. He had only decided to become a knight for the Barcos, because his father had no problem doing so either. That was the reason he had chosen an influential family where he would only make money. But even so, he had always been loyal, and now he was being sent to die like trash. But something confused him. He wondered if that boy would be his opponent. Now his expression changed, and he thanked God. They then faced each other, and Benson couldn't contain his laughter. He asked Kevin if he had come to seek revenge for that day. Regardless of what it was, both had been abandoned by their lords. But to Benson, this meant he was incredibly lucky. Kevin simply replied that he was nothing more than a sword that protected his lord, and Benson immediately lunged at him, telling him to stop being arrogant. Kevin barely dodged the first attack, and immediately retaliated, aiming for Benson's neck. Benson managed to tilt his chin back just in time, and landed a kick, sending Kevin to the ground. Kevin's helmet was knocked off, and the boy slid across the arena. He stood up, not in the best condition. Chris realized that the problem here was the difference in physical strength, as Benson was an adult, and he couldn't understand what Roman was thinking by letting Kevin participate in this. Once again, Kevin took a hit to the chest armor, and only didn't lose his arm because the blacksmith had done a good job. Kevin was being humiliated, but little by little, something was building up inside him. A voice in his head told him to kill that man. That was the bastard who had hurt him, and it was time for revenge. He remembered that Roman had explained that from the moment he cut his hand, the art of the spiritual demon had been implanted in his mind. All he had to do was bring this demon out, and suddenly, something strange began to happen to Kevin. A strange dark aura appeared around his body. He was about to take a blow to the head when a strange voice told him to look up. He barely dodged that strike. He stood up and faced Benson. The voice laughed at him for almost getting cut in half and said it was time to tear that man apart. Kevin couldn't understand why there was a voice screaming at him. What he wanted was to be useful to his lord. He wanted to be more useful than Chris. He hated the feeling of inferiority, and those emotions began to create a vortex of rage. That was the art of the spiritual demon, and the moment the voice told him to kill that man, he, in a second, lunged at Benson. Benson immediately recognized that the tip of Kevin's blade was coated with aura. He knew that it would penetrate his armor, so he raised his blade and called the boy a bastard. He landed a solid hit on Kevin's shoulder, but Kevin didn't back down. Benson couldn't understand why this boy wasn't retreating. It was as if he had lost his mind. And with that, the attack went through. Both Chris and the audience were horrified. The boy seemed to be enjoying killing that man, and he continued striking his body. The battlefield was drenched in blood, and Kevin was there in the middle, laughing like a madman. He then left the arena. He approached Roman and said he had returned as promised. Roman simply replied that he had done an excellent job. The boy, now like a joker, was smiling happily. The duel ended with 3 victories for the Lawrences, and at the center of it all was Roman Dmitri. Just as a hero's story is passed down from generation to generation, the rumors of that battle were wrapped in both truths and lies. The bars were all talking about it. The Barcos must have been extremely frustrated at having lost to the Lawrences after gathering so many people. And now, everyone was even fighting to claim that they had relatives living with the Lawrences. To everyone, Roman was seen as the savior of those lands. Everyone knew that he had massacred the enemy army and even destroyed destroyed the flare with a single attack. Not only did he prevent the Lawrences from being defeated, but he also cut the 49th ranked knight in half. To the children of the Lawrence kingdom, Roman was like a hero, and now the first tales of the Dragon of Dmitri were beginning to accumulate. The scene shifts to the Barco castle. With a million papers piled up, they knew it was the end. There was no escaping from the mountain of loans they had taken, the interest letters piling up from the gold bank and the messages from the mercenaries because of Homero's death. He was furious with all these bastards. Before, all the nobles wanted to get close to the Barcos, but now, everyone was pretending he didn't exist. None of this would have happened if that damn Dmitri hadn't gotten involved. To him, it was really Roman's fault for doing something that shouldn't be done in an aristocracy. He had found the only chance to save the Barco family. A few days later, at a meeting, he thanked all the nobles who had decided to attend. He started talking about the future of the North, but everyone just told him to stop stalling. He then said he would talk about the Barcos' attack on the Lawrence castle, which had a valid cause. And a valid cause is extremely important in an aristocracy. This cause had been approved by the central government and all the involved judges. But Roman Dmitri participated in this without any logical reason. And even the final duel, none of the Lawrences participated. He slammed the table, asking what the logical reason was for Roman Dmitri to have helped those people. This would only make sense if that marriage had gone through. But at the current moment, Roman is nothing to the Lawrences, and his actions go against aristocracy and nobility. Everyone at the table started saying that indeed he had no cause, and the Barco leader smiled, thinking this should be enough. He planned to shift the blame onto the Dmitris, who would have to pay the gold bank and thus nullify his debts. But at that moment, he heard a commotion outside, and Roman Dmitri himself appeared at the meeting. He said he knew they would have complaints about him, and that's why he came. The Barco leader didn't understand why he had come in person, but Roman responded that he came in person to see the like on this video. And do you remember that the last chapter ended right when Dmitri entered the Barco's meeting? He looked straight at him and told him to say it to his face. A little while earlier, Chris was scared, asking if he was really considering visiting those guys. He warned that it was a suicidal act, as the Barcos wouldn't let him leave alive. However, Roman asked how he thought the relationship between him and Barco would end now. Chris says that in the current situation, he's a mortal enemy, and that's why he thinks the best option is for them to avoid each other. But Roman simply disagrees. They were the ones who started this, and that's why Dmitri has to see this through to the end to find out what will happen, especially since it's clear that the Barcos have always had something against him. And that's why, in this extremely critical moment, it's the perfect chance to understand the root of this vendetta. He says he'll go alone, but Chris isn't keen on letting that happen. However, back in the room, he asks what's going on in that meeting. Barco is already seething, wanting to know how that damn kid dares to come there and ignore the difference in status between them. He then tells Roman that since he doesn't understand aristocratic laws, he'll explain. Interfering in a war without cause was not allowed in the kingdom of Chiron, and he warns that no noble from the northern region would let this slide for free. But Roman then asks if he's done talking, and says it's time to explain his cause. He says that the Lawrences and Dmitris were planning to unite through a marriage, but now he is seen as a fool. That's why he wants to ask everyone why they think he broke off that marriage. Some thought it was for reputation or because he wanted other women. However, none of those rumors are true. The reason he did it is because he was threatened by the eldest son of the Barcos, Anthony. The father stands up and Roman says it happened at a social gathering. At that time, he was invited because he was close to Anthony Barco and fell into a trap. They put something in his drink, and when he woke up, he was next to the Barco girl. And Anthony used that as a threat to cancel the marriage with Miss Lawrence. It was clearly a trap by the Barcos to separate these two families. The other nobles of the northern region begin to murmur. And for Roman, the best way to deal with a weakness is by exposing it. However, the Baron yells, asking who would believe something so nonsensical. Everyone already knows what piece of trash he was, and for him to keep trying to hide that was disgusting. But our guy just smiles and says he knew he would say that. And that's why he also has one more reason for interfering in the war against the Lawrences. The father asks what else he had to say, and then Roman says that Dmitri went too far by molesting his fiancée. Because of the trauma and shock this caused, she decided to call off the wedding. And he then says if the man wants to confirm this, he can just talk to Flora Lawrence herself. Roman thinks that since everything was set up with a lie, it's with another lie that he will also get out of it. He warns that's why he participated in the war only with his personal guard to avoid involving his family. He then opens his arms and asks everyone in the room, did they really think that wasn't reason enough to have interfered in the war? With that, no one would stay loyal to the Barcos anymore. The Baron already knew that in this situation, there was no way he could prove anything. He at least needed to buy a little more time. The goal was to get out of this situation and look for another solution. He sits down and says that he doesn't believe those words to be true, so they would confirm that later. For now, the boy could leave. However, our guy calls for the Viscount and warns that the man has two options. The first is to punish Anthony Barco for everything he's done. Or the second option is for this whole problem to turn into a dispute between the two families. He was giving him the chance to make the choice here and now, and none of this would be revealed to his father. Now, the poor guy is completely terrified. He knows they need to avoid a war with the Dmitri family at all costs. The family was already weakened, and something like this happening would be akin to extermination. The damn bastard hadn't left any way out. He then tells Roman that this problem didn't need to involve both families, and that's why he would ask Anthony to apologize on his knees. However, our guy doesn't stop and asks when he said he wanted Anthony to kneel. The poor father doesn't know what to do anymore. But Dmitri says that in no law does the person who commits the crime choose the punishment. It was he who would decide what Anthony's punishment would be. Sometime later, someone yells for the father's name. He apologizes. While Anthony, on his knees, asks what this business about a trial duel is, he cries desperately, saying it's impossible for that bastard to let him walk away alive. He begs his father to refuse, but the man yells at him to get a grip. He was the eldest son of the Barco family, and that's why his life was tied to the family. He had to face reality and be ready to at least lose an arm. With that, he drops Anthony to the ground defeated. Anthony can only think about our bad boy while begging his father for forgiveness. Then the scene shifts to the day of the duel, with them facing each other on the battlefield. The damned Anthony is trembling all over while holding the sword. He apologizes, saying he really liked Flora, and that's why he lost his mind when he found out they were getting married. And he was there to apologize for everything he had done. Our guy starts drawing his sword as Anthony begs, saying he had no bad intentions. But our guy doesn't respond. He keeps screaming Roman's name. He calls him Master Roman and begs him to please spare his life. If he did, he swore he'd be indebted for the rest of his life. The other nobles found it ridiculous, while the father realized that it was destroying the family's reputation. Roman comments on this business about the rest of his life, and asks how he would do that since he could no longer take money from the gold bank. Besides, after all this, they must have lost their connections with the central government. Regardless of what happened there, the Barco family had already met its end. He wanted to know why he should have mercy on someone who set such a cursed trap just to ruin him. At that moment, the father realizes what's coming, and man, he takes a blow to the stomach. Roman says he has no reason to do this. Dan, my son, this duel was a little more than the father expected, just a little bit. To the bad luck of those guys, Bake, who always lived with his brothers, was constantly attacked by them and had to kill him. A guy on the roof says he probably hasn't realized yet. The problem is that he didn't know how to give in a little. The moment he saw someone as an enemy, he made sure the person went straight to destruction. He had no tolerance for enemies, which would eventually make him provoke the wrong person in the future. The protagonist thinks that the older brother is really incredible. Not only was he powerful, but he had the tolerance to forgive people. He could accept others beside him once he defeated them. But he tells his brother that his path in life will be to eliminate anyone who is hostile. That's how he survived the demon cult cave, and that's how he will keep living. For him, it was the only way to get rid of any variables. Now Anthony Barco is dead, and this wasn't the outcome any of the nobles expected. The father runs in desperation. But man, I think that boy has already gone to the other world. He picks up his son in his arms and starts going mad. Roman then asks what the problem is. A criminal dying in a trial duel was a common occurrence. The father then screams desperately, telling everyone to kill Roman right away. However, the knights are all trembling. Seeing the monster, they don't have the courage to do anything right. The father then says that now he understands why he came alone. From the start, he was planning to do this and pretended to be innocent, which is why he didn't bring anyone. However, Roman just says that the moment Anthony threatened him, he could no longer allow them to live under the same sky, and that's why he decided to do it. And he warns that any family that stays loyal to the Barcos will have to face him directly. The father, desperate, asks if he really believes he can walk away unscathed from this. But Roman says that saying that is unnecessary. He was going to stay close to the Barco family from now on until he was sure they wouldn't rise again. But for now, he asked permission to leave. At that moment, the father realized they had messed with someone they shouldn't have. A few days passed. Viscount Barco didn't have the money to pay the bank, so he tried to escape at midnight. However, he was found dead on an unknown mountain, and with that, the Barco family, which had recently influenced the north, came to an end. The scene shifts to Han asking the young master why he was returning like that in the middle of the night. Covered in blood, he says that the moon was shining, and he had just gone for a walk. The butler stays silent for a few seconds, and says that lately, everyone's been worried. Even though he had achieved great things, he kept putting himself in great danger. He too was starting to feel anxious and asked the boy to be more cautious. However, Roman simply says that he had already warned him and asks if Han is one of his people. Han replies that he is. Then our boy says that there's nothing for him to worry about. Back had collected enough blood in his life to fill an ocean. But the rule he followed that allowed him to become the celestial demon was to protect anyone under his command. One person at his side was more important than thousands of enemies. He then tells Han that he will always prevent any danger from falling upon his people. While the Barco family was wiped out, the Dmitri family was having a little social gathering. A woman named Helena Meluk says that not long ago, everyone was licking the Barco family's boots. But from now on, the Dmitri family would be at the center of the northern region. It was the perfect chance for the Meluk family to start forming relationships. She then looks to the side and says she had been waiting for her. It's Rihanna from the Dmitri family, and the other woman says she's even more beautiful now. She says that the social gathering had been prepared just for her. Rihanna Dmitri was the wife of Baron Dmitri. Her role was to interact with other nobles to create stronger connections between families. She was a crucial piece since the Baron didn't understand politics, but she was talented. She then thanks everyone for attending the gathering, and says she did it because she wanted the people of the north to start getting to know each other better. Of course, she knew very well that not everyone thought things would head in that direction. This was a subtle way for her to criticize those who had sided with the Barcos. However, by showing a little generosity and accepting that they joined this side. During the tea gathering, a woman asks what Rihanna thinks of Veronica. Apparently, the woman was already selling her daughter, saying she'd be perfect beside Roman. He was already 25, so it was time for him to start procreating. Otherwise, he wouldn't have children in the future. She wasn't saying this just because it was her daughter, but because she thought they matched very well. However, another woman beside her says her daughter had already been offered to another family. The women begin provoking each other while Rihanna calmly sips her tea, thinking about how Roman, for the past 6 years, had been seen as trash, especially since he was the eldest son, and everyone thought he wouldn't take the throne. But now, with the Dmitri family situation, there was no one better than him. She then thanks everyone for thinking so highly of her son. But Roman had already been through a lot, so instead of negotiating, she would let Roman be with whoever he loved. And that's why there was no need to discuss marriage any further. However, the women understood this as a challenge to win his heart first. I don't know, but Roman doesn't seem like he's going on this adventure. I think his duels are only on the battlefield. Meanwhile, Flora is desolate, saying she's realized that power is necessary to survive in this world. The truth is, she knows the Lawrence family was defeated by the Barcos, and she thought they'd have a chance if they could hold out until winter. But the reality was completely different with countless variables she didn't expect. Yet strangely, Roman predicted everything, dealt with them, and saved the Lawrence family. I thought she was in love, but in reality she wants to know how to become a person like him. Or maybe not, because she hates Roman Dmitri. He only does things for his own benefit. But she's just curious to know how he became so strong, right, blushing girl? She then decides to get some fresh air and goes outside at night. She's curious now that they no longer have any relationship and the engagement has been broken. This means she has no reason or way to meet Roman again. However, someone calls the girl. When she looks, wow, it's a girl with blue hair. I thought it was going to be our dear Roman or someone announcing his arrival. Whoa, this is Sylvia, one of the girls from the Lawrence family. The scene changes to Flora furiously opening the door, wanting to know why her father is hosting an event for the Dmitris without informing her. He calmly turns around and says he learned a lot after this incident. She had very clearly distinguished right from wrong when he could do nothing. And thanks to her bringing Roman into the war, they managed to win. He didn't want to devalue his daughter anymore, so he would support whatever she desired. And that's why he wasn't going to pressure her to do anything more for the family. She could follow any dream she wanted. However, the damn girl obviously wanted to see Dmitri at the meeting, didn't she? Her face all angry. He then asks why he's sending Sylvia to that meeting. He says it's just personal greed. That's when she realizes that her father is trying to connect Sylvia and Roman to re-establish their relationship. She remains expressionless but says she understands. However, she's already excited, saying that to make sure this would work, she takes Sylvia to meet Roman. Her father says she doesn't need to go that far to help the family. He said she didn't need to get involved in this anymore. But angrily, she says she already told him she's going to guide the girl. The scene shifts to the capital of Kairos at the Temple of Valhalla. Someone reads a letter and asks if it's true. The son of a noble from an unknown region, 25 years old, killed a 4-star knight in a single strike. The man already knows that if this isn't a false rumor, a prodigy has been born. This guy is the priest who evaluates people from the Valhalla ranking. The bastard's name is Willis, and he says he'll have to take a look at the boy. The scene shifts to the day the party was supposed to happen that evening. But in the morning, the girls were already all fired up, walking around the city, all of them wearing whatever they had, trying to win over the boy. All shiny, Sylvia says this Dmitri region is darker than she thought. Someone replies that this is expected since it's a land of miners. She says that something like this would be impossible in the capital, where everyone was concerned with basic aesthetics. But to her, this place was far from art. Flora knows that Sylvia was raised by her father in the capital as a merchant, and compared to that place, the Dmitri County really does seem like a farm. A group is coming in their direction, and she asks if they are miners. The swimmers pass by her, and she says the dress will get dirty in this place. Another one says that's why there's a problem with these Dmitris. However, someone walks by, and she feels something. She's confused, wondering if it was him, our hardworking boy. But then Hans comes running, desperate. He says he can't stop him from going to the mine, but at least he should walk more neatly around town. Our boy apologizes, saying it's enough to clean him up now. The girls observe this discussion, and immediately wonder if that's the famous Roman Dmitri. The other girl's eyes are already red, saying he's more handsome than she expected. Wow, she saw his body and even licked her lips. Man, this girl is dangerous. Run, Dmitri, I don't know if you can handle this one. She knows the rumor that the second son will lose his hair position. But what kind of noble family would make their son a miner? From the effort, she's certain that Dmitri will be the successor. To her, Roman's status has only increased because of this. He then says they should introduce themselves to Dmitri before the party. Our boy was taking off his office hat when someone called for him. Obviously, it was Sylvia, asking if he was the Roman. She introduces herself and says she's from the Lawrence family, and she's there to express her gratitude for saving her that time. He really was as incredible as the rumors say. The humble guy just says yes. He calls Hans and tells him to leave. A little while later, Flora is wiping away tears from laughing. With Roman fleeing, Hans says he still has to go to the party and asks him to rest a little. Roman says they criticize the miners, so they don't deserve to spend time with him. The butler then asks how long he will continue disrupting the mines as he has spent countless days without leaving it. To which Roman responds that the root of the Dmitris is the forge. They needed to shed blood and sweat to extract the minerals, melt them in the fire and turn them into steel. That's how the Dmitris live their lives. And for him to understand how his people live, he needed to live the same life. Hans is moved, asking how much the boy has grown. If that's the case, at least he was going to make him the perfect soup. The scene shifts to inside the castle where everyone was practicing. Chris was helping the newbies who were all clumsy. At least after this war, they started trusting Roman even more. Besides that, he handed out some manuals and began training everyone to awaken and evolve their aura. Roman says that all this is so they have the basics of strength, but it's far from enough. That's because he still needed at least an intelligence force. The problem is that for that, they would need people and a lot of money. And the money isn't enough for what he's trying to build. He then calls Chris and asks how the training is going. Chris replies that the guys seem extremely motivated and are learning fast. Roman is straightforward and says he'll teach a new sword technique right away. Man, Chris is excited. Roman says it's because, unlike the others, he stood on the front lines. He was about to start building a new world and accept new knowledge. The name of the technique was Simjan. The guy who used this technique in the Murim world became known as the Mountain Blade, and this would be Chris' next step. Later that night at the little gathering, someone announces that Dmitri was about to enter. The excited girls were all watching, and look at how he comes, all noble looking with that foolish face. And of course they blush, right? They swarm around him like bees to honey, wanting to know why he didn't stay to chat with them that morning. He explains that he was very dirty and just wanted to go back to make himself more presentable. But here comes the excited one again, saying that the rumors were true. She couldn't believe that the heir of a noble house was working with the miners. She wonders if things would change significantly if someone like her were his wife. Roman simply bows and says she flatters him too much. With that, small talk goes here, small talk goes there, drink here, drink there. Sometime later, he's outside on the balcony until someone says he's a great actor. He looks back and you already know who's coming, right guys? He says that's unexpected. She thought he didn't care much about relationships. He says that normally he really doesn't. However, this party was one that his parents had invited everyone to, so it was different from what he usually does. He then comments that their first meeting was just as unexpected. She says she agrees he's right in a way. Then she asks why he was doing mining work. As a future successor, there was no reason for him to be sent to the mines. But he asks her how she thinks the Lawrences reached their current position. She looks confused and he says that people believe the Lawrences got to where they are because of abundant soil. However, it's true that the Lawrence family found success through trade. They had good lands, but they were even better at selling products. That's exactly why the Viscount became a merchant in the capital. Flora is impressed that he knew the whole history of her family, something she only recently discovered when she decided to start studying them. However, she asks what that has to do with doing mining work. He then says that the root of the Dmitris lies in mining. If they didn't sweat and work hard all day, the Dmitris would never have gotten to where they are. And that's why he prefers to stay in the mines and understand the people who live there. He believes it's his duty as someone who carries the Dmitri name. He then says he's been there long enough and will take his leave. This crazy girl is constantly impressed, saying she's now made up her mind. Her head, which had been in disarray after the end of the war, was finally clear. She gets excited, saying she knew it was a good decision to meet him. A few days later, Flora left the Lawrence kingdom straight for the capital. It was the first time she had left that small kingdom to venture into the world. The scene shifts to the mining master, Jacob, saying that place is very good. The man in front asks how it's going, and he says it's the same as every day. They mine, and it never ends. So far, they had only developed the entrance to the mountain. Even if the Dmitri spent dozens of years in that place, they wouldn't be able to finish it all. An old man named Hendrik says he heard that Dmitri was working in the mines and asks how he's doing. The man seems excited as he says Roman's name. A month ago, people were talking about his arrival. Everyone thought he'd come just to pretend he was working and then disappear after a while. A blue-haired man named Morkan says that Lord Dmitri is losing his mind. If he wanted to educate the boy to be the successor, he should have started doing that long ago. However, to this day, the three hairs have only learned about the forge. None of them spent even a second in the mines. Clearly, this was a sign that Lord Dmitri was discriminating against them. One of the guys says he thinks he's exaggerating a bit. However, the man says that the foundation of the Dmitris is iron ore, but the blacksmiths are the ones getting all the glory. And that's why when Roman arrived, they were going to show him how hard this work was. Sometime later, they introduced our boy and announced that he would start working there. Some were sleepy and everyone was laughing. Roman just stood there observing. The man tells the group that safety comes first, second, and third. Then he orders everyone to start working. Roman quickly realized that he was being ignored by everyone, but he decided not to care too much about it. He was there to learn how the mining town of the Dmitris lived. He needed to understand the power they possessed and what he could do for the land. And that's why he was going to learn everything that involved his family. Inside the cave, everyone is mining, saying they need to meet the day's quota. Roman is impressed with how organized they are. They work hard but also have good safety measures. Perhaps it was all this efficiency that gave the metals mined by the Dmitris their fame. The old man comments that not only do they mine properly, but they also perform a perfect process. That's why the steel sold by the Dmitris is recognized by everyone. The Dmitris are one of the few places where they mine, make the steel, and also craft the weapon. That's why this place is considered one of the richest states. With all this, Roman now understands how they have so much money. They've been living this way for decades and probably accumulated much more than he imagined. Then someone says this is no place for chit-chat. The guy in the back says that if he doesn't want to work, he shouldn't bother others. It's Morkan who tells him to leave. They stare at each other. Roman apologizes and says he will get back to work. With that, he grabs the bag and continues collecting the minerals. A week passes. In the mines, it's soup and bread, and Roman is impressed that he's been working there for 7 days and no one has spoken to him. Maybe that was their way of showing that this was their territory. Until Morkan sits in front of him and says he wanted to ask something. He has been watching our boy for a week and is getting curious. He wants to know why Roman is working there. Not even Rhodium, who had the highest chance of being the successor, has ever come to the mine. That's why when Roman appeared, he thought the boy was just going to slack off. He's kept an eye on the boy, and Roman has worked much harder than he imagined. Or maybe it could even be said that he was working harder than the other miners. The people in the mine are starting to realize that Dmitri wasn't sent to the mine, which leaves them confused as to why he volunteered. Dmitri asks if he wants an idealistic or realistic answer. Morkan responds that he wants both. Our boy then says he'll start with the idealistic answer. The city of the Dmitris was a city of miners, and that's how they made their living. And instead of trying to understand things statistically, he wanted to experience it firsthand. Morkan wants to know if there's really a reason for him to do that. He says yes, because since he carries the Dmitri name, it's his duty. Morkan realizes that this was truly an idealistic answer, the perfect response that someone would want to hear from their leader. Roman then says the realistic answer is that he is not a master of the Dmitris. Even though his father has infinite wealth, none of it belongs to him. That's why he came to the mine to find out what he can do for the people there, and thus become deserving of a portion of the profits from this place. Morkan starts laughing, and then Joker-like, he says, for God's sake, the son wants to be deserving of his father's wealth. He had never heard anyone say that. He thought Roman was only there to gain some moral standing in the succession battle. But now seeing this, he's sure that Dmitri recognizes the importance of the miners. Excited, he says he'll answer any question the boy has. With that, Morkan finally sincerely and truthfully answers the flood of questions from Dmitri. The Dmitri mining system is so large that it could be said to be the biggest on the continent, and the region known as the Infinite Peaks contains an enormous amount of minerals. If they managed to extract all these minerals, they would possess infinite wealth. Morkan also warns about the downside. They aren't very fast at mining there because it's extremely dangerous, so they have to ensure safety. The Lord never rushed them and always made sure they worked in the best way possible. But even so, mining remains a dangerous place. He's about about to talk about the earthquakes when the ground starts to shake. Immediately, everyone stands up and asks what's happening. One of the men reports that the 8th board had fallen and it seemed that some miners were buried. They arrive at the scene and wonder what they should do. Man, a hole opened up and it looks like the guy went through a tunnel, and our Marvel hero says he'll go. However, Morkan refuses, saying that a direct descendant cannot do something like this. They would call the knights and come up with a plan, but Roman says that would be too late. He simply tells Morkan that it's his responsibility. He orders them to get some bandages ready because he's already bringing the injured. With that, he stylishly descends into the tunnel. Sometime later, someone is coming out. It was the lad with the first injured person on his back. Man, that rescue was fast. The boy's already being bandaged. Seeing him treat the man, Morkan is impressed that the boy also knew about first aid. Roman turns and says that he's finished the first aid and they should take the man to the doctor. If he needs any potion, they should just say and Roman will buy it. With that, the man is taken away. Ronan takes the opportunity to say that everyone must accept that this is the fate of a miner. No matter how much they prepare, sudden disasters will always happen. But even though it's a difficult path, as someone who bears the Dmitri name, you will help them overcome these hardships, using any means necessary, and it won't take that long. The scene shifts to his father asking if he got hurt and why he did something so dangerous. He should know that even as a swordsman with aura, he wouldn't be able to avoid a disaster like that. And because of his lack of care, he almost lost his son. In situations like that, you never risk 2 lives to save one. Ronan says he did what needed to be done, but his father yells. Still, the boy doesn't change his mind and says that if he went back in time, nothing would change. For him, the decision was the right one. However, his father orders him to stop working in the mines as he never asked him to do that anyway. Ronan responds that if he were working in the forge, he knows his father wouldn't stop him. But he's certain he needs to work in the mine to understand the Dimitris, even though they gained fame because of the forge. It was in the mines where most people in the city earned their money. That's why he prefers going to the caves rather than the production rooms. The father asks what he discovered, and our boy says the difficulties they've been facing. He'd also found out that the Baron cared a lot about the treatment and safety of the workers. However, even so, it was inevitable that sometimes problems would occur. The father says he already knows about this, but just as Roman mentioned, they are unavoidable things. However, Roman says it's possible to fix this by using magical artifacts. The father says that such things would indeed ensure safety, but he wonders how much that would cost. They'd have to spend a lot to protect the entire mine with a bunch of artifacts. Ronan says he understands, but it's still necessary. With the artifacts, production would increase since they wouldn't have to worry so much about safety. The cost of the artifacts would easily pay for itself with the increase in productivity. So clearly, this was an opportunity to make more money. They could also create a specialized group focused on the safety of the mines and ensure that everyone shares in the profits generated there. The father smiles and says that since he's so confident, he wants to know how much the investment will be. Everything Roman has done, he learned in the Murim world from 2 other people. One was a sort of beggar who would listen to everyone's stories to gather information, and the other would involve himself with vulnerable social groups to find out what was going on. That's why Roman chose mining over blacksmithing. And if everything went well, he would now start building the information system he needed so much. However, in this world where he's still weaker, that's not enough. He didn't just want information from the northern region, but from the entire continent. He would need a group that could capture information beyond that place. And for him, there was only one person who fit that role. The scene changes and it says that after the war, the soldiers discovered something incredible. Chris announces to everyone that from now on, they would learn to use mana. This was a gift from the master, so they should give it their all. For them, a treasure that could teach the use of mana was something priceless. It was so rare that maybe not even a father would teach it to his son. Obviously, because of this, everyone thinks it's a lie, probably just some random technique he found somewhere. Even though they've been loyal to Roman up until now, they're sure they don't deserve such a treasure. Chris then says the technique they were going to learn is called the Azura cultivation technique. And in a distant land, Azura meant the demon of the battlefield. As soon as the men practiced with it for a while, they were already shocked. Their senses had sharpened to the point of feeling the wind touch the sweat droplets on their skin. The Azura technique organized 108 different combat styles. Now with mana activating, they wondered how it was possible for Roman to possess such a treasure. If he had something like that, he would hide it even from his own family. For Lucas, who had already spent a fortune trying to learn some technique, he knew this was the moment his life would change. The scene changes to him apologizing to Roman, saying he prefers to stay by his side. Obviously, our boy wanted to put him in the information gathering group, but Lucas wasn't too keen on that. Lucas said that if he had to run this information guild, he'd have to leave Roman's side. He had sworn his life to Roman and didn't want to be sent away. But our boy seems to think Lucas is acting incredibly well. He then smiles and says he wants to ask something. Why does Lucas think he was taught the Azura cultivation technique? Lucas excitedly says he has no idea. Ronan then says that it was the gift they received for swearing loyalty to him. But knowing Lucas, Roman really believed he gives something like that just because of loyalty. The truth is, this reward was for them going to war and risking their lives for him. But if that's the case, imagine what he'll receive if he completes the task of creating the information guild. Immediately, the men bow, saying they'll obey any order and that this guild will be created yesterday. Roman is excited. At least the guy is calculating and smart. He'll be the head of the information guild, which will be called the Ignoble Clan. Sometime later, back at the mine, everyone celebrates Roman's arrival. They approach him and thank him for improving their safety so much. An old man cries, saying that his only son was saved by Roman. Immediately, he falls to the ground, saying he will dedicate the rest of his life to Roman. Roman just thanks him and says he'll take care of him. From that day on, the miners' hearts turned to him, and this atmosphere made the Baron thoughtful. A month had passed since the Barcos War. In a meeting, the people comment that there's no other force in the north comparable to them. Even the groups that supported the Barcos are now eager to ally with the Dimitris. However, as the Baron had ordered, they refused the aid of anyone who had previously sided with the enemy. But how would they handle this? The Baron says that accepting those who once sought to harm you is not generosity, but arrogance in believing you can deal with it. That's why they wouldn't even negotiate with them. He would make it clear what happens to those who choose to oppose the Dmitris. One of them then comments that this war made it clear that external power is just as important as internal power. If a large-scale battle had really taken place, many lives could have been lost. That's why the knight suggests they need to increase the size of their army and acquire magical weapons. The Baron knows that nothing brings more security than military power. He then says they have plenty of funds thanks to Master Roman. They spent a lot of money to put protections in place for the miners, but as a result, production increased by 30% in a short period. At the pace things are progressing, it will probably double in the near future. The Baron asks about the artifacts that sometimes break, and another replies that the costs are covered in the same way. Roman's decision to work in the mine on his own turned out to be the right one. He experienced the real problems and created a solution. As a result, people's judgment of Roman continued to improve, and the real issue starts to be discussed. One of the men turns to the Baron and asks how he's going to handle the succession issue. The Baron had been expecting this. The man says he knows Rhodium had been chosen as the next leader a long time ago. However, Master Roman had changed a lot, and with that, the situation has changed too. Since the war with the Barcos, the solution for the mines, and of course how brilliant he is with the sword, the young master's current actions clearly show leadership qualities, and since no official announcement had been made, competition is seen. The succession battle between Rhodium and Roman begins. The father knows that Roman has proven his worth in a very short time. However, Rhodium has been carrying the responsibility of being the successor from a very young age. He doesn't know if it's really a good idea to make them compete for it. He then responds to everyone that he'll analyze the situation. Succession in the Dmitri kingdom works differently. The vassals, the miners, and even the people from the forge have the right to vote. Only with the recognition of these three powers is the successor decided. He then asks for Hans, who appears, saying he's not sure. The father asks again if he believes Roman is worthy of the position of successor. Hans simply says that 3 months ago he would have said no. However, the boy's growth, which he has been watching, shows that he really has the potential to be a successor. The Baron tells Hans to explain, and for some reason it seems like the story assumes we have amnesia. Once again, it explains that Roman went to the mines and understood the miners' lives. That's why Hans thinks Roman deserves it. It's so repetitive that I had to summarize it because it made no sense to explain this 10 times. Sometime later, the leader of the mines says he brought the person they had talked about. It was Morkan, and the Baron seems to recognize the name immediately. Morkan then describes the accident that happened when young Master Roman decided to save that man. And Morkan says he was amazed that Roman risked his life to save a worker. At first, he didn't have a favorable impression of the young master. However, he realized how foolish he had been to think that way. To him, Roman was the kind of person who accepted the responsibility of taking care of those under his command. If he had the right to choose, he would make Roman the future successor of the family. For the Baron, although everyone was siding with Roman, he doesn't want to make this decision. The most important piece, the forge, still hasn't given its opinion. Back on the street of blacksmiths, the man enters the shop and says there are a lot of repairs requested by Roman. He asks what to do, and immediately, the man tells him to accept. He stands there with a foolish look, but the old man tells him to hurry up and stop being deaf. The leader of the forge is also named Hendrik, apparently a popular name like James. Hendrik still doesn't like Roman and wanted to refuse this request. However, he heard about what happened in the mine. Now seeing a bunch of items on the ground, he wonders what happened and why everything is so destroyed. And among all the mess was a golden sword that he had no idea about. An extremely sharp point and a proper weight. Even the sheath was a work of art. Something of such quality wasn't seen often even on the street of blacksmiths. He wanted to know where they had gotten something like that. Just by bringing the sword closer to the fire, it started to burn, showing high sensitivity to mana. Any knight who was skilled with mana would go crazy for something like this. The blacksmith was proud of his work with steel, but increasing a weapon's sensitivity to mana was a completely different story. He would have to ask where the boy got it. Sometime later, the equipment was all fixed and looking beautiful. Chris wonders why they did everything so quickly. The man who delivered it said that normally that amount would take 2 weeks. But for some reason, Hendrik told them to speed it up. The scene shifts to Hendrik asking where the boy got that sword, or at least who made that sword. Roman's plan was working, and he says he didn't get it from anywhere. Confused, Hendrik asks what he means by that, and our boy reveals that he made it himself. But Hendrik tells him to stop lying, especially since he's standing in front of the master blacksmith of the Dmitris. He sees Roman trying to lie to his face and starts reconsidering the idea that Roman has really changed. However, our boy insists that he made it himself, and its name is Salamander, the only one of its kind on this continent. Hendrik is about to tell Roman to stop lying, but Roman simply says he'll show him. He knows that seeing is believing. He tells Hendrik that he'll convince him by hammering steel. In his isolated forge, Roman comments that he needed a weapon for the war with the Barcos. That's why he stood in front of the forge and relentlessly hammered the steel. Before he realized it, that place had become his sanctuary. He imagined that Hendrik also knew what that feeling was like. Soon, it would be time for the second push. That's why he had recently started forging the sword that would replace Salamandra. What he's about to show is the process that will replace that sword. The boy takes off his shirt, and Hendrik wonders what kind of person forges without any protection. Apparently, Roman really didn't know the basics of blacksmithing. However, Roman swings the first hammer. Obviously, the way they work with steel in this world is completely different from the Murim world. Since few people here knew how to use mana, they focused on working with the metal part of the sword. But in the Murim world, swords were made to maximize mana efficiency. And in a life full of countless battles, Roman had forged countless swords. He goes back to hammering while Hendrik wonders if this was really Roman Dmitri. The strength with which he was hammering, the rhythm, and even the speed. Everything was perfect. Hendrik realizes that bloodlines are something that cannot be lost. A long time passes. Hendrik apologizes and admits that Roman was indeed the one who forged that sword. Our boy smiles. Then he says he'll give Salamandra to him. As he can see, Roman was forging a new sword. He had also sold one that belonged to Hendrik in the past, and that's why he wanted him to accept Salamandra as a gift. The scene shifts to 3 years ago. In a meeting with the Baron, Hendrik was yelling, saying it was throwing the family's future away to consider Roman as a successor. The Baron remained silent as Hendrik said they had better alternatives. That's when he proposed that the second son, Rodwell, should actually be the successor. Someone correct, focused, and who had been learning about blacksmithing from a young age. Back in the present, the Baron thinks to himself that even though 3 years have passed, perhaps Hendrik hadn't changed his mind. But now he's smiling widely, saying that Roman is perfect to be a successor. The Baron asks if he's sure, and glowing with excitement, Hendrik says he would never lie to Romero. He had seen Roman shedding blood, sweat, and tears in a place where no one else would see him. He reveals the problem he had when he tried to give Roman a bad weapon, because Roman had responded that giving defective equipment was the same as committing murder. That night, Hendrik reflected on this. He realized that Roman had the vision of someone from the Dmitri family. Not only that, he saw the boy working in the forge with his own eyes. He saw him focused on his work, facing the heat of the flames directly in front of the furnace. And as a good blacksmith, he couldn't help but admire that. He could see the boy's talent in the sword he had forged. The Baron watches in awe. He had no idea how Roman managed to create something like that. Hendrik then says that, as a master blacksmith, he must reconsider the decision he made 3 years ago. The Baron then reaches for a letter on his desk. It was from Rodwell, who said that he had recently been promoted to Class S at the Kairos Academy. From now on, it wouldn't be just theoretical lessons. He would start experiencing life on the battlefield. He would soon graduate with the best marks from the Royal Academy and be a son the Baron could be proud of. He would show a new future for the Dmitri family. Now the Baron is torn. Both boys were extremely talented. But even though Rodwell was considered a genius, he couldn't be compared to the current Roman. Roman was someone strong enough to be recognized throughout the entire Kairos kingdom. When Rodwell graduated from the academy and Roman finished his national defense duties, that's when the succession battle would begin. A few days pass. Willis, the man from the Valhalla rankings, enters Dmitri territory. Romero introduces himself and asks if he came from the temple. Willis says yes, and that he had heard about someone who might belong in the rankings. Throughout the continent of Kairos, families with people in the rankings were extremely powerful. The Baron explains that Roman was working in the mines, so he'd need a day to rest. So they would meet tomorrow. For now, Willis could take a look around Dmitri territory. Willis agrees and says he'll explore the place. Hans then starts walking with him through the city, explaining about the mining and blacksmithing there, until they hear someone shouting. Looking back, Willis asks if he can observe the training for a while. Hans says yes, but they would have to watch from a distance. One sword clashes against another and Kevin is thrown backward. Pucky asks how long Kevin's body will last if he doesn't learn to defend himself. But Kevin retorts that Pucky can give him lessons after he wins. The two begin to activate their aura and Pucky tells him to come at him. Willis is shocked. The 2 men practicing in front of him were Aura Knights. The truth is, among the 30 men Roman recruited, none of them were Aura swordsmen. Sometime before, Roman told Pucky that he seemed to have a martial body. Obviously, Pucky was confused as no one knew what that meant. But after just a month of training, they began to understand what Roman had seen in them. And as soon as they saw the opportunity to become stronger than ever, the focus of their training completely shifted. The training there became so intense that it could be said they were risking their lives. Pucky attacks again, telling Kevin to block this. Kevin faces him head-on and manages to defend. The soldier keeps insisting, calling Kevin weird. But at that moment, Kevin's eyes turn red, and he swings his sword right at Pucky's face. Pucky barely manages to defend and is thrown backward. Startled, Pucky asks Kevin if it was really necessary to go that far. But Kevin simply replies that he should take it seriously. If this were a battlefield, Pucky's head would already be rolling on the ground. Willis is completely shocked. This is a remote city, so there shouldn't be so many soldiers with experience in using mana. It's almost as if this place were a miniature version of the Valhalla Empire. However, Willis concludes that these men must be the most promising from the Dmitri family, which is why they receive all the support. Still, it's impressive that they have this kind of power. He had already imagined that in the north, the Dmitri family was the strongest, but he had no idea of the scale of their power. The man next to Willis asks if the Dmitris are really a family of miners. Willis says yes, but he's starting to have doubts, as the men in front of him are not normal soldiers. He then comments that they must be the Baron's knights. However, Hans responds that they aren't even Dimitri's knights. They weren't affiliated with any organization but are Master Roman's private soldiers. Shocked, Willis grabs Hans by the shoulder and asks how Aura soldiers could be treated as simple knights. He questions if they spent a huge amount of money. Hans says he has no idea about that, but if Willis is talking about Kevin and Pucky, they weren't Aura Knights until recently. Kevin was just an ordinary boy whom Master Roman took an interest in, and Pucky was a rank C mercenary. What changed is that both of them grew stronger by following Roman's teachings. Hans thinks Roman's talent is incredible for seeing people's potential. It's as if he were a blessing to the family. Willis is increasingly shocked, wanting to know who Roman Dmitri really is. The next day, he's already telling himself that he'll finally meet this man. Maybe a hidden dragon who is about to seize a great opportunity. Then someone announces that young Roman is arriving. Willis had seen countless strong people in this world, and just from Roman's walk and the way he looks down, Willis knew that this was the expression of someone who had been used to being strong for a long time. Roman then introduces himself to Willis, who asks if it's true that he defeated Homeros in battle, to which Roman confirms. Willis says it seems Roman has no idea that what he did is extremely unusual. Not only did he defeat rank 49, but someone who had the potential to go far beyond that. What's even stranger is that he defeated someone like that at 25 years old. If that were possible, he'd be considered one of the greatest geniuses in all of Kairos history. But Roman interrupts, saying Willis is just rambling since what he did is logically impossible. So Willis should get straight to the point. Willis says he'll explain the procedure to receive the rank before confirming the truth. That's because rank battles are divided into official and unofficial ones. An official battle is held in front of an observer who has permission from the Valhalla Temple. The rank change happens immediately after as you're verified on the spot. However, an unofficial battle is when a rank is defeated abruptly. In these battles, everyone ranked below that person moves up one spot, while the one who won the battle cannot claim the rank without verification. What happens, though, is that if the person is verified, they receive the lowest position in the rank. Now Roman just needed to prove his strength to become rank 100. Willis explains that the Valhalla Temple only believes what they see with their own eyes, and to verify strength in an unofficial way, they use aura analysis. The test was simple. Roman just needed to pass the minimum threshold they had set, and he would join the rank. They'd also do this because as soon as someone becomes a rank, they become a target for all others and the rest of the world. However, Roman asks if there's any reason for him to go that far to become a ranked warrior. Willis responds that with this, he has the chance to have his name passed down as a swordsman to the entire world. Many believe that leaving your name in the history of the strongest swordsman was worth the risk. Roman then asks if that were the case, wouldn't it be easier just to defeat a high-ranked opponent in an official battle? Willis thinks that this damn guy doesn't know how official battles work. He says it would be easier, yes, but you can't just start an official battle whenever you want. It requires various preparations, and besides, there are no official ranked warriors in the Cairo region. Roman thinks it's a shame, so they might as well start the test now as he'd at least enter the rankings. Willis explains that the orb will change color in reaction to the mana Roman possesses. Red for 1 star, orange for 2, and yellow for 3. Anything above 4 stars will show a green color. Since Roman defeated a 4-star swordsman, he would at least need a qualification of 3 stars. As he places his hand on the orb, Roman comments that in this world, mana is highly developed. Seeing that they can even develop tools to analyze mana, he wonders what kind of beings mages are. They could be sorcerers like in the Murim world, or some sort of superhumans who have reached the realm of gods. He needed to be very careful with the variable that mages created in his plans. Willis then tells him to start channeling his mana. Ronan tells himself that the logic of the two worlds is completely different. He wanted to see what would happen if he infused mana using this world's methods. And instead of concentrating the mana in one part, he decides to explode it all around his body. The aura starts pushing everything to the side, and Willis is shocked. The orb, which had been transparent, begins to turn red. Willis knows that the color change happened way too fast, but before he can process it, the orb turns yellow. He's confused. Even a 4-star knight wouldn't be able to change the color that quickly. The orb is stuck on that color, and Roman says it's time to use the methods of the Murim world. The aura starts pulling back into his body, and the orb turns green. But as soon as the color appears, the orb begins to shatter. Willis can't believe that Roman had broken the device. That orb was the accumulation of knowledge from the greatest minds on the continent. Its durability was guaranteed even with the mana of a 6-star swordsman. Even if someone poured all their mana into it, the orb would survive by dissipating part of it. Roman says that maybe the item is defective, but Willis says that's impossible. He can't give a clear answer because he's never seen anything like this before. However, before it stopped working, he clearly saw the green color. At a minimum, Roman Dmitri was a 4-star swordsman. He wasn't a dragon just beginning to stretch its wings, but a monster already prepared. This would be the emergence of someone with the potential to reach 6 stars in the entire Cairo kingdom. The entire continent of Salamandra would probably be turned upside down. Willis then apologizes. He didn't want to make any hasty judgments, so he would need time to send in the results. He excuses himself. As he leaves, he thinks that he needs to find out more about this Roman Dmitri. As he begins investigating, he discovers that Roman had completely changed recently. He doesn't think it's possible for someone to have changed that much in such a short time. From the destruction of the Blood Gang to the war with the Barcos, Roman dealt with everything perfectly, risking his life to turn his desires into reality. Not only was he a powerful monster, but he had the intellect to execute his plans. The problem with the mana orb was that he concentrated too much aura, causing it to break. But the green color appeared as it should under normal circumstances. Willis then sends a message recommending Roman Dmitri as a recruitment target. The Valhalla Empire isn't just a bunch of combat-loving maniacs. They were also intelligent and knew they needed to use the country's rankings to create more power. The system was perfect since it allowed them to always know who the most promising people in the land were. A man responds that this boy needs to be recruited and his rank should be increased to A. However, as always, this should be done confidentially so other nations wouldn't know about his potential. The process should be extremely natural, making Roman fight for Valhalla. Willis says he understands and will report that the aura orb was defective. Roman would be classified as a 3-star swordsman and would take the 100th ranked position. This alone was enough to stir up trouble throughout the Cairo region. The next day, an announcement shook the entire continent. It was the birth of the youngest ranked warrior in history. Back in the Cairo's capital, someone asks if it's really true. The man says yes, it seems Willis in the Valhalla temple went to meet him and everything was confirmed. However, the detail is that it seems Romero, who was a 4-star knight, lost before he could show his true power. The man is speaking with Marcus Benedict, an authority in the central government. He asks how old the boy is, and the man responds that he's 25. Benedict then says that being a 3-star swordsman at 25 years old shows that an incredible person is emerging in that region. He wanted to know what the other powers were doing. The man explains that there are 2 empires moving quickly. It seems Kairos, Kronos, and Valhalla are 3 different countries on the same continent of Salamandra. I think that's it. And now everyone wants the protagonist. Benedict is fuming, wondering why those damn people contacted the boy before he did. Currently, Cairo is divided into 4 factions. Actually, is Cairo the continent itself or just a confusing plot point? There's the group that supports the king of Cairo, the aristocracy that supports this Benedict, the people from Kronos, and the people from Valhalla, which are factions influenced by foreigners. The old man immediately says they need to send someone because they can't lose Dmitri to another faction, especially to prevent the royal faction from buying him at any cost. The scene shifts to the western battlefront. The kingdom of Cairo has a front against Kronos in the west and another in the south against Hector. The empire of Kronos, one of the largest on this continent, gave birth to Emperor Alexandro, and that's why they want Cairo to become a nation subjugated to them and have been attacking for many years. Cairo's soldiers constantly die on the battlefield. Because of this, many people within Cairo's territory have already surrendered to Kronos, and factions that support Kronos taking over the country have started to organize. Observing a field full of dead bodies, someone seems to be angry at the empire. He says he hates not even being able to give a proper funeral to those who fought for their country. Roman Dmitri, Roman's brother, says he's used to it, as it's not the first time he's done this. The man, however, responds that the front lines are too atrocious. He wants to quit the academy and return to his homeland. Roman just ignores him and sets the bodies on fire. That was the reality of a small, weak country like theirs. Not a single day was peaceful on the Western Front as they wanted to destroy all of Cairo's forces. The man then asks if Rodium has heard that his brother became ranked. Rodium is thoughtful for a moment. He can't believe that his former brother became a 3-star swordsman, and it's impossible that it's the same person. He tells the man that it must just be a rumor, as the person he knows can't even take care of himself. However, it was only a matter of time before the truth would come out. The scene shifts to another place where someone says the young master has a visitor. On the couch, a man says he serves the majesty of the kingdom of Cairo. He's in Dmitri territory to appoint Roman Dmitri as a royal knight. Now, everyone had their eyes on the hidden dragon in the northern region, and the 4 factions of the empire began to make their moves. A royal knight is a knight who serves the royal family, and the story says that it's the greatest honor allowed to a living knight in this world. The man says that the position being offered to Roman is an unprecedented event. If he went to the central kingdom now and swore loyalty to the majesty, he could become a knight without going through a single test. However, Roman simply asks if that's all. The man asks if, by chance, he's rejecting the offer. Our boy replies that it's obvious that he is. His life as the eldest son of the Dimitris is already perfect, so why would he go to the capital to take on that position? The man tries to explain that Roman would receive a mansion in the capital, and the Dmitri family would gain many merits. But Roman simply asks if that's the best the royal family can offer. The man is a bit confused, as for many, that would be enough. He explains that Roman is only being given this chance because the king sees potential in his future. A new position for the family, a role as a royal knight, and even a mansion in the capital. These were rewards that his current standing didn't even deserve. However, the protagonist responds that the man must be misunderstanding things. The Viscount of House Gregorio had visited him 5 days ago. They also offered mansions in the capital, but with far more imaginable treasures and lands. They even wanted to tie their bloodlines through a political marriage. The man already knows that these are the factions supporting the reign of Kronos. Roman then says that 3 days ago, people from House Denver also visited, saying they wanted to sponsor him. And last night, he met someone from House Benedict. They offered something even more exceptional. 3 times the conditions offered by any other house. And in less than a month, they promised to advance the Dmitri family to the rank of Viscount. The man realizes they are far behind everyone else, but he shouts, asking if there's any way to make Roman choose them. The people who made these offers to him were insurgents trying to devour the kingdom. It's only thanks to the royal family's knights that this entire place hasn't turned into a rebellion. However, even part of the royal authority was beginning to fade. He knows that Cairo is currently a small and weak nation, and he admits that in the current position, the only thing worthwhile is the role of royal knight. But he begs Roman to support his majesty, the current king. Roman remembers going through similar situations in his past life. He informs the man that none of the 4 offers interest him, which is why he plans to reject them all. Furthermore, he's not ready to give up on his plans just yet. The man becomes hopeful, saying that it seems there's still a chance. Roman then tells him to return for the day, and the man understands. He says he'll be eagerly waiting for the day when Roman swears loyalty to the majesty. 4 offers and 4 rejections. Roman had no intention of swearing loyalty to any power. They would become his enemies in the future, no matter what he did. That's why he left the possibility of future loyalty open with all the factions. Sometime later during training, someone greets him. It's a man named Mackin, another member of Valhalla's intelligence unit. Roman already noticed that Mackin was wearing Dimitri's servant's clothing and asks him what he wants. As far as Roman knows, they had already expressed their intentions through House Denver a few days ago. Mackin apologizes for visiting him in such a disrespectful manner. He explains that during their previous conversation, he had to be formal because there were many people watching. However, he now wanted Roman to consider the offer he was going to make as it reflects Valhalla's true intentions. Their group seemed to admire Roman's potential. The problem is that nationality is not something easily resolved, and Mackin imagines that Roman would want to leave the Dimitris as they have an incredible amount of wealth. However, they would offer him the title of Viscount, fertile lands, and even more connected minds. That way, even with the new reign, he could maintain the Dmitri family's history as blacksmiths. Roman expected such an unusual offer. Mackin also says they offer the greatest thing to a swordsman, the chance to become even stronger. They would allow him access to Valhalla's first-class treasure vault. Roman knows that's where they keep secret techniques and ancestral records. Above Class 1, only the special items remain, meaning he'd have access to nearly everything. Mackin says that soon enough, Valhalla will conquer the entire territory where Roman now resides. Staying in Cairo was a direct path to death. Roman should go to Valhalla and begin sowing a glorious future. Mackin is confident in the offer. Not only are the rewards sufficient, but there's even a level of threat implied. If Roman were smart, he would accept it on the spot. But of course, Roman rejects it, leaving Mackin devastated and asking if Roman is serious. Roman says he's not rejecting the offer because it's bad or out of loyalty to the king. Instead, it's because he's been receiving many offers lately. The boy is clever and knows this is the easiest way to raise his value without making a decision. He has received offers from the royal knights Marcus Benedict, Count Gregor, and Count Denver. All of them have made very generous offers, which is why he isn't ready to make a definitive choice about his path. He needs time to assess each situation and determine if risking his life for any of these options is worthwhile. What Roman was doing was portraying himself as a loyal person. This made everyone view him as someone difficult to recruit. However, it also showed that he would be loyal to the side he ultimately chose. Mackin became intrigued, not realizing he had fallen into Roman's trap. He then says he doesn't know how Roman will prove Valhalla's intentions, but they won't wait long. That's why he begged Roman to give a response as soon as possible. Roman simply says he understood. Before leaving, Mackin says he'll give Roman a gift to establish a connection between them and warns him to start being cautious about the southern borders. That region was no different from a bomb about to explode at any moment. The scene shifts to Roman's family, where Senna asks their father if Roman is really going to do this. Roman says he will return safely, so they don't need to worry. His mother tells the Baron not to worry, as it's not like Roman is being sent to the eastern front. He's heading to the southern border, which is considered safer. He will surely return safely. Romero says he understands, but it's inevitable for a father to worry about his son. Roman then calls for his group, who shout, "Yes, sir." Our boy was on his way to the southern front. Upon arriving in the city, he tells his men that today they will rest and they will train as soon as the sun rises tomorrow. The group is excited, as Roman at least rented some houses for them to sleep in. Usually, other nobles would have their armies sleep in tents. Sometime later, Roman was reading something when he heard shouting. He descended the stairs and found someone yelling, asking if they knew who he was. The man introduced himself as the first and only son of House Albert. His name was Henry Albert. The letter Roman had been reading before came from Benedict. It said that they didn't want someone who would become a part of them to suffer and ruin their health in a place like that. That's why they pulled some strings to have Roman sent to the south instead of the eastern front. Roman didn't need to worry, as House Benedict would always be waiting for him. Their attempts had been intensifying over the past few months. Clearly, the aristocracy in the city didn't want to lose him. There was no better talent than Roman to oppose the royal knights. He was now at the southern front. The only problem is that, contrary to what the Marquis believes, the intelligence officer from Valhalla mentioned that something is about to happen. Whatever it was, Roman was about to find out. Back to the moment when Henry introduces himself. He tells Chris that he is a descendant of one of the most prestigious families in Cairo, so it didn't take much to speak with him. That's when Roman arrives and asks what's going on. Chris explains that the fat guy wants them to leave because he wants to stay in the inn. However, Chris had already explained that they had rented all the rooms, but the man kept insisting. But Roman, the king of politics, already knows that the Albert family was famous in the past, but it's no longer a prestigious family. Even if it were, he wouldn't care. He then asks the fat man why they should leave. At that moment, Albert asks if Roman is the leader of these guys. Roman replies that he is. Henry then tells him not to interfere, as it seems they are both headed to the southern front. He gives Roman 10 minutes to remove this pile of trash from the place and disappear from his sight. Roman begins to understand how the Dmitris are treated when they're far from the north. However, he responds that he's not going to leave. He starts to draw his sword, saying there's an easy way to solve this situation. He then tells Albert to draw his sword too. If Albert wins, Roman will leave. The fat man seems angry, but then someone gets scared and tells him to stop. The man in front of him is Roman Dmitri, the boy who recently became the youngest ranked warrior in history. Albert freezes upon hearing Roman's name. The youngest ranked warrior of the Cairo Empire and the one who ended the Barco War. Now known as a heartless demon who even killed the son of those people. The fat man stands still, certain that if he draws his sword, he'll be dead. He then says he forgot that he has something very important to take care of. It would be best to consider this situation resolved as a small mistake on his part. He'd love to punish Roman for the disrespect he showed to House Albert. Before he can finish speaking, Roman is already in front of him, scaring him. The fat man runs away at full speed. Roman just watches how things work in the south. That day, 3 similar incidents occurred. Everyone who came to evict him from the inn fled as soon as they heard Roman's name. The girl at the bar explains that these kinds of petty disputes are common in the southern front, because they have a friendly relationship with the Hector continent and have suffered many attacks. That's why children trying to avoid military service come here as a solution. It was the perfect place for nobles to fulfill their duties without risking much. But looking at the map, Roman knows that 48 days ago, Hector's continent had its eyes on the southern front. They withdrew shortly after, but 3 other analyses seem to have been made. He's not sure if they're really preparing for war. However, just this analysis and the information from Valhalla already show that this place is far from a sanctuary. The madman starts laughing at the thought of war. He was eager for the air to fill with the smell of blood. The next day, a man introduces himself as Baal Frank, the commander of the southern front. He would conduct basic training for all those being sent to the region. While he gives a speech about serving the empire, most of the men are more asleep than paying attention. During the speech, he mentions forgetting any status they had before, as here they are just soldiers completing their military service. Anyone who disrespects the rules will be sent to the eastern front as punishment. Roman thinks it's stupid that the punishment for breaking the rules is being sent to another battlefield, since it makes no difference. That is until he notices the men becoming serious when they hear this. Later, the group is dispatched. Then someone informs Roman that the commander wants to speak with him. A while later, smiling broadly, Frank asks if Roman is living comfortably in the south. Roman simply says there's no problem, and Frank tells him to feel at home. He says he has no idea how happy he was to hear that Roman was coming to this place. Roman Dmitri, the youngest ranked warrior in history, and considered the hidden dragon. Frank then says he called Roman to confirm something. He asks if it's true that Marquis Benedict pulled some strings to have Roman sent to the south. Roman says it's true, but he didn't ask Benedict to do it. just happened. Frank immediately understands that this was, in a way, an investment from Benedict. Perhaps if Frank managed to connect with Roman, he'd also have a chance to enter the central government. Bale then says he'll be direct. He wanted to make a good impression with the Marquis. The Southern Front wasn't bad, but it was nothing compared to the luxurious life of a member of the central government. That's why he would do his absolute best to accommodate Roman while he was there. What he wanted in return was for Roman to tell the Viscount that Bale Frank made his life easy in that region. Roman was excited that at least this guy was 100% honest and said everything he wanted. There was no reason to refuse help when he had no idea what was about to happen. As soon as he opens the door, someone yells at him, calling him the son of a very fine lady. It's Henry again, saying that Roman messed with the wrong house because his is linked to the Franks. And Bale Frank, who is the commander of the southern training camp, is actually Henry's uncle. Roman simply asks what Henry expects him to do with that information. Meanwhile, Henry continues threatening, saying that Roman doesn't realize how much trouble he's in. Henry then enters the room and declares that now Roman will see how hard his life will become. He enters and tells his uncle that his life was threatened by a man from a house with only a baron title. Outraged, Bale Frank immediately asks who it was. Whoever it was would get a beating for messing with the boy. But as soon as he steps outside and sees that it's Roman, Bale slaps his nephew in the face. Henry is left devastated, not understanding what just happened. The relationship between Bale and Henry had always been very good. The two liked each other and shared many laughs. Aside from his parents, Bale was the closest person who had listened to him since he was very young. One could say that there were times when Henry liked his uncle Bale more than his own parents. However, now he was lying on the desolate ground, asking his uncle what that was all about. His uncle quickly explained that the other person was Roman Dmitri, who had the support of the Marquis and infinite potential. He then turned to the boy and apologized. He said he should have educated him better and promised to apologize on his behalf. Roman said it was all right and that he would let it slide since Bale was being so polite. With that, he asked for permission to leave and the man thanked him. The next moment, he was already berating Henry, asking who he thought he was to go against someone supported by Marcus Benedict. Henry, however, devastated, asked why he had to be beaten for it. Bale approached and said that Henry needed to grow up. If he kept acting like this in the Albert estate, he wouldn't be able to protect the boy. However, he had a crazy idea. He said that Roman probably had a wrong impression of the Alberts now, and because of that, Henry would always stay close to Roman to try to get closer to him. His job was to become Roman's friend no matter what. If he didn't, he would be sent to the Eastern Front. In his private room, Roman remarked that the guy was really trying hard. However, a person who opens up their ambitions to everyone is easy to manipulate. At least life in the southern camp wouldn't be too bad. The scene shifts to 3 years ago. A man looks at some papers and says he can't believe he has to play games with the nobles. This man is the general of the South, and his name is McBurney. He was a veteran of the Eastern Front who had volunteered purely out of loyalty to the king. Through hundreds of battles over 10 years, he protected Cairo. Coming from humble origins, he had risen to lead hundreds of men. However, a single cut was enough to end it all. In a battle to protect the Eastern Front, he lost the arm that held his sword. At that moment, the greatest pain of all was knowing that he could no longer be a warrior. In a meeting, they told him that in recognition of all he had done, he would be sent as an instructor to the south. He would be out of the battlefield but would still train those who would protect Cairo. Though it was a harsh option, McBurney had to accept reality. When he arrived in the south, he discovered that their training methods were a total mess. Everyone did the same exercises, which were basically useless. Not to mention that most nobles didn't even bother to participate. Initially, he wanted to implement rigorous training, starting with the basics for each person. However, it was pointless, as no one was willing to train. He kept asking himself what the meaning of his presence there was. At the very least, it would have been nice if they pretended to be training. The guys outside just talked about visiting the houses of the women who sold that. McBurney walked past them without saying a word. He couldn't believe there were people so relaxed on the front lines. At that moment, he was already tired of it all. Then he saw the group standing in front of him. Obviously, it was Chris, Kevin, Pucky, and the rest of Roman's team. McBurney was surprised that they even had a commander. Maybe they didn't know how things worked in the southern camp. He then approached Roman and told him that in the south, no noble was required to train. If Roman wanted, he could relax in the shade with the others. Roman asked if he was saying that because of the guys next to him. McBurney looked and said yes. However, Roman simply stated that an enemy attack doesn't differentiate between a noble and an ordinary citizen. Furthermore, even if a commander only planned to coordinate the troops, they still needed to have good physical ability. That's why, in his opinion, it was natural for someone in a position of authority to participate in any training. McBurney didn't expect that. The boy was 100% determined. Roman then told him to stop with a fake smile because he would follow any training regardless of his status. It was the first time McBurney had seen a noble say they would commit to their training. He knew that people risked their lives for those who recognized them. He was thinking of making this training easier, but he wasn't going to do that anymore. At the very least, he would give his best effort in the next 3 weeks. He then announced that the first week would consist of physical training. With McBurney's decision, the training hell began. The first task was to run as fast as possible with a heavy load on their backs. This was to get them used to a battlefield where they couldn't rest for a second. They would do this route every day, rain or shine, no matter what happened. However, the others from different families could barely keep up with the boys ahead. Sometime later, during sword practice, McBurney stated that war is something you never know when it will end. That's why they would continue practicing without knowing when they would stop. And anyone who gave up early would have to train twice as hard afterward. At nights, someone complained that they were exhausted and finally couldn't rest. This idea of an easy camp was a complete lie thanks to certain people. He then turned to the group next to him and told them to take it easy because they were forcing everyone else to work harder. They were just soldiers who had been sent there and were never prepared for this. If they had been doing this for as long as the others, they would have kept up. However, Henderson Trembolona asked how long these guys had been training. Startled, the man said they had only been training for a year, while Henderson's group had clearly been training for 10. Henderson corrected him, saying they'd only started training 3 months ago. He told the man to stop making excuses, because the truth was he simply hadn't given his best effort. We then see the day Henderson discovered there would be soldier recruitment. That's when he decided to become one of Roman's subordinates. Since it was just to serve Roman, He was sure he wouldn't need incredible qualifications. However, the truth was, this was his biggest disillusionment. Seeing veteran mercenaries like Lucas and Pookie at the registration made him realize the offer wasn't that easy after all. At that moment, Henderson realized he was a herbivore surrounded by beasts, and he began to wonder if he would really make it. He told Chris that he didn't believe he had the right to serve Lord Roman. Chris asked why, and Henderson said he was nothing more than a novice who barely knew how to wield a sword. In truth, he had lived as a farmer until now and might have misjudged himself thinking he could pass Roman's test. The blonde guy asked if he was going to give up because he was behind compared to the others, and Henderson said yes. However, he explained that when he first saw Kevin, he was nothing but a kid with anger in his eyes. He couldn't understand why Roman accepted that common boy. But anyone who saw Kevin now knows what happened. In a short time, Kevin became a warrior no one could ignore. On the first day he saw Roman, Henderson had foolishly challenged him and of course was defeated. At that moment, he thought he was strong, until he realized he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. That's why he had to understand that if the Lord chose him as his soldier, even if he was pathetic at that moment, it showed he had the potential to grow just like he and Kevin had grown. The person he followed was someone who could make that a reality. Henderson said he didn't have the courage to believe in himself. However, he was chosen among all the others who applied. He still had no idea how a farmer like him could become strong, but he was going to trust Roman's choice and give his best in all the training. From that day on, Henderson's life began to change. In the past few months, he gave his all in training, no matter what was asked of him. Even if he was on the verge of vomiting or fainting, he kept trying to keep up with his comrades. And that's what resulted in the strong body he has now. He then asked the others what they thought war was and why they were complaining about others preparing when their lives were at stake. Instead of recognizing their weaknesses, they were trying to drag others down to their low level. That's why he had no reason to respond to that senseless request. The man stood there saying nothing with his friends looking like fools. And Henderson, like a Chica Chad, walked away, calling them pathetic. Roman's soldiers already had their minds set on the war ahead. The extreme training continued, and even as the difficulty increased day by day, they remained strong. However, under a tree, the nobles said they didn't know why the others were going to such lengths. It would be different if they were on the eastern battlefield, but here it was easy to relax. One of them said that the group was working so hard because they came from common families. No one would recognize the Dmitri household if they didn't go so far. They all laughed, while Henry wondered how he could get close to someone like that. Roman didn't seem to realize how important it was to have a good relationship with the other nobles. That, for Henry, was the big problem with these nobles from unknown places. However, he didn't care about that, as he believed things would work out somehow. The scene shifts to a man named Jackson, passing along some information about what he saw. He was the captain of the scouts, and he said they had infiltrated Cairo's defensive lines 48 times. He reports to the king that all of Cairo's forces seem to be concentrated in the east, as that's where they are being attacked by Kronos. This is why conquering the southern front shouldn't be a problem. The kingdom of Hector was once a power on par with Kronos. They grew extremely fast thanks to their national defenses, but they suffered a defeat against Valhalla and fell into ruin. With this, Hector's power dropped to the same level as Cairo, and now they must be cautious with every move they make in the empire. A worried voice asks the father if he can say something. It's the prince, Edwin, who says their empire has been suffering from poor harvests for the past 5 years. The money they borrowed from the Golden Bank is becoming impossible to repay because of the interest. At this rate, the Hector Empire will lose any respect it still holds in these lands. The king says it's not as if he's unaware of all this. The son mentions that after their defeat, they distanced themselves from war, but this could change since they have been preparing for the last year. For their desperate citizens and for the sake of the kingdom itself, they needed to make a decision. The father fears the word war differently from his son. He then asks Edwin if he's confident, and Edwin responds that he wouldn't bring this up if he weren't. The father then declares that from this moment on, he grants executive authority to his son. From this point forward, Edwin will be in charge of everything related to the war. Edwin simply thanks him and says he is at the king's service. Meanwhile, at the southern front, they had just finished the 3 weeks of training. Bale Frank smiles and says that from today onward, they will be part of the 5th line of defense. This is the place where most nobles like to go because it's the most peaceful. Roman simply thanks him. Frank responds that there's no need to thank him and to just ask if he needs anything. As they were being dispatched from the training camp, Frank thanked Roman again, saying it was thanks to Roman and his team that he realized what real training meant. He says he prepared a letter that might not be much, but he hoped it would help Roman somehow. It was a summary of all the geographical information and everything about the southern region. Roman thanks him, saying he's sure it will be useful if war breaks out there. Bale Frank wishes him a safe return, and Roman thanks him. At that moment, Bale Frank's emotions were telling him to follow Roman. Over these 3 weeks, the boy had proven he was someone worth dedicating a life to. However, he was missing an arm. Roman already had plenty of talented people with him, so there was no reason to accept someone without an arm. Knowing he would only be a hindrance, he lowers his head and says goodbye. With that, he returns to the training base. Actually, that man is McBurney. People keep mixing up the names, and Roman knows that it must have been difficult for him to gather such detailed maps. Just that good intention alone was enough for McBurney to earn Roman's respect. Now, on the first line of defense in the south, a man looks to the side and is shocked to see an enemy attack approaching. However, we see Henry discovering that he will be stationed on the same line of defense as Roman. At that exact moment, he arrives alongside Roman's army. He keeps wondering why he had to get close to this damn guy. But then a commotion breaks out, and everyone in the south is informed that Hector has declared war on Cairo. Everyone is ordered to prepare for combat. Henry, confused, tries to understand what's happening. He looks around and realizes Roman is already gone. The first defense line was the first to be attacked as soon as Hector declared war. However, the 5th line was at risk of collapsing before them. The gate had already fallen. There was blood everywhere, and the walls were being scaled. Barrio Bruce, the commander of the 5th Defense, already knew that place was lost. He had only been there because the 5th line was considered a paradise in the southern tip. It was perfect for him to indulge in corruption, fill his belly, and not worry about anything. But now, facing this battle, trying to defend that place felt like suicide. He shouted for everyone to hold their positions, warning that the lives of innocent civilians would be at risk if they fled. He ordered the soldiers to stay on the front, no matter what happened. However, at the same time, he was already running, and someone asked where he was going. He claimed he needed some time and was just going to alert the royal family. Meanwhile, Roman ordered everyone to head to the fifth line of defense immediately. Running through the forest, he knew that the fifth line was the weakest of all. Not only were the soldiers poorly trained, but they also lacked equipment, and the commander was incompetent. All of this combined made that place the weakest on the southern gate. And the worst part was that their reserve team from training was 2 hours away. However, he needed to get there in at least 1 hour. At that moment, Barrow Bruce appeared, asking if they were the reserve group. He stopped in front of Roman and demanded that they escort him to the rear first. Protecting him as the commander should be the priority for any force in that place. Roman already knew who Barrow Bruce was and asked why he was there alone without any soldiers. But Bruce just asked how a boy like Roman, a reserve, had the nerve to talk back to him like that. But Roman doesn't waste time. He simply says he's had enough and begins to choke him. He points out that the fact Bruce was standing there alone meant that the so-called commander had abandoned his soldiers. Roman reminds him that by law, deserters could be executed regardless of their status. Before the man could even say that Roman couldn't do that, his head had already flown off. Honestly, even I didn't expect it to happen that fast. Poor guy didn't even get a chance to speak. Roman just said that if Bruce hadn't fled without his soldiers, he wouldn't have killed him. The head hit the ground and his group was already gone. At the fifth line of defense, everyone was dead. A man with green hair remarked that he knew this day would come, but he hadn't expected that bastard to abandon them so quickly. As he said this, he took a cut to the chest, agonizing and falling to his knees. 2 men jumped at him to finish him off, but they too were torn apart in the sky, just like Lego figures. Someone asked if he was Stephen. It's Roman, who announces that Barrow Bruce is dead, making Stephen the new person in charge of the area. This man was on the list Lucas had given him, and according to that information, Stephen was the only useful person in the entire 5th defense line. Roman says he trusts Stephen's judgment since he's been defending the area for a long time. If Stephen says it's not salvageable, then Roman Dmitri will do whatever it takes to ensure as many soldiers escape as possible. Stephen recognizes Roman's name and immediately acknowledges that the battle looks grim, and retreating would be the most logical option. However, giving such a valuable position to the enemy wasn't ideal either. If they lost even one of the 5 defense lines, the enemy could seize their supply routes through the river or even bring supplies for their own army, prolonging the war. Roman then realizes there's only one option. They would need to build some barriers and drive the enemies back. Roman says he will buy time for them to install the barriers, while Stephen will organize everyone to start preparing them. Stephen is confused by how this boy accepted such a crazy plan. He yells that the plan is too dangerous and that anyone would die if they were isolated. Roman is about to respond when someone jumps from behind. Stephen doesn't react, but Roman dodges, stating that he isn't an idiot risking his life. He slices the enemy in half, remarking that following a plan one deems impossible is foolish. Stephen, shocked, wonders if Roman has eyes in the back of his head. At that moment, Chris and the army arrive. Roman orders them to prepare to clear a path to the gate and follow him. Everyone agrees, and Stephen is once again amazed that no one doubts Roman's ability to clear the way. He had never seen a master-servant relationship work like this before. Roman tells him to begin the preparations, and Stephen simply agrees. Roman then announces that the war was only just beginning. Stephen realized that their loyalty wasn't bought with money but earned through respect. Roman's army began advancing. In the midst of the war, Roman questioned why he, a man who didn't love this country, would take such risks. War was simply a place where the weak were sacrificed, and for someone like him who was currently being highly valued throughout Cairo, there was no reason for him to be there. There were countless ways for him to avoid this confrontation, but doing so would forever condemn Cairo to remain a small, powerless, and poor country. However, the real reason behind all this was that Roman missed the battlefield. The troops followed, telling each other to stay with the Lord. Chris's slashes went one way, Kevin's thrusts the other. Wherever Roman passed, death followed. He killed 10 enemies, and Hector's soldiers advanced with 20. But after he killed 20, they began to realize he might be stronger than they had imagined. When he stood atop the bodies of 50 enemies, fear started to fill the faces of his opponents. The soldiers began retreating in desperation. The commander of Hector, McClary, wondered what was happening. He had thought victory was guaranteed the moment they passed the gate. So why were his soldiers retreating? That's when he saw someone cutting down everyone on the battlefield. Roman locked eyes with him from afar, and McClary instantly knew that Roman had recognized him even from such a distance. Roman began making his way toward the soldiers, and McClary was already trembling, thinking it couldn't be possible that Roman was planning to come alone and take his head. He thought the arrogant boy was insane and ordered his men to kill him at once. After all, it was just one enemy. There was no way they couldn't stop him. However, Roman had already noticed that the commander had let his guard down. He knew there was an easy way to end this war. An army always collapses when the head of the commander is cut off. At that moment, that was his only objective. 3 Ori users jumped at him, claiming they would handle the situation. Roman then performed the second movement of the celestial demon technique. A purple slash was made, leaving nothing but a hole in the ground where they had stood. The soldiers of Hector collapsed, trembling in fear. The commander was terrified, and in the next second, Roman was standing right in front of him. The man was about to declare himself the commander when he was already cut down. Roman lifted his head and called out to all the soldiers of Cairo, telling them to pay attention. He had killed the commander, but if they let anyone survive, those who remained would return as enemies. Even if it cost more lives and blood, they had to kill everyone in that place. Nearby, Henry Albert was watching all of this unfold. Now he understood why his uncle had insisted that he get close to this boy no matter what. With the commander's death, the few remaining soldiers from Hector began to flee while the rest were massacred. Once again, Chris reported that out of the 30 soldiers, including himself, none had died. With no casualties, it had been a great success. Roman congratulated them and told them to use potions to heal their wounds. Stephen, watching this, couldn't believe that Roman would give potions to all his soldiers. The narrator then helpfully explains to us that a potion is a legendary item that actually heals wounds. Thanks for the clarification. However, in this world, potions are incredibly expensive. This showed that Roman wasn't just strong, but also generous with his group. It was becoming clearer why they had so much confidence in him. Roman then instructed Stephen to prepare the battlefield for a potential second attack and said he would need someone familiar with the southern terrain. Stephen questioned if Roman was thinking of going after those men. However, Roman simply said the war wasn't over yet. He was introduced to a local guide, Kobe, who said he would be a great guide. Kobe showed him the map of the south and asked what would be the fastest way to reach the enemy's rear. Kobe mentioned that the normal route would take 2.5 hours. However, Roman needed something that would take no more than 2 hours. Kobe was surprised that Roman knew the exact time the normal route would take, realizing that Roman wasn't simply speculating, he had actual knowledge of the southern terrain. Kobe then said he didn't know Roman was familiar with the area. Roman responded that he knew when Stephen called him, they might have thought he didn't understand anything about the terrain, but he had studied the basics for unexpected situations like this. However, he admitted that his understanding wasn't perfect, which is why he needed the assistance of a local like Kobe. Kobe immediately realized that Roman was different from the other nobles who came to the south to live an easy military life. Perhaps with Roman, there was some real hope. That meeting lasted less than 10 minutes. Outside, Chris announced that he and the 30 soldiers were ready to go, but someone else appeared. Roman asked why Henry Albert was there. Henry remained silent and Roman asked again. Henry knew that if he said he was there to befriend Roman, he would be kicked out. So he first apologized for what he had done before. He admitted that it was shameless of him to be there, but he wanted to follow Roman. He too was a noble of Kiro and didn't want to sit idly by. He was at Roman's command. Roman told him he could follow, but made one thing clear. If Henry got in the way of the plans, even for a second, Roman would leave him behind without hesitation. With that, the army moved out. Naturally, Henry was already exhausted. Then Kobe noticed something, and they found a body on the ground. It was one of the soldiers from the training camp. Roman asked what had happened. The man simply said they had been attacked and begged for help. Roman realized that since this man was so far away, they must have been attacked at least 30 minutes ago. This suggested that the 5 lines of defense had been attacked simultaneously, with fast troops hitting the rear lines in the training camp. Roman seemed to remember something and said they would have to return to the southern training camp first. The scene shifts to someone holding a sword. A man with green hair remarks that they will die whether they're left alone or not. It's McBurney, who orders the bastards to die and declares that he'll kill at least one of them, even if it costs his life. But all he can think about is how easy things would be if he still had his right arm. He has no idea what happened to Roman, the only person who hadn't let his guard down in the entire southern front. He is certain that Roman had achieved something, and Clary finds it strange to be thinking about that boy when he's about to die. Maybe it shows how many things he still wanted to accomplish on the battlefield before he passed. Suddenly, the wall behind the enemy soldiers begins to crumble and explodes. He wonders if Kiro's reinforcements have already arrived. But of course, it's Roman. He surveys the scene and notices that at least McBurney is still alive. Chris gives the order to kill all the enemies and rescue the survivors. As usual, the poor fools try to attack Roman. The first 2 are captured alive, knocked out hard enough that they can't move for a while. Another soldier starts running, saying he has to warn the others, but he's caught immediately. I thought Roman had caught him, but it was McBurney, who says he's going to kill at least one of them. Roman didn't even use his sword. Instead, he subdued the man with a chokehold. Roman thanked him for holding on for so long and told him to rest. From the ground, McBurney also thanked him back. Sometime later, Chris reported that they had captured 12 Hector soldiers and saved 5 survivors. It seemed that Viscount Bale had been injured in a fight with the soldiers and had retreated to the mountains. The army had passed through the training area and continued onward, making Roman wonder where the rest of them had gone. Roman then said he would go into top of them, and no one should disturb him without permission. He knew there must be a reason why Hector's army was using these simultaneous attacks, and now it was time to find out why. He entered the room and announced that each prisoner had 3 minutes, starting from that moment. If they gave him the answers he wanted, they would receive a painless death. Otherwise, they would suffer agonizing pain until they finally died. The men seemed excited, saying he should just kill them already. Roman ignored them and asked what Hector's objective was. One man told him to go to hell. Roman ignored him again and asked what their objective was in the southern training camp. He waited a bit and then said that 3 minutes had passed. With that, he used a technique on the man's shoulder. The man immediately began coughing up blood and veins appeared all over his back. Roman explained that dying while feeling your bones and muscles twist would take quite a long time. The man next to him, now frightened, turned and said that knowing their plans wouldn't change anything because it was already too late. Roman grinned darkly and said that was exactly the answer he was waiting for. He explained that he wasn't looking for the truth but to see if there was something more behind everything. Now he knew Hector's main plan was to attack the rear of Kiro's defense lines. The man looked confused, but Roman simply said it was time for him to die. All those simultaneous attacks were meant to confuse the 5 defense lines, and if the plan worked, the front lines would be left without support and be considered defeated. Roman then returned to McBurney and asked him to explain what had happened in the southern camp. Matt Burney said they were attacked by Hector 2 hours earlier while they were preparing to train. The enemy numbers were much larger, and they were slaughtered before they could respond. He still wasn't sure if Commander Bale had escaped alive. Roman asked what kind of equipment the enemies were wearing. Matt Burney replied that it was all light gear, and one of his enemies had a squared face. Roman guessed that they might be Hector's hunter squad, whose leader saw scars as badges of honor from all the battles he had fought. Matt Burney agreed it was possible, but couldn't understand why they were attacked in the southern camp. If the enemy wanted an advantage, they should have attacked the battlefield front lines. Roman explained that they only passed through the training camp because it was on their way to the rear of the wall. They had no choice but to attack them. Matt Burney was still confused. Roman then explained that the attacks on the front lines were just a smokescreen. What they were really after was the teleportation gate, the ultimate form of spatial control magic. As the only way to move quickly over long distances, it was the highest priority in any war. Controlling it would prevent reinforcements from arriving and allow Hector to bring more soldiers into Cairo. Roman stated that Hector would have won the war if they had captured the gate. Matt Burney urged that they protect the teleportation gate immediately. However, Roman said no and asked if they had received any requests for support from the rear. Matt Burney, understanding what Roman meant, said it wasn't possible. Roman replied that if they were attacked an hour and a half ago, then the enemy had already reached the gate. The lack of a request meant the portal had already been taken. Now both the northern and southern parts of their position were under enemy control. With the portal captured, they were completely isolated. From this point on, their priority was survival without relying on the kingdom. Meanwhile, on the borders of Hector's territory, McClary received word that the distraction had worked, and they had successfully captured the teleportation gate. Everything had gone according to plan, and Kiro hadn't seemed to react. However, the prince warned them not to let their guard down. He knew that the soldiers at the wall would start trying to defend themselves. Their top priority was to secure that region so the entire south would be in their hands. The prince needed to ensure that the plan they had been preparing for over a year went perfectly. They had spent all this time analyzing the perfect moment to attack and studying the defense patterns of the south. Even if they had attacked the main wall first, they would have won within 4 hours. But the most important thing in that area was the existence of the portal. He ordered everyone to prepare for the worst-case scenario, which would be to destroy the portal if the first plan failed. If their initial plan went wrong, they would break the portal and initiate the second plan. A soldier seemed to know that the second plan was extremely cruel, but the prince showed no hesitation in speaking about it. Truly, he was worthy of being recognized as Hector's rising star. Actually, I made a mistake. The prince's name is Edwin. There are so many names with 5 guys showing up at once, it's getting complicated for me. Meanwhile, another body falls to the ground and the scarred soldier says it's now a race against time. Before they were discovered by all the enemies they needed to connect, the prince had warned Jackson that Hector wouldn't last much longer. Due to loans and bad harvests, he proposed a new plan to take the entire southern front of Cairo's kingdom. To Jackson, the prince seemed like fate's answer to saving Hector from these troubled times. That's why 48 scout troops were sent into Cairo this year. The exploration team infiltrated and even dug a secret tunnel. The prince then announces they were connected. At that moment, Edwin appears and everyone welcomes him. He tells Kellen to take care of the 1st Battalion and prepare to defend that area. He calls for Jackson, who says he is ready for orders. Edwin then explains that they've lost contact with Barrow McClary, who was in charge of the defense at the 5th line, and wants to know what's happening. Jackson says they're waiting for details but assures him not to worry, as the 5th line of defense has always been notorious for being troublesome. Even with a portion of their forces, they would still win. However, Edwin stresses the importance of ensuring every part of the plan goes right, which is why he wanted McClary punished, no matter the results. Though Edwin had an extremely meticulous plan, he wasn't aware of 2 unexpected situations that had occurred. Back at the 1st line of defense, someone shouts for the fortress to be repaired before the enemy's attack. Another soldier approaches and announces they've received a message from the southern training camp. The person commanding the 1st line is Count Donald. See, I'm not lying. 5 minutes pass, and now we have another 5 names. The message is from Roman, and Donald wonders why Roman is contacting him at a time like this. Roman cuts to the chase, warning that the attacks are a smokescreen, and that Hector's forces have likely already occupied the teleportation gate. Roman advises them to abandon the fortress and seek refuge in the mountains. The best option, Roman says, is to gather whatever forces they can and head south. Donald knows the southern region is the most dangerous, being right on the border, so why is Roman giving him this advice? He says they'll decide what to do what ends the communication. Seeing that Donald has ignored his advice, Roman decides to abandon all other defense lines and focus on saving the troops at the 5th line. He orders his army to begin preparing supplies, announcing that from now on, they would head toward the mountains. Back with Donald, he learns they've lost communication with the rear guard. Maybe Roman was right. Even if reinforcements from another front were sent, it would take at least half a month for them to arrive. Donald believes that if they can hold out at the wall until reinforcements arrive, they still have a good chance of victory. However, 4 hours later, they are questioning how they became so completely isolated. Obviously, once Hector captured the portal, they began sending additional troops. Now both the north and south were blocked by Hector's army. Donald tries to calm himself, knowing that at least the wall is fully repaired. They have all their equipment ready, and the enemy no longer has the element of surprise. He is confident they will survive the siege and shouts for everyone to prepare for the attack. Turning to the 1st line of defense, Donald explains that Hector has taken their portal, and they are now isolated. No one should count on reinforcements from the kingdom. However, just like in the first battle, they would give their best and emerge victorious. But then the knights begin to ask what that sound is. One of them is already trembling and Donald asks what's happening. It turns out the enemy had prepared a flare. A magical circle is formed and the flare is launched. In an instant, a large portion of the wall is blown apart and the first soldiers are burned alive. Donald recalls Roman's advice to abandon the fortress and seek refuge in the mountains. Now surrounded, he realizes that Roman was right. The commander's head had already been cut off. Edwin was growing more confident. Thanks to the flare and the surprise attack, they had easily taken the southern region. He orders the soldiers who had surrendered to be imprisoned so they can be used as bargaining chips with Cairo. Jackson praises the success of the plan, saying he understands. However, despite everything going well, Edwin has an uneasy feeling. He knows there is something he missed. At that moment, a knight reports a problem. They've lost communication with the troops left at the southern training camp because they had been killed. At that moment, Edwin wanted to know who had reported this information. The man, looking devastated, explained that the fifth line of defense seemed extremely unprepared. As soon as they attacked, they took over the entire fortress and Barrow McClary had already given the order to destroy it. However, that's when a monster appeared. Edwin was immediately alarmed. The man said the person wielded a power he still couldn't believe. The monster single-handedly walked through numerous soldiers, leaving a pile of bodies beneath him. Not even Hector's or a knight's could withstand a single attack. Because of this one person's appearance, they had lost the battle miserably. Edwin began wondering who this monster could be. Then it hit him. The youngest ranked swordsman in all of Cairo had been sent to the southern front. Even with a whole year of preparations, some variables he hadn't expected had surfaced. He now knew the boy's name, Roman Dmitri. Sometime later, Edwin requested information from Jackson, who reported that the fifth line of defense had been abandoned. The soldiers from that region had already fled to the mountains. Jackson suggested forming a pursuit squad to chase them, but Edwin said they already had the advantage they needed. It was time to start negotiations with Cairo. The scene shifts to the royal family of Cairo. A blonde man asks when they will arrive, and the butler apologizes, explaining that everything happened suddenly. This was Daniel Cairo, the king of the region. He couldn't make any decisions alone as he needed approval from all the aristocrats. Benedict was the first to arrive, apologizing that his carriage had been a bit slow. Representatives from the Valhalla and Kronos factions soon followed. Denver from Kronos asked if it was true that Hector had attacked the southern front. Daniel confirmed this, stating that the south was in great danger at the moment. Benedict questioned why they hadn't sent reinforcements. Daniel, thinking to himself, realized that this scoundrel knew more than he was letting on. He then asked if everyone agreed to send reinforcements to the south right now. Shortly after, Benedict was shocked to hear that the teleportation gate had been captured. The divided power in Cairo, split between 4 factions, was one of their greatest problems. Daniel slammed the table, saying they should take responsibility for what happened. If only he had enough power to make decisions on his own, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. He pointed a finger and said it was all his fault. At that moment, a soldier entered the room, announcing a communication from Hector. The scene shifted to Edwin, who declared that Hector wanted compensation for the war. Cairo needed to send enough gold to pay for the southern front. Benedict, enraged, said it was ridiculous that they had started the war and no amount of gold could justify it. But Edwin calmly stated they had exactly 3 days. If they didn't pay, the southern region would be absorbed into Hector. If they tried to stall for time, none of Hector's surviving soldiers would be spared. With that, the communication ended. Edwin knew that Hector was suffering from a lack of money and needed to pay interest to the bank. For the sake of the country, even if he was no longer seen as the shining star of Hector, he would become the demon they needed. Daniel said that if the portal had been captured, they had no other choice. The only way to minimize the risks of this situation was to send the payment they had demanded. Benedict agreed, but he was sure the amount would be enormous. Daniel, however, asked what other option they had and told him to suggest a better plan. The room fell silent. The king, fuming with anger, thought to himself that these damned aristocrats always wanted to debate every decision, but never offered any ideas. And now, in true crisis, they were useless. He said that if no one objected, they would pay Hector. But then the representative from Valhalla spoke up, saying he opposed the decision. Everyone was shocked. He explained that Roman Dmitri was on the southern front. From what he had heard, Roman had defended the fifth line and was still alive. Perhaps he was the force they needed to turn the war in their favor. The king agreed that Roman was a great prodigy, already a 3-star swordsman at only 20 years old. However, he doubted Roman alone would be enough to influence an entire battlefield. Benedict agreed, saying it was too risky to place Roman's life in danger. The representative from Valhalla realized that no one truly understood Roman's capabilities. The information he had, as a supporter of Valhalla, indicated that Roman had the talent of at least a 4-star swordsman or higher. A variable like this on such a battlefield was something to seriously consider. However, he didn't want his competitors to know this, so he said that since everyone seemed to agree, he wouldn't insist on the matter, but perhaps they should at least wait the 3 days. If nothing changed on the southern battlefield, it would accept this demand. The king then declared that this proposal was accepted. From that point on, the kingdom would prepare for both war and negotiation. The scene shifts to Henry, looking at the destruction of the first defense line. To him, Cairo had already lost the war. He shouted for everyone to run to the mountains and flee from this place, declaring that he had no intention of becoming a hero. After all, he needed to stay alive if he was going to be anything at all. However, someone appeared in front of him. Luckily for Henry, it was Chris, who told him to stay quiet. Chris led them through the forest, and Henry wondered why one of Dimitri's knights was there. Emerging from the bushes, Henry was confused to find they had already set up a secret base before everything started. Chris explained that this was part of Roman's plan in case things went wrong at the rear. Henry yelled that if they had already lost everything, they should have fled instead of camping there. But Chris replied that the war wasn't over. They had stayed behind, crossing the mountains to protect allies like Henry. After all, if Henry had been an enemy soldier from Hector, he would already be dead. Poor Henry trembled as usual when surrounded by the others. He asked where Roman was, and Chris responded that Roman was at the front finishing off the enemies. Henry realized then that Roman was truly the real monster. The scene shifts to a man being whipped across the back. Brant, the current commander of the first defense line, was just trying to ensure that as many soldiers as possible survived. Due to the orders of that damned leader, most of them were massacred at the wall. Everyone was being thrown to the ground, dying. A man approached, and Brand wondered if this was how it all ended. But like a recurring story, a purple slash cut through the air. Roman had arrived, surrounded by many enemies. However, they were quickly dispatched to the afterlife. Brant, disoriented, wondered if he had reached hell, and if this was the vision before him. He asked who this man was and what he was doing. Roman introduced himself as a man from the 5th line of defense, Roman Dmitri. Brant remembered that Roman had advised them to flee earlier, so why had he returned to help instead of escaping himself? Roman explained that the first wall had already fallen and that Hector would undoubtedly move to destroy the second. Roman asked if Brant was suggesting they give up. Brant acknowledged that Roman was an incredible swordsman, but a continental war couldn't be solved by one person. Roman knew Hector's people were suffering from hunger, yet here they were, ambushing and starting a war. None of their actions aligned with how Hector would normally behave. Roman began to understand Hector's true intentions. He explained that Hector had advanced and seized the southern front because they couldn't sustain a long-term war. Their plan was to start the war as quickly as possible and receive a bonus from the royal family. They had likely contacted their superiors as soon as they captured the southern front, meaning they were gambling their entire empire on this conflict. Meanwhile, at the second line of defense, another flare was used. The wall exploded and soldiers were burned. According to Edwin's plan, Barrow McClary wasn't supposed to die at the 5th line. It was supposed to be the easiest way to invade the south. But Roman Dmitri had disrupted those plans. What frustrated Edwin even more was that Roman hadn't even used his full strength to defeat the soldiers he encountered. Still, Edwin thought it impossible for one person to delay their plans so significantly. Hector wasn't weak enough to be cornered by a single individual. Then someone reported that they had lost contact with the group sent to kill the remnants of the first defense line. Worse yet, neither the second or third squads were responding. Edwin realized that the strange feeling he had been sensing was caused by Roman Dmitri. Edwin asked Jackson to explain the situation. Jackson reported that as soon as the first line had fallen, they had sent squads to deal with the fleeing forces. However, communication with the third squad had been lost for some time, and seemed everyone they had sent had been killed. The prince asked for an estimate of their losses, and Jackson responded with around 300. Edwin's greatest fear had come true. Rather than fleeing, Roman Dmitri had taken refuge in the mountains and was fighting back. Edwin told Jackson that if they left Roman alone, they would face even more problems. Jackson argued that Roman Dmitri was just a trivial variable, and if they failed to complete the siege because they focused too much on him, things would only get worse. The most important part of the plan wasn't dealing with Dmitri, but destroying the remaining defenses. However, Edwin insisted that the priority now was to exterminate Roman, who had interfered with all of his plans. He then ordered all the soldiers from the second line of defense to begin retreating. Jackson agreed while wondering why Edwin had become so obsessed with Roman Dmitri. Later that night, he knew that Roman was hiding in the mountains. Given that Edwin had been preparing for over a year, he could instinctively sense that Roman Dmitri was extremely dangerous to the success of their plan. Gathering the soldiers, Jackson acknowledged that he knew what everyone was thinking. However, as their commander, he asked them to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Dealing with the remaining defense lines they hadn't conquered was only the second worst problem. The biggest issue now was the existence of Roman Dmitri, who was creating a host of unexpected variables. Jackson knew that Edwin was normally extremely rational in his decisions, which is why they all accepted his orders. Looking toward the mountains, he declared that it was time to begin the rat hunt. The problem was that the southern mountains were vast. If they searched slowly, they would lose the enemy. This is why they decided to form a siege and gradually scale the mountain. One of the captains ordered the troops to sound a whistle as soon as they found the enemy. If they encircled their targets little by little, they could kill him without losing too many men. The soldiers agreed and began moving. However, just then, one of them heard something to the left and turned to check it out. Something passed by, and he looked to the right. He saw another soldier and wondered if everything was going according to plan. But then he realized there was no one else around him. Confused, he wondered if something was already happening and decided to sound the whistle. But Roman was already behind him, and with a swift motion, another neck was snapped. Roman recognized that Edwin's plans were bolder than he had expected. He thought it would have been better if they had attacked the second defense point. He couldn't believe they had abandoned the entire defense line just to try and stop him. Truly, the commander of these troops was extraordinary. By now, everyone in Hector knew the enemy was somewhere in the forest. Roman was moving through the area, decapitating soldiers as they warned each other to watch their allies. One soldier shouted that they would soon surround Roman, only to lose his head moments later. Roman, with a dark expression, noted that it had been a long time since he had felt like this. In his past life, he had undergone countless tests simply because he was the son of the celestial demon. His first mission was to hunt down a member of the demon cult who had fled. Roman completed the mission in just 3 days. However, the missions became increasingly difficult, eventually forcing him to face an opponent who seemed unbeatable. That's when Roman began studying different ways to handle such situations, mastering techniques involving assassination and stealth. He became unrivaled in these skills, earning the title of the King of the Night. Over the course of a year, he killed 38 martial masters, leading many to believe he was a shadow incarnate. Back in the forest, the soldiers wondered where their comrades were. The Aura Knights declared they would stay at the front, instructing everyone to retreat, but Roman intended to make Hector regret stepping into this mountain. Shadows advanced toward the Aura Knight, and a soldier reported that the leader of the first squad had been killed. He couldn't believe it and urgently needed to relay the message. He spoke into his communicator, saying that there was a ghost in the forest and that everyone was going to die. Unfortunately, he hadn't noticed that Roman was already behind him and was sent to the afterlife too. On the other side, Edwin only heard the screams. He ordered Thompson to calm down, stating that the enemies were merely taking advantage of the darkness. But Thompson screamed back that they couldn't see anything, that the soldiers were dying one by one, and that they couldn't even see who was killing them. No matter who it was, they had no way to fight back. Edwin couldn't believe that an Aura Knight like Thompson was so scared. Aura users had extremely sharp senses, so it was unthinkable that their enemy was undetectable. To Edwin, it had to be some kind of magic, possibly one that made the body invisible or allowed the person to hide. However, he knew that such magic couldn't be used continuously, as it required energy to be replenished. Edwin told his men not to let the shadows deceive them and that reinforcements were on the way. The soldiers believed that since they were surrounding the mountain, they would eventually trap their target. The leader instructed everyone to hold their defensive positions until the reinforcements arrived. He put his communicator in his pocket, concentrated his aura, and prepared for battle. He sensed something beside him and swung his sword, only to realize he had attacked his own ally. Roman observed how people trapped in shadows always think of the same solution. Thompson, now panicking, shouted for Roman to stop being a coward and face him. Roman stepped forward, calmly stating that when people discover an enemy they can't see, they wrongly believe they are about to win. But why would they believe such nonsense? If they couldn't even sense their enemy, they wouldn't stand a chance face-to-face either. Thompson recognized Roman Dmitri and knew he had to kill him there and then. He yelled that he would kill Roman, and their swords clashed. But in no time, Roman dispatched him and Thompson's body fell to the ground. Thompson managed to shout that the enemy was right next to him, but Roman replied that no one would hear him from there and finish him off. Roman then reached into Thompson's pocket and grabbed the communicator. He said he knew what they must be thinking. Hector was experiencing a food shortage unlike anything they had ever seen before, which was why they had made the risky decision to take the southern front. The reason for such a bold move in such a precarious situation was that they hoped to solve their country's problems with this war. They were likely trying to use the south as a bargaining chip to get money from Cairo. The problem for them, Roman continued, was that he had already figured it out. Additionally, he knew they didn't have much time since they probably didn't have the money to send food to their soldiers. If they tried to remain in this region, it would continue to be a problem they would face. For Roman, his objective in that place was already complete. Now it was impossible for them to ignore his existence. On the other side, a voice asked if he was Roman Dmitri. Roman smiled. Edwin admitted that he did not deny that Hector was facing an unprecedented food shortage. To escape the cycle of endless interest payments, they had to make this decision. Roman asked if Edwin wanted him to sympathize with their situation. Edwin replied that he didn't expect that. He just wanted Roman to understand how desperate they were. All of Hector's future was on the line in this war. They might not have much time, as Roman had said, but they wouldn't let the deaths of their comrades be in vain. Edwin then warned Roman to inform Kiro's imperial family that if Hector didn't gain anything from this war, they would poison the southern region, turning it into a land of the dead. Edwin declared that he, Edwin Hector, was willing to do whatever it took to save his people. Then he asked Roman what decision he would make. Would he fall with Hector, pull to the edge of the cliff, or would he choose to negotiate? The final decision, however, rested with Cairo. Roman remembered seeing the name Edwin Hector many times while investigating the south. Unlike his father, Edwin was extremely competent and had become the heart of Hector. He was respected not just by the people of Hector, but also by nearby factions. It was this man who was leading the war effort. But despite recognizing Edwin's impressive abilities, Roman didn't like being threatened. Roman drove his sword into the ground again, and Edwin asked what he thought he was doing. Roman coldly replied that he had stabbed his sword into someone's thigh. Edwin told him to just kill the man and stop torturing him. Roman, however, pointed out that this response was quite emotional. He had zero interest in Hector's difficulties and stabbed again, reminding Edwin that Hector had crossed the line by starting the war. They should not for even a second expect him to act humanely. Roman would do exactly what he thought was right, and they had better try to stop him. If not, he wouldn't spare any of them. Even if they raised a white flag and tried to escape from that place, Roman promised to hunt them down personally and drive his sword into their backs. If Edwin chose to embrace death and resist until the end, they would meet soon enough. Edwin was terrified. Roman was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Jackson appeared and asked what Edwin planned to do. Edwin immediately ordered all forces to move toward the area where the communicator was located. For the pain Thompson had suffered, Edwin vowed to ensure that Roman would be cut into pieces personally. Even if they were cut down as they climbed the mountain, they couldn't give Roman any chance to escape. Roman, now alone, placed a small stick on the ground, noting that none of them could see him. It was a tiny object from a human perspective, but even that rock contained mana. If someone could control mana artificially, it was like distorting space. Chris, nearby, was shocked. It was as if his vision had been blocked for a second, and then suddenly, Roman disappeared before his eyes. Roman explained that this technique was called trap formation. Back at the Hector army, the soldiers cried out that sacrifice was an honor as long as it meant defeating the enemy. But Chris, who was nearby, passed through more enemies. He was impressed that with the trap formation, no one had detected him. He turned and ordered the attack on the enemies, who had no idea where the blows were coming from. After the battle against Barcos, Chris had been reborn as a completely different person. He worked harder than ever to become as strong as Roman. He knew that if he let his focus slip for even a second, he would lose valuable lessons. That's why he pushed himself to the brink of collapse during training with Roman. Finally, he began to learn the techniques of the 10 strongest martial masters. Seeing the enemies dead on the ground, Chris knew it was time to follow the next orders. He turned and told everyone to retreat. It was time to move to the next position. Meanwhile, other battles were also taking place. Kevin's comrades remarked that the strangest thing was how quickly he grew compared to everyone else. Kevin clearly remembered how Roman dealt with the enemies that appeared before him and vowed to always follow the values Roman held dear. To Kevin, the way Roman resolved things was absolute. In other regions, everyone was fighting. Pucky and Volad had also completed their missions. 4 attacks launched by 4 different groups occurred simultaneously, and the operation was a complete success. A soldier remarked that there must be a mage working with Kiro's forces because even in well-lit areas, they couldn't understand how the enemies appeared out of nowhere. Jackson observed that it seemed they were falling into the enemy's trap. Edwin, however, knew that there was no magic capable of moving so many people at once. It could be done with a magic scroll, but those were strictly controlled by the Tower of Magic. A remote, neglected place like the Southern Front wouldn't have such an item. The only other possibility was a mage with multiple circles, but they didn't even have that in the east, so why would they have one in the south? To Edwin, it was ridiculous, and Jackson agreed that it was impossible. A mage was far rarer than an aura swordsman, and most mages were associated with the Tower of Magic, a neutral organization tied to all continents. The tower recruited those who were talented with mana because it was a repository of all magical wisdom. The most obvious path for a mage to gain power was to join the tower. Edwin knew that each nation had very few mages, which confirmed his belief that this wasn't the case. To find out the trick being used, Edwin would need to go in person, but he knew the timing wasn't right. He needed Roman to fall into their trap. Then, a man with blue hair declared that they had finally caught Roman, who was trying to escape. A fragment was activated, spreading light in all directions and exploding behind Roman, turning him into a glowing figure like a firefly in the dark night. One of the soldiers relayed that Roman was heading north but then corrected, saying he had changed direction toward the second squad. The men eager to avenge their fallen comrades prepared for battle, but Roman simply used his second movement, cutting down another group of enemies. The problem now was that Roman was starting to run out of energy. One of the wounded soldiers on the ground mocked him, saying that thousands of soldiers surrounded the area, and no matter how strong Roman was, he would eventually die at their hands. Roman smiled and asked if they had never considered that he had thrown himself into the trap on purpose. The soldier was confused. Roman then explained that it was ironic how they had sent so many soldiers to stop him for less than a minute and a half. It was interesting how careless they had become, and Roman intended to keep enjoying himself for a while longer. After all, it would take some time for the sun to rise. More bodies hit the ground. Suddenly, Jackson appeared behind Roman, declaring that he had found him. Roman recognized him immediately. Jackson was the captain of the exploration team and, based on his aura, a 4-star aura user. Without exchanging words, they clashed, and Jackson yelled that he had finally found the cursed Dmitri. Everyone believes Jackson is a 4-star knight, but no one is certain. That's because he's not even ranked in Hector, having dedicated his entire life to the scouts. The truth is, no one knows just how strong he truly is. Yet in this moment, he couldn't believe that Dmitri wasn't being pushed back by his attack. Face to face, he now knew that the story of Dmitri being a 3-star knight was a lie. He knew that from 4 stars onward, a knight becomes a walking disaster. And now it was clear why everyone who faced him died without a chance. They exchanged another blow, but Jackson already realized this wouldn't be easy. Then a purple aura appeared on Dimitri's sword. Jackson managed to defend himself, but he couldn't believe he was the one being cornered. He recognized that the young man was both strong and formidable. However, he wasn't about to let him escape, so he retreated. He pulled out a whistle and immediately blew it, signaling everyone that Roman Dmitri was there and to surround him. Right away, the army arrived, announcing they were there to assist Jackson. Jackson told Roman that it would be best if he surrendered, but our protagonist replied that it seemed they still hadn't understood the situation. He activated his body aura and the fragments shattered. With that, Jackson realized Roman had wanted to be followed. Roman said he could escape at any moment, even if surrounded on all sides. In a flash, he appeared behind Jackson and said their mistake was thinking they could subdue him. From behind, he pointed out that if the strongest knight in this attack was in front of him, it meant no one decent was guarding Edwin at that moment. Jackson turned to strike, but as soon as he did, Roman had vanished. In that instant, he shouted for everyone to return to Edwin's position because he was in danger. As always, Roman knew the fastest way to end a war was to kill a commander. If he followed the mana distortion created by the communicators, he would eventually find the location. Meanwhile, at Hector's camp at the base of the mountain. Well, not meanwhile, because Dmitri had already appeared and cut down the first 2 guards. In a second, he had leaped toward the prince, saying he found him. However, Edwin seemed confident as several light spheres appeared in front of him. Roman immediately noticed that this man wielded mana in a different way and wondered if he was a mage. The magic circle appeared and Edwin activated a hellfire spell. A blaze of flames exploded toward Roman. He kept advancing, but Edwin ordered him to stop. He activated a prison spell on the ground and some vines sprouted up. Yet Roman easily cut them down, saying that such magic wouldn't be able to stop him. However, at that moment, something hit him in the face with someone asking who he thought he was. The explosion swept Roman away, and the figure remarked that he had been too arrogant. Roman managed to defend himself with his sword, but was impressed by the aura the man possessed. This was the number 2 in the Hector Kingdom, the captain of the Royal Cavalry known as Bucker, a 5-star swordsman. Roman quickly realized Edwin had prepared various tricks to take him down. Edwin then said that today, no matter what Roman Dmitri did, there was no way he could survive the combined attack of a 4-circle mage and a 5-star swordsman. Today would definitely be the end of his life. With that, Edwin wielded a wind blade. At the same time, Bucker launched an attack, ordering him to go to hell. Roman was shocked to find himself surrounded on both sides, but he activated his demonic aura. He defended the attack on the right and seemed to dodge the one from the left. But in the midst of it, Bucker managed to land another strike, forcing Roman to throw himself back to defend. The explosion lit up the entire forest. Roman was on his knees thinking he had expected traps, but he hadn't imagined that Edwin was a mage, nor that he would have brought a 5-star knight infiltrated among common soldiers. Roman found it all rather interesting. Only when he was facing death did he feel truly alive. Bucker was shocked that a kid in his early 20s had survived that combined attack. It was hard to comprehend where in the world a monster like this had come from, but he was lucky the boy wasn't at his level yet. Edwin immediately ordered another attack, saying Roman was tired. He activated a double break of the world's spell, but in a second, Roman was already right in front of him. Activating once again a technique of the celestial demon, Bucker was startled and leaped forward. The third movement was activated, but it seemed Bucker managed to defend against it. The terrain around them was completely swept away. Bucker turned and asked if the prince was all right. Meanwhile, Roman realized that 5-star knights were indeed far stronger than he had expected. His own energy was also reaching its limit after using 2 demon techniques. He then told Edwin to remember this moment well. If they ever met again, he wouldn't survive as he had today. With that, the two stood there motionless as Roman vanished. However, Hector's army had been humiliated and suffered great losses because of one person. As much as they didn't want to accept this reality, the truth was right before their eyes. Edwin said it was his fault for considering Roman Dmitri a variable they could handle. And now, the worst-case scenario he had envisioned had turned even worse. This battle was a defeat for Hector. Or worse, it was a personal failure for him as a commander. He then ordered the collection of the bodies so they could be laid to eternal rest. With that, everyone was burnt to ashes. The prince apologized, saying it was due to his poor judgment, but a soldier behind him said none of it was his fault. Jackson agreed, saying no one could be blamed for this. The enemy was simply stronger than they had anticipated, so he ordered Edwin to hold his head high, because they still believed they could win. Seeing the soldier's confidence, Edwin calmed down. He said that was fine, but now anyone who doubted his decisions was authorized to flee. From that moment on, before the main forces of Cairo arrived, they would have to take down all other defense camps. They had at most 10 days and would use the rear guard as their own base. There, they would prepare to hold their ground to the death. At that moment, Bucker asked how they would deal with Roman Dmitri. Edwin said that fighting in the mountains against someone hiding was entirely different from fighting on a plain. They would take advantage of the battlefield, and Edwin swore he would ensure that Hector would not lose. Jackson, however, asked if he truly thought he would receive the compensation from Cairo that he was expecting. After all, it wasn't the only place they could request money from. Edwin then said he would make an offer to the Kronos Empire. The scene shifted to the royal family of Cairo. Someone noted they had been investing a lot of money in the east because of attacks from Kronos. A count of Cairo named Ager said this was why they didn't have money to meet Hector's demands. If they gave in and handed over the money, their reserves would be completely drained. The king asked about raising taxes, but the man said they had done that half a year ago. If they tried again, the people would start to revolt. The king knew the only option now was to use the money from the nobles of Cairo. However, doing so would further erode the royal family's authority. He couldn't see a way out of all this. He then ordered contact with all nobles in the central government. But at that moment, a man entered saying he had received a message from the southern front. It seemed they had managed to drive back some of the enemies. Daniel was confused. In a meeting, someone immediately asked if this was true. Hector had brought over 10,000 soldiers, so how could part of them have been expelled? If this victory was true, they had found a new way out of this problem. The Valhalla representative there knew it had to do with Roman Dmitri, but even so, it was unbelievable that one person made such a difference. They then said they would contact the southern front. At that moment, Daniel asked who this person was and told them to identify the group they were with. Henry then appeared, introducing himself and saying he was part of House Albert. The man from House Benedict remarked that he had heard of them as an influential family within the central government. However, he wanted to know why this man was responding instead of Roman. Henry explained that he was part of the army commanded by Roman, and the reason he wasn't responding was because he said he needed some time alone. As the only noble, Henry decided to step in. Right away, he began explaining about the first day he saw Roman, but Benedict quickly told him to be quiet and get straight to the point. Henry saw the perfect opportunity to start getting closer to Roman. He then said that the success of this mission was entirely due to Roman. As soon as Roman saw they were attacking the southern part of the training field, he knew they were targeting the teleportation gate. Without hesitation, he headed to the mountains, where the group had already prepared a secret camp. If the commander of the southern front had listened to Roman, they wouldn't have fallen so easily either. The king and everyone present realized that the other commanders had been a bunch of fools, while Roman was the only one who had succeeded. Henry, knowing Roman's group was nearby, made sure to shout for everyone to hear him praise the young man. He said he had fought side by side with a legend who single-handedly defeated over 200 enemies. Even surrounded on all sides, he managed to secure victory. The soldiers there were ready to wage war against the kingdom of Hector. Daniel said they had acted weakly. While Roman resisted and turned an unfavorable situation around, they were ready to give up. Benedict admitted that once the teleportation gate had been taken, he too was sure they couldn't win this. But the forces of Cairo had proven that they weren't as weak as they seemed. Now that Roman Dmitri had taken one of the southern borders, they needed to seize this opportunity to launch a counterattack. One of the men slammed the table, saying they must make Hector pay for this attack. Daniel then declared that from now on, they would refuse any negotiation with Hector. They would begin planning to restore the pride of Cairo. He then ordered all vassals from the noble families to be summoned and informed about the south. Everyone there seemed motivated to support the Cairo Empire. But the truth was that all their interest lay in Roman Dmitri. Back at the base, Henry knew that after this war, Roman would certainly go to the central government. If he could become part of that group, he'd be well off. He then called for Chris and asked if he was hungry, but Chris merely ignored him, saying he wasn't interested. Henry insisted, saying it was delicious. But then he turned and asked if Chris thought he didn't know what he was planning. If he wanted to gain recognition in that place, he first had to become someone they could trust on the battlefield. Henry thought for a moment, but he quickly turned to Kevin, asking if he wanted a piece of the meat. After that meeting, the royal family contacted those still in the south to tell them to support Roman. A soldier named Vasily was the commander of the third line of defense. He commented that if Hector was defeated by fewer than 200 men, they must be weaker than expected. The man next to him agreed, mentioning he had heard that Hector was dealing with a food shortage. Apparently, they had a large force in this attack, but none they needed to fear. Vasily had been isolated in the third line of defense for 3 years. Perhaps for him, this was the opportunity the heavens had granted. However, he wasn't keen on this idea of helping Roman buy time. If the boy had defeated part of Hector alone, he could do it too. Immediately, he ordered all forces to gather as they would begin guerrilla tactics. Hector's army split into 3 groups, attacking the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th lines. The 3rd consisted of about 3,000 soldiers. Seeing Roman's achievements, Vasily tried setting traps. But Hector's army wasn't as weak as he had hoped. Already rattled, Vasily muttered that what was happening was ridiculous. But while he and his army had been safe behind the walls for over 3 years, Hector's forces were ready for war, fresh out of combat. Seeing an Oro-wielding soldier leaping toward him, he understood. That victory was possible only because of Roman Dmitri. The poor man was struck down. At that moment, Diego received word that the fool from the 3rd line of defense had been killed. Another report came in stating that the 3rd and 4th lines seemed to have been attacked simultaneously. The communicator also received a call from the 2nd line. A desperate man said it would be impossible to hold for 10 days in this state and begged for reinforcements. Alarmed, Daniel wondered if they were really about to lose all their defense lines in a single day. In that moment, he realized it wasn't that Cairo was strong or that Hector was weak. The victory they had gained was solely due to the presence of Roman Dmitri. What he had done gave them an advantage, but they had let their guard down. That's why he wanted to know where Roman Dmitri was. In a cave, Roman said there was still much about this world he didn't know. In the world of Murim, it was about absorbing energy from nature, like a tree with its roots. That's how a martial artist grows, but in this new territory, something called magic exists. He knew that if Edwin had been a mage or perhaps one more circle, he wouldn't have managed to escape. Unfortunately, he was still far from regaining all the martial power he once had. Risky decisions like that could put him in a fatal situation. Edwin foresaw he would be attacked, which is why he positioned a sharp guard at his side. Things had started out extremely poorly. Remembering the hell spell, Roman knew he would have to change his plans. He could, for example, take the risk and attack Edwin again. He began to picture the scene of himself using a fiery slash. But at that exact moment, Edwin was once again protected by Butker. Roman couldn't win against a 5-star knight while also fighting a mage. Or perhaps what he needed to evolve was a true challenge he wasn't sure he could win. A formidable enemy who might have a chance of taking his head. He couldn't allow himself to be someone who lived only in comfort. He would try again and again and again. After simulating countless battles, Butker's body fell to the ground. Ronan said that now he was fully prepared. Back with a desperate Henry who wanted to know where Roman had gone. Chris replied that he didn't know, but Henry insisted, saying the royal family was urgently looking for him. However, he only responded that no one would get close until Roman gave permission. Worried, Gutno asked why he was doing this and why he needed to be alone. Just then, someone came into the cave. The young man wondered why Roman looked so battered. Back at the meeting table, Chris reported that, just as he had predicted, the 3rd and 4th lines had already fallen. Additionally, today the 2nd line had also fallen to the enemy. Afterward, they took all the war supplies and retreated to the rearguard, and that's likely where they were preparing to fight to the death. Henry then mentioned that the Cairo royal family was in chaos and was desperately searching for Roman. Since they had already done enough, they could leave the main army to handle it all. Roman ignored this and instructed them to put him in contact with the royal family. As soon as he saw Daniel, he introduced himself. Daniel immediately asked what he was doing while all the other defenses in the south were collapsing. Roman replied that he was preparing the strategy he would use that week. Diego said he wouldn't complain because Roman had achieved something no one believed possible. But even so, they had lost almost all their defenses this week, so he wanted to know, was there really no way he could have helped a little sooner? Roman replied that winning this fight would take luck. That was because they were fighting in open terrain where he couldn't do much. He was already certain that Hector had put everything on the line, as they had even brought the 2nd most powerful person in this war. Additionally, the enemy commander was a mage. Diego was shocked, asking if there really was a 5-star knight and a mage in this war. Roman explained that everyone knew that mages possess even more devastating power when fighting in open terrain. That's why he had been waiting for the main army of Cairo to arrive to assist. Benedict, standing beside him, acknowledged that Roman was right. It would have been impossible for them to win. The representatives from Valhalla and Kronos also realized that Hector was risking everything in this battle. Benedict then remarked that His Majesty had no reason to question the hero of the war. Diego agreed and informed Roman that Cairo's main force was about to arrive at the southern front. However, obviously, Hector was also expecting those troops to arrive, and naturally, they wanted Roman to help with the preparation and attack on the base. Roman was thoughtful. Hector hadn't given up on this war, even though Cairo had decided not to negotiate anymore. He wondered what the best decision his enemies could make was and what the worst situation they could find themselves in would be. He then apologized, saying that time, unfortunately, was not on their side. Confused, Diego asked what he meant by that. Roman explained that they would have at most 3 days to end everything once Cairo's army arrived. If the rearguard hadn't been cleared within that time, Hector would surely seek an external army like Kronos to get involved in this war. Panicking, Diego asked what they would do. Roman smiled and said there was only one way out. They had to launch a direct frontal attack and end Hector in a maximum of 3 days. We see Count Hadid from the Kronos Empire saying it was a very tempting offer to receive the southern part and the portal. However, nothing was solidified yet, so it would be foolish to accept this deal. If they managed to hold that front for a month, then they would accept. The man from Kronos asked what Edwin thought of this offer. Poor Edwin was seething with anger, but had no other choice. He then replied that he agreed with the condition. He turned to Jackson and ordered him to contact the Hector royal family. They would need to use the portal to secure resources to survive there for at least a month. The problem was that it would take at least 3 days to fully connect with the portal in Hector's land. But if they could hold out for 3 days, the supplies would arrive and they would be able to survive. In front of the castle, someone said that those damn people had dared to raise Hector Ben's flag in their territory. It was the commander of Cairo's main force named Phadius. A while later, he joined Baron Brahim and Baron Tals in a tent to discuss strategies. He couldn't believe so many important government figures were getting involved in something that would only lead to losses. Apparently, the rumor that they were trying to win favors from Roman Dmitri wasn't false. Then the impressive one arrived. Phaedius welcomed him, saying it was an honor to meet the hero of Cairo. What's this? He even said Roman was much more handsome than the rumors suggested. He needed to focus on saying Roman was strong, not handsome. Of course, Phaedius had received instructions from Benedict that he had to do whatever necessary to gain Dimitri's favor. He warned that everyone would blame the royal family for the defeat in this war, and that if Roman Dmitri fell into the aristocrats' hands, the balance of power could collapse. Phaedius didn't like the fact that the young man was from a common family, but he couldn't believe Roman was barely 30. If he really managed to win the boy over, he would at least earn more favor from the Marquis. He then invited Roman to sit. He introduced himself and said he served Benedict. He mentioned that Benedict apologized for having him stop there. Roman said it was fine since no one could have expected this to happen. Benedict was already talking about having a private conversation with the young man, while the others were just watching. It was Tals who mentioned that Count Gregory also wanted to make contact with Roman. Then Baron Brahim added that Count Denver wanted to speak with the young man as well. Roman asked what mess they were up to now. The man was immediately alarmed. Ronan said he wasn't foolish enough not to know they were all there because of him. However, the enemy had raised their flag in their territory and was proudly flying it. This wasn't the time to be talking about something so trivial. After they expelled Hector, he would challenge the ranking battle. His goal was to claim the title of the strongest swordsman in Cairo. Only after proving his own worth would he consider following someone. The men were shocked that he truly wanted the most coveted title in the region. He then asked if they could focus on the current situation. With that, they stopped the gossip and began to focus on the calamity of war, a war that was about to begin at the castle. However, although there were countless opinions, there were very few solutions. In the tent, someone mentioned that Hector would need at least 3 days to connect this teleportation gate to the main one in their city. All they would do during that time was react enough to stop any attacks they sent. Phaedius noted that he knew they only had 10,000 troops, and with 20,000 soldiers there, they could launch a direct attack and win. However, Roman countered, saying they wouldn't have the advantage as long as Hector had a mage, but he had already thought of a solution for that. On the walls, soldiers were running and alerting that the enemies were approaching. Cairo's main army was now face-to-face with the castle. Ronan stepped forward and called out to Hector's army. He announced that, as Cairo's representative, he wanted to request a duel with Butker. Edwin was confused, wondering what Roman Dmitri was thinking. Roman said he wanted no more meaningless sacrifices and was sure everyone there felt the same. If he lost the duel, Cairo would accept Hector's proposal. However, if he won, Hector's troops would have to leave the territory. To Edwin, there was no way Roman could defeat Butker, so he thought it must be a trap. But Roman declared that if they didn't accept this proposal, he would destroy that place even if it meant giving his life to do so. He gave them 10 minutes, which was all the time they had to make a decision. The scene shifted to Butker, saying he would fight him. However, Edwin responded that he wouldn't allow it. The knight insisted, urging the prince to trust that he could easily cut off Roman's head. But Edwin shouted, saying it wasn't that he didn't trust Butker, but that he didn't trust Roman. He knew Roman wasn't strong enough, so he was surely hiding something up his sleeve. Butker replied that he would defeat Roman regardless of any tricks he used. He said he had served the prince his entire life and asked if he seemed like the kind of coward who would fear a duel just because of a possible trap. Edwin then told him to promise one thing. They couldn't afford to lose him, so if he felt anything was off, he should retreat. Already heading out the door, Butker replied that he'd see him soon. Outside, Butker remarked that he'd seen countless lunatics in his life, but none like this one. He didn't know what trap Roman had prepared, but he would fight with everything he had. Roman simply said that from the moment they crossed paths in the mountains, only one of them could continue living. There was no trap. He simply wanted to fight fairly against him. Excited, he urged Butker to truly give it his all, because if Roman died, he would achieve everything he desired. Butker said he was crazy and immediately launched forward. As soon as someone reaches 5 stars, they become powerful enough to single-handedly change the course of a war. Butker activated his entire aura at once because the fate of Hector was at stake. He didn't want to waste more than a second. He announced he would finish this in an instant. Roman blocked the attack aimed at his neck, and the ground shattered beneath them. The spectators were all terrified. Another attack from Butker came, but Roman seemed to come out on top. However, Butker also disappeared and was suddenly behind him. Butker tried to strike again, and once more, Roman defended himself. The slash tore through the entire ground. Benedict, watching, was afraid. They had accepted Roman's request because he seemed confident. But if he lost, clearly all efforts up to this point would be in vain. Frightened, Tals asked if he was really going to lose like this. Butker continued attacking, and Roman was struggling to defend himself. From atop the wall, soldiers cheered for him, shouting his name. They pleaded for him to avenge the comrades killed by that man. Another attack was blocked, and Butker began to notice that Roman was getting used to his strikes. Not only was he blocking, but he also seemed to be predicting the sword's path. Butker began to wonder if Roman was somehow analyzing him. Meanwhile, Roman thought that he was finally beginning to understand his place in this world. He had managed to cut down Romero's, a 4-star knight, in an instant. At the same time, he had been able to defeat the 5-star. He needed this fight to determine his exact standing in this world. He then tightened his grip on the sword and said that, in any case, he would break down the wall in front of him and move to the next level. The enemy responded, calling him reckless. An aura explosion was an indiscriminate way of wasting energy. All the knights in this world didn't understand human control, so all they created was an explosion around their body. While most energy concentrated on the blade, the side areas were weakened. Roman noticed this and decided to focus on those weak points. For the first time, Butker had to defend himself. Gradually, he began to be pushed back, until the protagonist announced it was time for the third movement. A massive aura then appeared before the enemy. Those who had been confident in the fight were startled to see the 5-star knight forced to defend. The poor man trembled, wondering how this could be possible. Lying on the ground, Butker asked how someone sent to be a 3-star was fighting against a 5-star. From the wall, Edwin wondered if Roman was truly fighting without any tricks. The The problem was that losing Bucker in this situation would be the worst possible outcome. Not only would they lose their greatest strength in that location, but they would also have to abandon the place. But he had to trust Bucker since he hadn't given up yet. Maybe Roman was just acting recklessly. Slowly, Bucker rose, saying he couldn't believe the cursed man wanted to defeat him without any tricks. The reason their perfect plan had gone wrong was because of this man. If you let Roman Dmitri continue evolving, eventually Hector would have to face a monster they couldn't handle. And that's why he had to be killed here and now. He then warned Roman that he would fight with everything he had. He raised his sword to the sky, creating an attack that only two people had survived to this day. One had become the strongest swordsman in the Empire, and the other was still in the ranks. He then activated the secret art of the Sun Strike. A sphere of energy flew toward Roman. Watching, Roman knew that if he took that blow directly, he wouldn't survive. To get through it, he would have to concentrate everything he had on defense. This was definitely the strongest attack that old man possessed, and it was time for him to use the most powerful defense technique Zhongye possessed. The sun was then about to collide with him. Edwin was shocked, and Roman, standing inside, shouted for it to come at him with everything it had. This was how he would decide who was the strongest. As everything exploded, he wondered whether it was the spear or the shield. A while later, the smoke began to clear. From the wall, Edwin wondered how he had done it. On the ground, a crater had formed, but Roman was unharmed. That was an attack even a 5-star swordsman shouldn't have been able to block. And Bucker was finished because he had used up all the mana he possessed in that strike. However, the stubborn man told himself he couldn't give up there. Ronan leaped forward and another attack was blocked. But this time, Bucker stumbled backward. He continued defending himself, wondering how things had come to this. He, who had a lifetime of experience on the battlefield, was being cornered by a young man not even 30. But he wasn't going to stop even if it put him face to face with death. Until the man took a blow to the face from Roman and was slammed to the ground. Bucker muttered that he had to take this cursed man down before he became a threat to the prince. His head began to glow, and an aura explosion enveloped them both. But Roman, untouched, simply said he would remember that determination. Bucker was horrified as Roman charged forward, and Edwin shouted for him to stop. He activated a flare rune, and an attack nearly hit Roman, who had to dodge. In an instant, Edwin ordered the knights to go forward and save Roman. The poor knights went in crying, but with that, Hector had broken the rules of the duel. This meant they had abandoned the way the world saw them. However, this action by the soldiers was perfect for Roman. The fortress gate was completely open. We then see a bit of when Roman was talking with Cairo's army. Phaedius asked what they would do after Roman achieved this so-called miracle he thought was impossible. Roman said he had observed Hector's soldiers after the mountain battle. Even though they were exhausted and worn out, they returned to retrieve each of the bodies. Even in such a difficult situation, they didn't abandon their comrades and made sure to cremate each one. He had seen Edwin among them and was sure he was a soft-hearted commander, and of course he planned to take advantage of that. Phaedius told him to explain. Roman explained that Bucker would be the catalyst that would lead Edwin to make poor decisions. If he incapacitated Bucker, the initial requirements for their main plan would finally be in place. He wouldn't kill Bucker, but would leave him incapacitated. And if at that moment Edwin gave the order to save him, that's when they would initiate the second phase of their plan. A soldier charged at Roman, shouting that they needed to buy time. But Roman said that Edwin Hector was a good ruler. However, the battlefield was no place for him. Some knights approached Bucker's body while others launched arrows in his direction. From afar, Phaedius couldn't believe everything had happened exactly as planned. It was as if the young man had used some kind of magic. Truly, Roman Dmitri was the greatest talent ever born in Cairo. Now he understood why Benedict had been so insistent. The moment they managed to secure Roman, they wouldn't just eliminate that weak king, but also any informant from the other two empires. He then ordered the Cairo army to attack. From the wall, Edwin realized that his foolish decisions had led him into this situation. He was a pathetic fool who had lost his composure and failed as a commander. He couldn't believe he had lost his ability to make good decisions the moment Bucker was defeated. But it wasn't over yet. If they saved Bucker and closed the gates, they still had a chance to win. He then began activating the flame rune. A rain of fire fell across the field and a few men aided the prince. Phaedius instructed them to spread out in advance, as they couldn't miss this opportunity. One of Hector's knights, named Kellen, knew they needed to close the gate as quickly as possible. Just below, Bucker was finally arriving. Meanwhile, Roman thought that the moment he had been waiting for had finally come. He ran toward the wall as someone called to activate the defense magic. From above, Kellen shouted Roman Dimitri's name as he approached with a crazed expression. A group of soldiers positioned themselves in front, saying they would stop him. But an explosion blasted through the entire front line. With that, Roman shouted for the army to advance as the gate was completely open. From afar, Phaedius ordered them to kill all the remaining Hector troops. The battle between the two armies finally began. The plan to open the main gate had been a success. Now only one objective remained. He entered the castle and found himself face to face with Edwin, who at that moment wondered when things had started to go so wrong. They had managed the perfect ambush and invasion, which showed his plan wasn't bad. But everything changed when Roman Dmitri appeared. He was already certain that this whole failure was because of that cursed man. They had failed to secure the 5th defense because of him, and that guerrilla operation in the mountains had cost them numerous excellent soldiers. If God existed, he was curious to know. Why was he born as the star of Hector, and why had he sent Roman Dmitri to Cairo? At that moment, face to face, Roman said they had finally met. Edwin simply replied that even if he died today, he would take Roman with him to the afterlife. He shouted Roman's name and activated a circle release. Immediately, a sphere of wind formed in his hand, and the entire place began to crumble. An attack came toward Roman, which he easily cut down with his sword. More soldiers approached, declaring they would protect the prince at all costs. 3 Aura knights attacked him, shouting for him to go to hell. But Roman simply activated the second form of the celestial demon, and they were all cut in half. Then an earth spell emerged from below, trapping him in a pile of logs. At the same time, Edwin activated a hellfire spell, engulfing the young man in flames. But a sword pierced through the flames, slicing the attack in two. Edwin muttered to himself that he knew Roman wouldn't die easily, but he wanted to see him survive this. He launched a lightning blade that struck Roman head-on. He smiled, thinking he had finally stopped him. But of course he hadn't, and Roman called Edwin's name. He appeared behind him, acknowledging that Edwin was very powerful. But it ended here. The attack was about to strike when blood splattered across the prince's face. Kellen had blocked Roman's attack with his own body, pleading for the prince to escape. In desperation, Edwin screamed Kellen's name as Roman rested his sword on his shoulder, saying it was shameful. But he told Edwin not to worry, he would be joining him soon. However, they didn't stop, and more soldiers came rushing in, shouting Roman's name. He blocked the first attacks, but they kept coming. With that, Jackson swept in and picked up the prince. He told him to wake up to reality and asked if he truly intended to die in this place. Even if he were judged as a defeated coward, he had to survive until the end of all this, because otherwise the lives of everyone who sacrificed themselves for him would have been in vain. He shouted for everyone in the castle to give up and retreat from this place, and for anyone who could to hold back Roman Dmitri to buy time for the prince. The soldiers shouted that at least the prince needed to keep living, but Roman kept destroying everything. The prince, being carried away, could only watch him cut down everyone in his path, thinking that Roman Dmitri truly was a demon. Sometime later, a white-haired soldier told him he had already won and could stop now, but Roman simply said that he had already warned them he would kill them all. This was a war they had started, so they shouldn't be acting as if they were the victims here. With that, another head rolled. The rest of Hector's army had retreated, marking Caro's victory. As they entered the castle, the nobles wanted to know where Roman Dmitri was. Then they all froze in shock. This protagonist was something else, standing atop a pile of bodies. He was the person who had changed the course of a war that had seemed destined for defeat. He had achieved something that would probably never happen again. The young man's worth probably deserved a like on this video. Do you guys remember how the last chapter ended? It finished when Roman annihilated everyone inside the castle. He cut off the enemy general's head, and people were in shock, seeing him standing over a pile of bodies, saying they had finally arrived. That's how the second season begins, during the celebration of that great victory. Everyone in the city is talking, did you hear? All the merchants from the south are saying the situation's terrible. It seems like the kingdom of Hector is crossing the borders and attacking the southern frontier. A man wearing a bandana says he doesn't believe it, and his friend replies that he's just scared. Apparently, they're forcing men to fight in the war. The man with the bandana asks, buddy, why would they send people to war just because Hector is attacking? The friend answers, because if they don't, their empire will fall, right? Then the scene shifts to the Royal Academy in Class D. It's a duel between William Castro and Lauren Dmitri. The instructor signals for them to begin, and right away, William charges forward, but Lauren manages to defend himself. Still, the boy feels a strong impact, starts screaming in panic, and tries to land a weird strike, but William easily dodges it. Wow, did he just call the kid mentally unstable? Oh my god, he hits him on the back. Is that even allowed? What a humiliation. The poor guy ends up doing push-ups on the floor while everyone around comments that William is the strongest. The instructor says, Dmitri, didn't you come to the academy to learn fencing, son? Then why can't you swing a sword without shutting your eyes? You're honestly pathetic. If you perform like this in the exams, you better be ready to be transferred to Class E. Lauren is in shock. Class E is usually for 15-year-olds. At 18, he should be moving up, not getting demoted. Sometime later, he's sitting on a bench when William walks up. Well, our dear Lauren. I heard that Mr. Rodwell studied in Class S. That's why I always thought everyone in the Dmitri family was amazing. But look at you. You're living proof that some people are just born with limits. Apparently, Rodwell being in Class S must have been a rare exception. Miracles don't happen twice in the same family. Lauren thinks to himself that this cursed name, Rodwell, just keeps haunting him. Then one of the side characters says, buddy, that story about Dmitri being strong must be a lie. You think the rumor about him beating Homrose is true? Impossible. William says, I don't believe it. It was Dmitri himself who spread that rumor. Just look at our dear loser Lauren here. The whole Dmitri family is full of incompetence. Keep talking like that, kid. Once your neck gets cut, you'll be wondering why right before your head goes flying through the air. Keep it up. Sometime later alone, Lauren starts wondering if what he heard about Roman is actually true. He doesn't remember him being a weak man, but he wasn't strong enough to defeat Homrose either. That much was clear. Everyone knew that was an obvious lie. But suddenly, he stops and notices a strange commotion. Lots of people whispering. A girl asks if it's true, and a boy answers yes. He says he's got some relatives living in the south, and they warn that the borders near Hector were almost destroyed. But after a miraculous counterattack, they managed to survive. Apparently, the one who saved the region was Roman Dmitri. He played a major role in that battle. Then someone else asks, wait, isn't Roman Dmitri the youngest ranked warrior? A man replies yes, and adds that they're saying he killed 200 soldiers on his own in that fight. Supposedly, he even defeated another 5-star warrior in a one-on-one duel. But everyone around says that's ridiculous. Impossible to believe. Lauren listens, shocked. Hold on. Are they talking about my brother Roman? Killing 200 soldiers and an aura user. Our family must be lying a lot lately. They're losing their minds. Then a soldier orders everyone to step aside, announcing that the heroes of the south are arriving. The protagonist rides in on horseback as everyone watches in awe. Wow, look, it's Roman Dmitri. Total badass. Facing the king, the man says, hello, Roman Dmitri, we finally meet. The protagonist greets him, and the man continues, saying he would like to represent all the people of the nation and thank him from the bottom of his heart. Roman showed the world the true strength of Kiro, and the king wants to know what the young man desires. If it's within his power, he'll make it happen. Then he adds a hint. The most powerful captain of Cairo, known as Count Nicholas, is looking for a successor. If Roman is interested, he could make him the new captain. That would give him complete freedom within the royal family, and he'd no longer have any duties at the border. What do you think of that? Too bad for him, he doesn't know Roman's about to ask for everything he has and more. The protagonist knows this man rose to the top at a very young age, which is why people call him the Puppet King. His name is Daniel, and he believes that if he can bring Roman to his side, even the aristocratic factions would hesitate to oppose him. He knows people call him a cowardly king, but he doesn't intend to live that way forever. The butler standing beside him, Marquis Benedict, says, "Your Majesty, no one in this world rewards another person by giving them more work. He's a talented young man with a brilliant future. You're basically asking him to sacrifice himself. It would be better to withdraw that offer." Suddenly, the room erupts in noise. Several people argue that it's fine for Roman to gain access to parts of the royal family, but becoming the vice captain would be too much. Daniel, however, says he's already made his offer, and from this moment on, it's up to Dmitri to decide whether he accepts or not. The protagonist is impressed that Daniel had the guts to stand up to those nobles. Still, at this moment, he has no reason to help Kiro's royal family, so he replies that the position of a royal knight is indeed an honorable one. But before deciding his future, there's something he wants to say. Daniel tells him to go ahead, and the protagonist says that after this war, he realized something. He's just a frog at the bottom of a well. Outside this country, he's a nobody, and that's why he needs to prepare himself before venturing out into the world. Once he's ready, he'll challenge the open rank tournament of Kiro. His plan is to challenge every rank from 99 up to 1, just to test his limits. What's wrong with this crazy protagonist? Does he think the open rank tournament is like Sung Jinwoo's tower, where you just keep leveling up? These open rank battles are endless challenges. They go on until one fighter is defeated or falls to their knees, and then of course the winner rises in rank while the loser drops. Daniel warns him that many people lose their lives in those matches. It's not something to decide on a whim. Roman says he understands, and while Daniel is impressed, he also realizes that instead of asking for a reward, the boy is asking for another challenge, a clear sign of how confident he is. The nobles nearby are all saying this is exactly what they'd expect from Kiro's hero. Truly an admirable decision. Everyone's excited for the upcoming fights. Meanwhile, Benedict is thinking that since Roman turned down the king's offer to prove himself, there's not much anyone can do to stop him now. And really, there's no reason to. Roman's in his early 20s. It's good for him to find out how far he can go. Roman tells the king that only when he proves himself in front of everyone will he be ready to make a decision. But we all know the truth, don't we? When these battles are over, he'll be so powerful that he won't need to be anyone's blade. In fact, he'll become a new player on the board. Wow, he really loves those dramatic lines, doesn't he? What a slay guy. The scene then shifts to a man pouring wine. Benedict says Roman truly is full of surprises. He'd sent the boy to the southern border just to give him a peaceful post, but never imagined he'd end up facing off against Hector. Roman replies that it was a great experience, which confuses the man. The protagonist explains that through that battle with Hector, he realized the world is much bigger than he'd ever imagined. That's why he decided to challenge the ranks, to test just how strong he really is within the kingdom of Kiro. And when the day comes that there's no one left stronger than him here, his plan is to travel the world and challenge everyone in his path until he becomes the strongest of all. Benedict says it's impressive. There was a time when he too dreamed of becoming the most powerful man alive, but eventually he understood how vast the world truly is and chose to be content with the life he is now. Then he says, "I have a daughter." Oh no, he's going to offer his daughter, isn't he? He explains her mother died very young and I had to work hard to raise her. And now he's really going to hand her over for free? Wow. The old man says, "I heard from Fabius that you're not exactly an innocent person. After that battle, and after you requested to enter the open ranks, I realized you remind me of the monsters I once saw when I was young. Even though I didn't have their strength, I had the instinct to recognize someone like you, someone who could grow strong enough to stand among them. I knew you broke up with your ex, you rascal. So now if you can guess where I'm going with this, I want to introduce you to my daughter. She's well-mannered, white-haired, and gentle. Treat her well, and she'll take care of you." Of course, the old man didn't say that part out loud, but that's definitely the message he was hinting at. What he does say is that he wants them to meet and see if any feelings develop between them. He'll be watching over Dmitri regardless of his decision. He just wants the boy to be honest. On top of that, with Benedict's support, Roman could gain anything he wants in the kingdom of Kiro. The Marquis understands that the existence of this young man completely disrupts the balance of power. Whoever manages to recruit him will likely rule Kiro. The four major powers currently governing the kingdom begin offering all sorts of things to Roman. The guy could have any woman he wants, but something tells me Roman isn't interested in that. He lives for battle. He's beyond ordinary desires. Doesn't he have any human urges at all? After all, Roman Dmitri was the heavenly demon Bak Hyuk, someone utterly incapable of serving anyone. Back at home, Hans is trembling and saying, "Dmitri, are you hurt? My heart was aching. I'm so glad you're all right, Dmitri. I love you." A few days later, he's calmer and says, "Young master, I know this might sound sudden, but could you meet with young master Lauren?" Lauren, the boy who keeps getting beaten up in the capital, right? We go back a few days to when Lauren came to speak with them. Hans, who looked after Lauren before, immediately noticed that the boy was having some problems at the academy. Feeling awkward, Lauren says, "Hans, did something happen with Dmitri? I heard he came back. There were so many people around him, and everyone was saying how strong he is that he took down a lot of people." Hans laughs and says, "Yes, a lot has happened, my boy. He's not a failure like you." All right, he doesn't actually say that, but it's close enough. He explains that after the broken engagement with the Lawrences, the war with the Barcos, and the defeat of Homeros, Dmitri, our dear Roman, has done some incredible things and even won at the southern border. That's when reality hits Lauren. He realizes that all those rumors were true. Hans says, "Your father and mother are so proud to have such a talented son. unlike you, who's a total disgrace. Okay, he doesn't literally say that either, but the vibe's about the same, right? Hans offers to set up a meeting with Roman, but Lauren quickly refuses. No, that's not necessary, Hans. Just forget about it. The butler knows that out of the three Dmitri brothers, Lauren has the weakest and most sensitive heart. So he tells the protagonist, I think your brother might be getting bullied at the academy. He seemed like he wanted to ask for help, but I can't be the one to ask you directly. Roman understands. Lauren Dmitri is the youngest of them all. There's no real reason for him to look after the kid just because he's his younger brother. Still, he says it's fine, he'll go meet him, and Hans is relieved. But the truth is, the only reason Roman agreed was because Hans asked. The scene shifts to a man running, thinking to himself, my God, we need to recruit Dmitri. Another man with a mustache thinks this would be the perfect way to earn the Baron's favor. He's plotting. Even though everyone's focused on Roman, the truth is that his subordinates are also extraordinary talents. If I can recruit them, Marquis Benedict will be thrilled, especially Chris, a talent any noble in the city would want by their side. I'm the only one who's been to the southern border, so I know how valuable recruiting those people would be. If I could bring Chris and his subordinates to our side, I'd earn the Marquis' trust for a long time. Back to Chris. The blonde guy grips his sword, training hard. He thinks to himself that, at first, he believed he was almost catching up to Roman. But suddenly, Roman had leaped to an entirely different level. That last fight of his is something Chris still can't comprehend. Still, after following and observing him, Chris has grown so much over the past 6 months that even he can hardly believe it. I can't stop here, he thinks. My goal still has to be to surpass him one day. Brave blonde guy, really. Then the mustache man appears. Sir Chris, I'll get straight to the point. I'm here to recruit you. I refuse. Wait, let me explain. I've got a great offer. A lot of money. It could change your future. How much do you want? Wealth? Fame? Just tell me what you're after. I can get you a position in the government. The man keeps talking endlessly while Chris just stares at him, completely uninterested. The mustache man keeps shouting, saying that sooner or later Roman will side with Benedict. Chris finds that strange. He says it's hard to believe Roman would ever accept something like that, but the man insists, saying it's only natural. After all, no one in Cairo can refuse someone as powerful as Benedict. Chris realizes that this man has absolutely no idea who Roman really is. From everything he's seen so far, Roman is someone who would never bow his head to anyone. So he says, listen, here's the thing. No matter what kind of offer you make, I'm not leaving Roman's side because no one could ever replace him. The man laughs and says, what, are you in love with him? Just say it already. Then he adds, all right, fine, that's all I wanted to know. Chris replies, buddy, you better not make that offer to anyone else because no one's going to accept it. The man leaves thinking, how ridiculous, as if anyone would turn down an offer that could change their life. But then Kevin answers firmly that his lord is his life. He would rather die than serve anyone else. He goes up to the bald guy and asks, hey, did the lord actually agree to this? I don't remember hearing anything like that. Besides, if I had met Dmitri, I'd be nothing. I could never betray him. The old man realizes, damn, no one has the guts to betray Roman Dmitri. What a terrifying guy. As another man rushes by to make an offer, he covers his ears halfway through and just walks away. The man understands now. Even those tempted by offers stay loyal to Roman for some reason. Poor guy, his whole day ended up a waste. The scene then shifts to Lauren, beginning what feels like his own Rock Lee type arc. He's thinking about what Hans said, about how lately their father has been happy because of Roman. The boy just can't believe it. What happened to him? He went from being the foolish Dmitri to the youngest ranked warrior, and now the hero of Cairo. If Roman could change that much, why is Lauren still being bullied by William? Imagine if he found out it was all thanks to reincarnation. He'd lose his mind. Right now, he's shouting that he's pathetic, collapsing to the ground, when the legend himself appears, asking what he's doing. The protagonist doesn't look very impressed, dressed sharply as always, and says, I heard Hans wanted you to talk to me. I don't really get it. So what do you want? Lauren awkwardly says, well, it's nothing really. Roman says, pathetic, and turns to leave. My God. Suddenly, Lauren gathers his courage and shouts, wait, I'll tell you everything. The protagonist stops and says, all right then. His brother explains that when he first heard the rumors, he couldn't believe them. As far as I remembered, you weren't even into swords. You used to ask other people to handle things at the border. That was just a year ago. But now, you're completely different from the last time we met. People are even calling you the hero of Cairo. So what happened to make you change this much? Then he breaks down crying, saying, I can't beat anyone's expectations. I want to be like you, brother. I want to make father proud. Roman watches him quietly, thinking that the boy is far too young. He just turned 18 and doesn't yet have the strength to bear the weight of life's reality. Now Roman doesn't even know how to deal with him. Everyone around here has already accepted the new Roman. Basically, they've forgotten who the old Roman was and given him a second chance. That's exactly what he should do, whether it's with Lauren or Rodwell. He can't judge people based on his old memories anymore, but on what he sees and experiences now. So he steps closer and says, Lauren, I don't like seeing someone who carries the same family name as me being humiliated like this. It damages the Dmitri reputation, and even mine. That's why I need to make sure you're qualified and capable of proving yourself at the academy. He smiles slightly, thinking, in my past life, I killed all my brothers. But as Roman, things are different. I want to give my brother a chance in this life. What a decent guy, right? But let's see if Lauren actually has any potential. And with that, we're already jumping ahead, straight into the fencing exam. I thought the protagonist would help, but Lauren is thinking about what Roman said, that he has to answer the questions he's been asked and prove his worth. Then the announcer calls Lauren Dmitri next and he replies, yes, sir. He's up against him again, William Castro once more. The young man grins and says, I never thought I'd fight him of all people. William's pumped, convinced that this time he's going to destroy Lauren until there's nothing left. The organizer says, folks, you know this isn't about who wins or loses. It's to show what you've learned. So don't try to kill each other, okay? But the moment he says begin, William lunges fast and lands the first hit on poor Lauren. He launches a flurry of attacks, shouting that Lauren's going to die today, and tries to smash the training weapon into the kid's face. The unlucky boy thinks it's over for him. Then he remembers Roman telling him to show the people who humiliated him how capable he really is. With that in mind, Lauren manages to dodge that attack and lands a strike on the idiot's chin. The boy gets pumped, thinking he can turn the match around and prove himself. He wants to be like his brother. An honest exchange of blows follows between them. William starts getting pushed back and looks confused. He prepares a thrust while Lauren tries to cut his face with the sword. When he opens his eyes, the fight's over and the organizer says it was close. In that explosive moment, you dodged at the last second. If you hadn't, you would have been knocked out. That was a very good fight. I've been watching you for some time and it seems you're not completely talentless. You were just hesitant and afraid. In the previous match and today, I always pit you against William because it's something you need to overcome. Lauren doesn't understand and the trainer says he has no reason to lie to the student. The boy needed to believe in himself more. How sweet. He gets emotional. It's touching. The trainer tells him that now that he's lost his fear, there's nothing he can't conquer. On the other hand, William is furious, yelling that filthy rat Roman Dmitri took advantage of him, that he held back and Lauren just got lucky. He mourns that next time he won't forgive him. He'll break one or two of the kid's arms. Good grief. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Your whole family's going to end up dead, the castle will be painted red, and then you'll ask yourself why. William's smarter friend says, dude, don't you know who his brother is? It's Roman Dmitri. Are you crazy? But William is truly insane and replies that the kid might die. Do you know who I am? I'm the son of the Castro family. Who are those trash Dimitris? My father's friends with Marquis Benedict, so there's nothing I can't do in Kiro. Even if Dimitri's strong, he'll learn what happens to people who mess with powerful families. Then he orders everyone bring that bastard Lauren. Today, we're going to beat him up. Oh my god. Now you've got a problem, buddy, because Roman is in the room and he told William to repeat himself. He even said, I want to hear you say exactly what you're planning to do to my brother. The two standing nearby are already terrified, while William in the back starts, yeah, you think I wouldn't say it? Here's the thing, you didn't even need to finish before Roman grabbed him by the throat and began choking William. He asks if William knows what he did wrong. William was bullying Lauren and Roman hadn't cared before, but the problem is that William was walking around tarnishing the Dmitri name. Apparently, nobody here knows what happens to people who look down on them. Roman says he's going to the boy's family home. William, my god, you made a huge mistake. The idiot asks, what do you mean? And the protagonist says, don't you get it? You're an immature child who's made a lot of mistakes, and it's your relatives who are going to take responsibility. My god, when I said he was going to paint the house red, I didn't think he actually would. The scene cuts to someone frightened talking to the mustache man saying, everyone refused. I offered them the path to success. I told them they'd make money and much more, but nobody accepted. Count Castro is there saying these dumb people from low, small places just can't see the truth of life. So what, is this Roman Dmitri a big piece of trash? The mustache man asks. Well, of course he is. There's a reason Benedict is watching him. Look, I'll tell you this because it's just us here, right? It seems old Benedict wants to give his white-haired daughter to Dmitri. Right away, the man gets excited and says, damn, I have to meet this kid. I want to see him now. I don't think you should have said that so loud. Look who showed up. Father, help. Someone cries. When the man looks, standing behind him is Roman Dmitri himself. William says, Father, do you know what Dmitri did? That trash threatened me. Me? A member of the Castro family. Immediately, Count Castro realizes things have gotten complicated. He says, idiot, shut your mouth. William is confused and the Count grabs him by the throat. William, you fool, you don't know who you're messing with. Roman is a hero who saved Kiro. He throws William to the ground and adds, you really don't know how to respect people. You deserve to be beaten. Then he bows and says, Lord Dmitri, I apologize. My son is useless. If he did anything wrong, I will punish him severely. Also, he will be beaten, so this doesn't happen again. Now would you like to have tea with me? The Count thinks, wonderful. William made many mistakes and I can use them as a chance to get closer to this person. I'm sure Dmitri won't refuse now that I've apologized. Friend, you've been tricked. Dmitri replies, what do you think you're doing? It's not for you to decide whether I accept those apologies. Now you're in trouble, Castro. Let me explain. The cause of the problem this time is that William kept bullying my brother Lauren and even told me he intended to break his arm. The moment I heard that, I decided I wouldn't let it go. My god, William is going to have his neck cut. The Count says, so what do you want to do, Dmitri? You want to break his arm? Let's negotiate reasonably for the sake of our future relations. What do you want me to do? Roman then says, I want him to come to my brother Neil and apologize in front of everyone at the academy. In addition, he will voluntarily leave the academy. I don't want my brother sharing space with trash like him. If you refuse, we will start a war. In other words, either your son does this or you will be at war with the Dmitri family. My god. Now what, Count? What are you going to do? I think you're in trouble. Your offer isn't good enough. The Count loses his temper and says, you people born into filthy families are truly a headache. You're overestimating yourself just because the Marquis is paying you a bit of attention. Fight me, you idiot. I'll take this chance to show you the power of the central government. Then he looks to the man behind him and says, since you're here, I'll ask you to witness this and report directly to the Marquis. This Roman deserves appropriate punishment for crossing the line. The mustache man replies, sir, considering everything William has done, I'm sure he's the one in the wrong. In that moment, Castro is shocked. Among the nobles, Fabius is known as the raccoon of Kairos. While some people have exceptional abilities, in the end those who survive are like him, people with eyes to understand the current situation. Exactly for that reason. Even though Fabius doesn't come from a great lineage, he still managed to work in the central government. Count Castro, on the other hand, comes from a respected family, so naturally he's been close to Benedict since he was young. The problem right now is they're up against Roman Dmitri. Fabius thinks he would generally side with Castro, but the Marquis is someone who will abandon even his friends for a chance at victory. And at this moment, the old man was offering his daughter to Roman. In other words, the answer becomes clear. He says, Lord Castro, your son did something wrong. Instead of covering for his mistakes, you should be punishing him. Castro is stunned. Nobody in the room is on his side. The raccoon had run his calculations and apparently concluded that he wouldn't come out victorious. In other words, if a war happens against the Dmitri family, your household will fall into the abyss. He couldn't allow his house to come to an end. His pride wouldn't permit it. So he bows and says, I considered Fabius' words and I agree. My son has committed a grave mistake. Because he's family, I lost my reason for a second. William is shocked, while the protagonist is thinking that nobles are always the same. They think they're superior because of the wealth they possess. But now that my family is powerful, many people will have an interest in hurting us. It's good to start showing examples of what happens to those who mess with us. The Count says, I will follow all your recommendations, Lord Roman, you can be sure of that. My son will apologize to your brother and we will remove him from the academy. I hope you won't press this further. Understand a father's heart, won't you? Roman smiles and leaves, saying he understands. It's settled. The father thanks him for his generosity while William stands stunned, not knowing who he was messing with to the point that even his own father didn't have the courage to confront him. Just then someone calls, Lauren. Here comes trouble. William's friend says, buddy, your brother got into trouble with William. Seems he got mad because William was planning to break his arm, so they went to his house. At once, Lauren is surprised and starts to run. He knows Count Castro is more than capable of hurting his brother. Things could get dangerous, he's worried. He has no idea, poor kid, that his brother is already coming back. He calls home on the crystal and tells his father Roman's in danger. He was taken to the Castro's estate because he wanted help me. The father slams the table, asking what that bastard Castro thinks he's doing. Lauren is a shy person, which is why he doesn't tell his family about things so they won't worry. But for him to be calling home and crying like that, something serious really happened. He turns to his wife and says, what do we do now? You know the Castros are connected to the central government in Benedict. This could cause problems. But the mother replies, are you crazy? Did you forget Roman is our son and he's in danger? She's right. You really have forgotten. Besides, we can deal with our ties to the government later. Wife, thanks for that. Here's what we'll do. Gather our vassals and call everyone together. We're going to war. The scene shifts and they're discussing. Look, Roman as usual caused trouble. He joined the Castro's family voice call and insulted everyone. Based on what Lauren said, it seems he was taken there. And you know they're tied to the government, but we can't just sit here and watch. That's why I need everyone's approval to make a decision. Before anyone can speak, Jonathan, the captain of the order, says he agrees. Getting involved with the government is risky, but they're talking about Roman. Everyone here is willing to give their lives to protect the boy. Hendrik immediately says he'll mobilize all the blacksmiths and just needs to know what's required for this war. Master Roman is the future of the Dmitri family. They won't allow the Castros to act as they please. No one at the table dares to oppose this decision. The father is stunned. He never expected everyone to agree so easily, especially since this won't be a simple war. Normally, the Dmitri family, a clan of blacksmiths, always sought peace. But now they were moving in the north like a true war family. Then Jacob, the miners' chief, says, call all the miners. We're not letting that boy fight alone. Morkan agrees, saying, those bastards think they can mess with Roman and nothing will happen. We'll increase ore production and start forging more weapons. Someone better warn them. Dmitri is on his way back. The story shows that the entire Dmitri household began to mobilize to save one single person, and all of it happened in less than an hour. Meanwhile, the two idiots in the capital have no idea what's coming. Lauren is running, thinking now that I told father, he'll send help. But what should he do until that help arrives? First, he has to find Roman. That's when he sees a crowd gathered and looks confused. When he glances to the side, his brother Roman is there, and he's brought along their old friend William. Roman says, hey Lauren, and suddenly kicks the idiot. Speak, idiot. Apologize. If you don't, you know what price your family will pay. William is trembling in the corner as Roman shouts, say it, William. Apologize, bastard. Flustered, William stammers, Lauren, I'm sorry for bullying you. I shouldn't have done it. Please forgive me, and I'll withdraw from the academy as well. Lauren is stunned. Why is he shaking like that? What's going on, and why is he kneeling? Roman stands beside him and says, go on, boy. Accept his apology. We promise this won't happen again. William continues, please forgive me. A little later, outside, Lauren asks what happened. Roman explains, Lauren, this wasn't just for you. What I did was act as a Dmitri. I can't allow them to keep humiliating us like that. I felt they needed to be punished. Because when you're humiliated, the Dmitri name is humiliated along with you. Lauren apologizes, but the protagonist tells him to raise his head. His name is Lauren Dmitri, and Roman doesn't want his brother to ever go through something like that again. That's why he wants him to find his own strength and understand what he's capable of. The Castros now have an idea of the Dmitri family's power and potential, so they won't dare do anything reckless again. Hearing this, Lauren brightens up and says he understands. He'll remember everything Roman told him and won't just stand still while others act as they please. Roman smiles. With that, there will be no more family feuds like this one. But then Lauren suddenly remembers something and says he urgently needs to contact the family. If father acts rashly, things could get out of hand. Back at the Castro estate, the idiot William is getting beaten. His father yells, you bastard. How can garbage like you share my blood? Do you even realize what kind of mistake you made? Roman Dmitri, the rising star of Cairo. He's the one all nobles are interested in. And you picked a fight with his brother. Now that the son of the Castros had to kneel, our family's been disgraced. Everyone will now think the Castros are a bunch of fools who can't read a situation. The Count mutters, how am I supposed to face Benedict now? At that moment, someone rushes in and says there's a problem. A man from the Dmitri family just sent a magical message. Confused, the Count asks, why are they contacting us? On the call, the Baron says that, as one of the nobles of the central government, they must think we're weak. But they had the audacity to mess with the bloodline of the Dmitri family, and they'll never forgive that. Count Castro is completely confused. What's going on? We apologized. He knelt. Why are they trying to escalate this? Dmitri warns when dawn breaks, Dmitri territory will declare war directly against you and the central government. From now on, the Dmitri family will stop supplying anything to the Castro family. We'll collect every debt the Castros owe the Dimitris at the central bank. Also, we're already contacting groups hostile to the Castros to ask for their support. Basically, the Dmitri family will do whatever is necessary to make them pay for what they did. They're determined to destroy the Castro family, even if it's the last thing they do. My God, this is going to go badly, he announces to the man. It seems they won't have anywhere to run. The guy is stunned. He never imagined the boy would go this far. Now it's clear why Dmitri was so ruthless. His father wouldn't forgive it either. At that point, the protagonist's father tells him he should release Dmitri now. Castro doesn't understand and says, Baron, you misunderstood. We don't have any Dimitris with us. The Lauren issue is resolved. My son went to the academy. Nell apologized. So why are you calling for war? The Baron is taken aback. Now he'll have to explain to the troops who were ready to attack. He's impressed because leaders are born with the ability to draw attention and make others want to follow them. With a single call, everyone in the territory had already decided to fight for Dmitri. He can't believe how much he's grown. But then he announces to everyone, there will be no war today. It's a day to celebrate. Let's all eat and drink, because the Castros are scared. Everyone is happy. The next day in town, the only topic is that Castro, one of the most powerful families, had to kneel to Dmitri. You can really feel the shift in power across Kiro. Even the mercenaries who worked with the Dimitris cut ties with the Castros. The green-haired guy says, do you know what this means, my friend? The Dimitris are going to start a war against the Castro family. Another man says, are you insane? The Dimitris are from the borderlands. They're starting a war with the Castros here. But it's undeniable that after those incidents, most people want to back the Dimitris. He finishes by saying that in a situation like this, everyone already believes the Dimitris have the best chance of victory. This whole incident basically changed their reputation completely. Back with our dear Roman, he thinks, my God, I didn't expect the territory would want to fight for me like this, especially considering this wasn't just about Baron Homerose. For something like this to be approved, everyone who leads the Dmitri family would have had to agree. It's crazy. In this society, this family that lived isolated suddenly decided to risk their lives to come save me. In my past life, as the heavenly demon who slaughtered the weak, there was nothing I couldn't do. I witnessed countless deaths and my personality grew more extreme over time. But maybe in this life, things are a little different. The scene then shifts to the kingdom of Hector. The two idiots say, Prince, wake up, my son. He opens his eye, wanting to know how much time has passed. The boy wakes up traumatized, thinking about Dmitri. The existence of that boy defied the heavens. How could he possibly defeat him? It would be impossible. All he did was attack the kingdom of Hector in desperation. If he hadn't forced that war, Hector could have bought more time to survive. Not to mention, Kellen had to take a blade for him and died. Because of him, Hector was now in the worst possible situation. He needed some kind of solution to make sure at least they could survive. After all, there were countless people depending on him. He couldn't just give up. That's when he woke up. A week had passed, and the news of everything that happened in the war had begun to spread. Naturally, the people of Hector were in despair. The story of a demon from Kiro who single-handedly slaughtered thousands of soldiers was circulating. At first, they said he killed 200, but now the numbers had grown into the thousands. Everyone in the city knew from the very beginning they never stood a chance. This world had monsters they couldn't even comprehend. Edwin asks, Prince, how's your body? The boy answers that he's fine. The king calls him a fool. He had placed all the responsibility on his own shoulders because of his incompetence. But at the same time, it's not like he wanted to solve everything by risking his son's life either. Edwin apologizes and asks if he's received any messages from Jackson. The king says yes. Unfortunately, he received a terrible omen. In the village where the famine began, the soil has turned completely black, and all life there is dying. Edwin replies that it sounds like the curse of a necromancer. The famine plaguing Hector might have been caused by someone. They're talking about a person powerful enough to affect an entire kingdom for years through dark magic. The king, frightened, asks if he means there's some force leading an attack on Kiro. Hector says yes. I don't know who it is, but they're hiding in the shadows. That person intentionally triggered the war between our kingdoms to profit from it. The terrified king says, but only someone on the level of an archbishop or higher could dispel a curse like this. We don't have the means to hire someone of that level. Edwin tells him to remember that when he was young, the master of the Tower of the Alliance visited him and said that if Edwin ever gave up his noble title and joined the tower, he could have anything he wanted. In other words, Edwin's plan is to go to the magic tower and earn a favor there. The kingdom agrees, and the boy says 1 year should be enough. It's the only solution to their problem. The scene shifts to someone tapping their mug, thinking, a curse. If I was going to die, I'd rather have died on the battlefield. What place would accept a man with one arm now? None. That's the truth. Just then, someone appears behind him. Hello, Matt Burney. It's been a while. The protagonist gets straight to the point. Are you willing to join me and the Dimitris? Matt Burney freezes. What's Roman doing here? He bows slightly. Hello, Lord Roman. I'm grateful for your offer, but as you can see, I've lost an arm. I'm not much use anymore. How could someone like me help you? Obviously, I've lost my worth as a swordsman and would only hold you back. Roman says, so you're rejecting me? Then adds, it seems you haven't heard the story of the left-handed swordsman. Apparently, that man was real. His name was Song Bek, a warrior who once served as a royal guard. He lost his right arm fighting a war for his country. The imperial family rewarded him with wealth beyond imagination for his service, but Song Bek, who had spent his entire life on the battlefield, refused to accept it. Even if his death would be meaningless, he wanted to die as a martial artist, so he began training with his sword for years until he grew accustomed to using his left arm. With that, he began a series of duels and became known throughout the land as the left-handed swordsman. The fact that he had one arm less made his fighting style completely different. But instead of seeing that as a weakness, he turned it into a strength. The unpredictable rhythm of his attacks allowed him to defeat countless martial artists, and at the end of his life, he met Jung-Yuk Bek, our protagonist, and died by his hand. The protagonist says, if you follow me, I'll teach you the swordsmanship of the left hand, and I promise I'll make better use of you than anyone else in this world could. The poor man thinks that being useful is the only way to save his life. If he could truly live as a warrior instead of just a crippled man, he'd do anything for that. He kneels and says that he, Mac Burning, would be satisfied as long as he could serve some purpose. From that day on, he would dedicate his life to Lord Roman. That day, McBurney found new hope. The war had changed countless lives. Edwin Hector had set off on his own journey. McBurney had started learning a new sword technique, and even our dear chubby friend Henry Albert found his life changed forever. All of them, whether they realized it or not, were being swept up into this whirlwind of change. Henry thinks, I miss Roman so much, we went through so much together. Maybe he could have taken me with him. Actually, no, living surrounded by people who flatter me is much better and more comfortable. Forget it. I'm already happy living out here at the border. At least until he gets home and sees dozens of signs saying, "The pride of the Albert family has returned. The hero of the battlefield who survived the enemy invasion." Him, of all people, the fool who didn't do a thing in the war. But just being at Roman's side was enough to completely change his reputation. An old man appears through a magical projection and says, "We're from the Kiro Academy, and we'd like you to tell us everything that happened on the Southern Front." Henry realizes this is his chance to boost his own value even more. All he has to do is spread the story of how amazing Roman Dmitri is. And just like that, he finally gets a job that no one ever gave him, one that he basically invented himself, becoming Roman's publicist and self-appointed marketing manager. That's how he went from being a useless noble to being the useless noble who talks about Roman all the time. That's progress. A few days later, the protagonist is walking through the streets while the whole crowd chants Dimitri's name. Roman looks around, thinking that when he returns to the capital, he'll make his decision, because his plan is to take down the entire northern region. Once he comes back here, he'll have enough power to challenge the central government. My god, the guy's really planning a coup. With that, the group is marching home, when suddenly the worst possible news hits. This year's harvest has been ruined and everyone's panicking about how they'll survive. The protagonist asks who these farmers are and why they're working in such a distant territory. Chris explains that they're farmers from the Dmitri lands, and unfortunately, the Dimitris don't have much fertile ground for farming. That's why they rent plots of land from this region. The protagonist pauses for a moment and says, "Chris, bring those men here. I want to find out what's going on." The mustache man steps forward and says, "Sir, we signed a contract with the Conrad family and have been working these lands for 10 years. But now, with harvest season just a month away, they've informed us that we have to clear out within a week. When we refuse to leave, they started destroying all the crops." Tears stream down his face as he says, "It's just not fair. How are we supposed to eat and survive? They rented us this land, and now they're wrecking everything." Chris replies, "The farmer's situation is unfortunate, but it's not something we can interfere with." Clearly, Chris still hasn't learned. There's no doubt Roman will want to take everything into his own hands. He tries to reason with him, saying, "Roman, listen, these lands belong to the Conrad family. If things go wrong, won't this just escalate into another war between the two families? And the Conrad family is part of the Northern Nobles Association, basically the people Roman said he wanted to kill." Perfect excuse. Obviously, the Northern Alliance is just a bunch of greedy rich folks trying to hold on to power. Roman says, "Chris, if I do nothing, things will only get worse. So before they start thinking they can do whatever they want, we'll cut the root of the problem." The protagonist knows his subordinate's job is to follow the Lord's orders. He's the one who makes the calls. Poor Chris thought he could convince him. They head home with everyone shouting, "It's Roman, the pride of the Dimitris." The father appears. "Son, welcome back." He runs over and hugs him. Roman says, "Hi, father, how are you?" The father shouts, "I'm great. The territory is thriving. We had a feast. Come eat, come drink." But the protagonist interrupts him. "Hold on, father, one moment. We need to talk." In the parlor, the father says, "I heard about this, but how can we stop the Conrads from taking land they already own? There's not much we can do. And if we act against them now, other Dmitri farmers won't be able to use those lands for years and things will get worse." The father doesn't really get how Roman thinks. "It took me a while to learn, but I learned." Roman asks, "Father, do you think those lands would have been taken if they belonged to the Benedicts?" The father, surprised, says Benedict's authority runs strong through Kiro. No one would dare provoke him or those close to him. Roman agrees and points out that in the north, where the Dimitris hold authority, with the fall of the Barco family, no one is more powerful there than them. The father asks, "That may be true, but why start an unnecessary conflict with our neighboring allies? That will only create more problems. Why interfere?" Dmitri replies that they actually have reasons to act. Now their family holds true power in the north. But these Conrad nobles are acting arrogantly, treating the Dimitris like just another family and humiliating their farmers. They assume that because we aren't protected by the central government, we'll accept seeing our farmers humiliated and their livelihoods destroyed. Even though we're the strongest up north, these actions prove otherwise. That's why it's time to show the real hierarchy, to teach them who rules this region. Of course, people, if someone rides a horse across a farmer's crop, what do? Declare war on the whole country. That's the logical solution. That night, the father remembers Roman's rousing speech and says they can't let those Conrad scoundrels humiliate the family. He'll draw his sword the moment Roman gives the order. If they don't respect the hierarchy, his blade will come back bloody. The father thinks, "My boy never stops. When he was little, he was cute and innocent, but now something's wrong. He's gone mad." But the truth is the Dmitri territory needs this. It's not about brute power as much as the decision of a true lord. If you have so much power and you're still afraid, then what's the point? I agree with Dmitri now. I'm starting to lose my mind too. He knows a new era is opening in the territory. A few days later, the Dimitris throw a party to congratulate Roman. Women from across the continent arrive full of desire. I won't say more. The protagonist descends the stairs. "Hi, I'm from the Von family. My name is Sophia. I'm from the Greisel family." "Hello, sir. I'm here to congratulate the young man Roman." Even though Roman wasn't officially recognized as the true leader, everyone knew the Dmitri family's strength. A girl runs her fingers through her hair and says, "Do you remember me? I'm Sophia of the Greisel family." The protagonist, "We spoke at the last party, didn't we?" The girl realizes he doesn't remember. Apparently, they hadn't actually talked. The warm, attractive girl thinks to herself, "Wow, it would be so nice if I could marry this man." But then the blonde steps forward. "Hello, I'm Count Conrad. It's an honor to meet you, boy. The hero of Hero." Now that I notice, that's Count Conrad, the same man who ordered the crops trampled. Roman looks at him and says, "A pleasure to meet you." The mustache man is confused. "That chubby fellow seems like a decent person, right? That little mustache fooled me." Conrad says, "Young Roman, I heard you defeated a 5-star swordsman, right? It's hard to believe someone in their 20s did something like that. The North hasn't seen talent like yours in a long time. It looks like you'll reach the top ranks." Roman cuts him off and says, "True, and I have something to ask you." The fat man notices the boy is steering the conversation, clever for someone from a common region. He replies, "Young Roman, you may speak about whenever you wish." The protagonist says, "I heard the Dmitri farmers who rented Conrad lands were expelled a week before harvest. I want to know why you did that." In the middle of the party, everyone gasped. Conrad tries to change the subject fast. "Well, there was a merchant willing to pay a lot, but let's not talk about that now." Roman asks, "So you acted like that over something that idiotic?" The fat man starts sweating. "Lord Roman, we're here to congratulate you. Why bring up such sensitive things?" And then he shows his claws. He turns to everyone and says, "Why would you bring this up just to make me look bad? I won't just sit here and smile at this treatment. I'm leaving." Folks, here's another one who thinks he can walk away. Roman tells him to stay put and warns that if he leaves this conversation, Roman will treat it as an act of hostility against the Dimitris, so Conrad had better come back. Oh wow, now the fat man's terrified. He turns and shouts, "What did you say?" He comes back mocking, "But at least he returned, right?" He declares, "I expelled those fools from the land because it belongs to my family. I'm taking what's mine. I don't have to report to the Dimitris. We're not your subordinates and we don't have to obey your orders." Everyone at the party starts nodding, saying Conrad's right. Roman's father had organized the celebration to avoid trouble, so why is Roman bringing this up now and stirring conflict? Everyone came to celebrate, and here he is making waves. Also, Conrad is ahead of his family. He should be spoken to this way. The protagonist knows these people wouldn't be acting like this if the old Barco family still backed the Dimitris. The truth is the whole North thinks they can trample the Dimitris. The only choices left are either obey the Dimitris or die. Roman is going to make that clear. He says, "Conrad, I'll get straight to the point. Since when can a territory do whatever it wants to the people of another territory? Remember, you mess with farmers who are part of our lands. They pay taxes and are loyal to the Dimitris. They belong to our territory, and you have a duty to protect them. So how dare you act like this after directly affecting the Dmitri family? Besides, I've already discussed this with the Dimitris and received my father's authorization to lead on this issue. I have no intention of letting this slide." Conrad doesn't understand. What is this lunatic even saying? Everyone at the party is whispering, while Roman replies that if Conrad doesn't want to apologize, then everyone should listen up. From now on, if anyone from another territory causes any trouble for the Dimitris, they will pay back 10 times what they did. He's eager to hear what those who dismissed the issue earlier have to say now. The nobles are all thinking something's about to go wrong and that they'll be the ones to lose out. This Dmitri isn't just good with a sword, he's cunning too. He set this trap, there's no escaping it. Wanting to crush them with force is one thing, but he can't back down now. It's time to show the strength of the Northern Alliance. At that moment, someone stands up and agrees Conrad was wrong this time. It's Lawrence from earlier, remember him? He points out that even if it's Conrad's territory, those people are citizens of the Dimitris. How could Conrad evict them without warning? It would be better for Conrad to admit he was wrong and apologize. Lawrence is shrewd, he knows he'll be opposing the Northern Association, but they abandoned him during the war with the Barcos, so they're useless. From now on, they'll follow Dmitri. He asks if everyone around agrees. Everyone agrees, saying it's true. Conrad apologizes to Dmitri. No noble can let such a serious matter pass unnoticed. Conrad realizes he's surrounded by supporters of the Dimitris. He's in trouble. Poor guy, he's trapped in this room. For now, he has to accept it. So he bows and says, "It's true. I see I was wrong. Next time, I'll be more careful." With that, the meeting ends. That night, the father asks if Roman is sure something that extreme won't cause problems. The Northern Alliance won't just sit by and do nothing. Roman says that to show they're at the top of the hierarchy, their opponents must give their best shot. He wants them to band together and do everything they can to bring chaos to the Dimitris. Only then will they see the difference in strength and accept that they have no choice but to submit. Then his plan will be complete. He even boasts he can handle them all at once. But in a nobles meeting, they shout, "That bastard, arrogant little brat. How dare he say that just because he has support from the capital? In the North, we're not weak. He'll learn a lesson." Conrad asks, "Okay, but what's your plan?" Everyone falls silent. Conrad wonders whether there's any point in this association at all. The truth is the Dimitris are now a very powerful fighting force. Besides, they have the Dmitri who defeated Butler. No ordinary method will beat that boy. One noble asks, "Did you contact the central government?" Another replies, "You're suggesting using the central government to pressure the Dimitris?" The other says that's exactly it. With the fall of the Barcos, they've been working hard to get closer to the government, so obviously this is a chance to use those connections. Conrad thinks it's a good idea and says he'll reach out to those contacts immediately. This gets interesting. He messages Count Fabius, the mustachioed noble, asking a favor. Fabius replies, "Say it, and I'll get you whatever you want." Conrad says, "Sir, it's nothing major. A small matter. We had a conflict with a minor family, the Dimitris." Then the call drops. The man next to him says, "You idiot, call properly. You let the call drop? Are you crazy?" Fabius will be angry. Conrad calls again. "Lord Fabius, sorry. The connection's unstable." Fabius responds, "Conrad, you really have no idea what you're doing. From what I can tell, those who live on the border are really clueless. You want to put pressure on the Dimitris?" Roman is a talent the Marquis Benedict is watching closely. Benedict's even trying to arrange a marriage between Roman and his daughter. So instead of making calls to complain, you should be flattering the boy. Conrad is shocked. "What do you mean arrange marriage with Benedict's daughter?" At that moment, the green-haired guy says, "Conrad, what if we just apologize? I think that's a good idea." And with that, the conflict is settled. Conrad goes to speak with the farmers and promises he'll honor the contracts from now on, and everyone thanks the Dimitris. People are moved, saying they heard he really stood up for them. From now on, if there's anything they need, they only have to ask. As Roman knew, the Northern Association got scared and backed down. He figured they'd appeal to the central government, and then would have no choice but to come to his side. The problem is there's still a flock of bats. If things end like this, it'll look like they complied, but eventually they'll plot a betrayal. If the first stage was provocation, stage 2 is for them to realize reality. reality. The protagonist announces there will be a fencing competition in Dmitri territory with a prize of 100 gold coins. To be fair, the protagonist and Captain Jonathan will not participate. Competitors will be divided into 6 groups, and 6 winners will be chosen in total. He taunts them. After the Hector War, my soldiers and I realize how vast this world is and learn a lot. We'll use this competition to give everyone a chance to improve. Each of my subordinates will be placed in one of the 6 groups. If someone beats them, I'll award them and grant any request they make. A red-haired man asks, can I participate even if I'm from another family? The protagonist says yes. All he has to do is prove he's a swordsman from the north. That's more than enough. The competition will be in a month. He expects everyone to prepare. In the next chapter, people are talking about the competition the Dmitri family is holding. This is the perfect opportunity, says Conrad. If a swordsman from their alliance wins, he can ask a favor of Dmitri. He'll use that to claim they should work side by side, get close to Dmitri, recover their lost reputation, and force him to submit. One man says, good idea, right? But who do we send to win? Not many people are interested in this competition except us. How will one of our people come out on top? I heard guys like Kevin and Chris will be fighting. Those 2 beat members of the Barco family in duels. They're impossible to beat. That's exactly Conrad's point. The competition has 6 groups. If we exclude Kevin and Chris, we only need to win one of the other 4. Gather all the alliance's strength, distribute perfectly across the 6 groups, and at least one of ours will win. The man on the left says that sounds practical. Having one fewer person to secure a victory is an interesting plan. Conrad tells everyone to remember the competition is in a month and they must use this opportunity the heavens handed them. Their existence has been hidden in Dmitri's shadow. They have to seize this chance. Besides, they can bring in an expert to compete and pass them off as someone from the north. That way, they'll surely have a winner. The scene shifts to Roman saying, everyone's heard, right? There's going to be a competition. For this month leading up to it, you'll fight each other until you're exhausted, one-on-one battles, and the 6 best among you will represent the Dimitris. Your rank or position in the army doesn't matter here. The ones representing the Dimitris will be the strongest. Even though we just returned from the front lines, war never truly ends. The protagonist knows his subordinates must keep getting stronger at all times. They always need to feel the drive to grow more powerful. This is the perfect opportunity, not only to crush that alliance's little scheme, but also to rekindle his soldiers' hunger for strength. He announces that those who represent the Dimitris and win will also receive a reward. The 6 swordsmen who triumph will be taught advanced techniques. It doesn't matter if it's swordsmanship, cultivation, or something else. He'll personally help them reach the next level. The bald soldier thinks if I can learn directly from Dmitri, I'll advance fast because he knows Roman is on an entirely different level. Everyone's thinking the same thing. This is their chance to grow quickly and change their lives. Roman considers both sides of the competition to be perfect. Once it's over, the situation in the north will become very interesting. He tells them they can now begin their endless matches. That month also serves as the time for his own preparations. Even though Baek Jung-yeok lived a lifetime of battle, there's no reason to take unnecessary risks. The subordinates aren't the only ones who need training. You must also grow stronger during this month. Then Lucas appears, asking, you were looking for me, sir? Roman nods and says yes, telling him he'll be going into isolation to train for a month, unless something directly involves the family. No one is to disturb him. He also tells Lucas he'll be in charge of selling a sword. Its original name was Flames, but now he'll rename it Blaze. Lucas is to find a new owner for it. Roman doesn't care how it's sold, but no one must know he was the original owner. Lucas can use the profits from the sale for anything related to the Information Guild. Looking closely at the sword, Lucas sees the blade is flawless. The blacksmith who forged it was clearly a master, so why sell a weapon like this? He'll need to search carefully to find the right place to sell it. Since Dmitri allowed the sale to happen freely, maybe an auction would be the best option. The scene shifts to the city of Adalium, a place that has grown rapidly thanks to its many successful businesses. A hooded man arrives and asks for number 23. He places a crystal over the sword and begins the inspection. The appraiser is stunned. The sword's quality is extraordinary. The crystal glowing blue means the item's superiority is undeniable. He asks how much the seller wants for it. The man replies that the seller's identity must remain anonymous and that he wants the weapon auctioned. The appraiser explains that for auctions there can't be a minimum price and that 10% goes to the house. The man says that's fine. All right then, the appraiser replies. They'll run a full analysis of the item. Just then, a mustached man enters, introducing himself as Morris, the owner of the auction house. A pleasure to meet you, he says. The bald appraiser examines the sword and comments that the steel is exceptionally refined, the edge is incredibly sharp, and the weapon is powerful. It's rare to see such craftsmanship. Even the weight distribution is perfect. Clearly, it was forged by a master artisan. Normally, a sword of this caliber would sell for at least 30 gold coins on the market. He adds that he'll now test its mana receptivity, which ranges from 1 to 10. Typically, for an item to be considered good, it needs to score above a 3. Only then is it recognized as a true sword crafted by a master artisan. The bald appraiser is stunned, wondering how something like this is even possible. The mustached man asks what's going on, and the appraiser replies, Sir, this sword has a mana receptivity of 10. That was practically unheard of. Normally, a sword that can't properly absorb mana ends up breaking, but this weapon was so powerful it actually amplified mana instead. He turns to the crowd and announces, Ladies and gentlemen of the auction, today our house presents an item unlike anything ever seen before. The place erupts with excitement. Wealthy people from all over the country are here. Apparently, everyone had heard the rumors that had been spreading, and now it was time for the main event. It presents to the crowd the artisan's sword, Blaze. If it were just a regular artisan's work, it would never have made it to the main stage. But this blade possessed the rare ability of mana receptivity. He reminds the audience of a famous rapier called the Needle of Receptivity, which had a level of 7 and sold for 300 gold. But Blaze had a level 10 receptivity, and not only that, it also enhanced the aura it absorbed. He had auctioned countless master-crafted swords in his life, but never one like this. The auction will begin at 10 gold coins. Immediately, the crowd shouts, 10, 20, 30. The price jumps, 50, 100 for bidder 39, 150 for bidder 41. Then bidder 12, a chubby man, doubles the bid to 300 in the blink of an eye. A red-haired man laughs as the price climbs to 500 gold coins. The chubby bidder raises it again, 600, until paddle number 53 goes up. The symbol shows double, meaning the bid is now at 1,200 gold coins. It's the most outrageous offer the auction house has ever seen. Everyone knows the man behind it, a merchant active across the entire continent, someone who's built enormous wealth and usually stays neutral in politics or government affairs. The only time he shows his claws is when something truly captures his interest. He's the VIP of the auction house, Marquis Valentino. At that moment, no one in the kingdom of Cairo could have imagined how much this simple bid would change the world. My God, what's about to happen? After he doubles the price, the auctioneer continues, any higher bids? Anyone? Going once? Going twice? But the room falls silent. The bearded man reflects that the sword's worth isn't just in its mana reaction. To him, it represents the breaking of the barrier beyond the 10th stage, something no one has ever achieved. He speaks about the eternal dilemma of swordsmen, between famed swords and magic swords. To use one's aura to its fullest potential, you need a pure blade. Less experienced swordsmen tend to prefer magic swords since their enchantments make combat easier, but ranked swordsmen, true masters, channel their own aura, and that's far more valuable. Valentino understands that this makes the sword priceless. He must have it, no matter the cost. Even if the blacksmith one day forges more like it, they'll still own the first, the original. For artisans and collectors alike, the very first of its kind is priceless. And since Marquis Valentino himself has shown interest, everyone in the auction hall, all too familiar with his power and influence, realizes just how significant this moment truly is. Since Valentino made the offer, no one else dares to interfere. The guy's insanely influential in the auction world, and nobody wants to end up with a knife in their back when they get home. So it's his, sold for 1,200 gold. The moment they walk into the room, the man says, Hey, Mr. Valentino, how are you planning to pay? He immediately replies, I'll pay in full right now. Hand me my blaze. Then he throws down the boxes of coins. The seller blinks. But sir, the sword costs 1,200 gold. Why is there so much money? Valentino answers that he added another 100 as a gift. The seller thanks him. Of course, if I were a seller too, I'd thank that filthy rich bastard as well. But obviously, the sleek fox has other intentions. He then asks, in the spirit of friendship, could you tell me who the blacksmith was that made this sword? The old man apologizes, saying that would be difficult. Valentino smiles and says, that's fine, that's fine. It's natural for the auction house to keep that private. Still, he adds that if this same blacksmith ever sends another item, he'd like to be notified right away. Every time I hear him speak, I expect him to say, give me what I want, or I'll kill you. But no, he keeps it cool, smooth, even. Damn bastard. Later in his carriage, he's staring at the sword. My God, what a masterpiece. The blade's so smooth. I've held countless swords before, but never one like this. Man, this guy's something else. Obviously, his real goal is to find out who forged it and what technique was used. Sitting across from him is Roman from Walmart. Valentino says, considering the region and the person who brought it in, it's probably from Dmitri's blacksmiths. We should look into that. The Walmart guy just nods while the man keeps running his hand along the sword, saying it's wonderful. Then he taps the blade against his face and even smells it. What the hell, dude? You really like it, huh? While he's busy sniffing and patting his sword, Chris is in the middle of a heated sparring match. One quick tap to the leg, and the poor fool kisses the ground. He flinches, tries to turn around, but gets punched right in the mouth too. At that moment, he admits defeat, and Chris tells him, you're improving, but you still lack technique. The guy thanks him, and Chris calls for the next one. In Chris' eyes, the 6 best people were himself, Kevin, Vulcan, and Pokey. The other 2 spots were still open. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, the ground and sky start shaking together. The kid's out there hammering away like crazy, thinking about how narrowly he defeated Butler. If he had really faced that man head-on in a fair fight, would he have won? The only reason he managed to finish that guy off was because he had time to prepare for the attack. The truth is, without that whole plan in place, he never would handle a 5-star opponent like that. His past arrogance and the difference between those memories and who he is now still weigh on him. He hasn't fully accepted the fact that he is Roman Dmitri. In his previous life, sure, he could defeat anyone who existed, but that's no longer the case. In future battles, he can't afford to let opportunities like that exist again. It's impossible to survive against strong opponents with that kind of mindset. And not just that man, soon enough he'll face swordsmen far stronger. He needs to be able to defeat them without even flinching. That would be the true peak. And with that, the sun rose and fell, and it was hammer time again. His face was flushed red, his whole body dripping with sweat. Roman's body was screaming that he'd reached his limits, but his eyes didn't waver. In that moment, he felt he had to be reborn. That blade would have to accept him. And so he began recreating the flame. He swallowed fire into his mana, fusing flame and sword together with his energy to perfect both body and blade in their ideal form. This marked his second metamorphosis, and once again, he began to change. No one knows how much time passed, but eventually he opened the door and stepped outside. Then he rubbed a bit of baby oil across his abs to make them shine. Looking for a woman? Huh, you sleep bastard. Then he closed his eyes and said the time had come. He pictured his opponent standing before him and declared that from now on he would face 2 versions of himself at once. The celestial demon swordsmanship was divided into 3 stages, the first, the second, and the third, the stage of trichotomy. Until now, he had only fought using the first stage. But with this metamorphosis, his body began to change, and perhaps he could reach even the 3rd stage. When that moment comes, he's certain no one in this world will be able to stand against him. That's the conviction he believes Jong Hyuk must carry, as someone who was once the absolute master. Now that he's reached the middle trichotomy, he can defeat at least 2 of those enemies. Yet he wonders if it's right to act the same way he did in his previous life. In this world, aura existed like an explosion, briefly unleashing power far greater even than the Murim's refined energy back in his old world. But he doesn't need to follow how this world works. He'll destroy the common understanding of aura and find the balance between his past life and his current one. With that, he activated the celestial demon technique of the second trichotomy. Man, that name's a mouthful. Purple explosions erupted everywhere. The two enemies dissolved into nothing, and droplets of blood fell to the ground. The boy turned all philosophical. After being given a second life, he thought there'd be nothing special about it, especially if he just kept repeating what he'd done before. But the truth is, this was way too much fun. The celestial demon swordsmanship had fused with a new method, and because of that, it was evolving in a completely new direction. In other words, the sword style he trained for an entire lifetime could now progress even further. All he wanted was for this life to be filled with countless unexpected events. Dear Lord, this guy's insane. There he was, eyes closed, whispering, please let bad things happen to me. I want eternal challenges. I want the world to test me and threaten my life. I want every challenge this world has to offer, and I want it to try to take my life with all its might. Now this is the true formation of aura, not some Sandung nonsense where you let your friends die just to land one flashy strike. He's happy because in this life where he started again as Roman Dmitri, he's going to stubbornly climb back to the top. But just then Chris and the crew come running up. Boss, what happened, boss? That's when he saw a huge crater like a meteor had smashed into the ground. Roman says nothing happened. Why? The guys are all in shock. They don't sense any magic. So why is the area destroyed? He just tells them to go back. They hang their heads and say, okay, we're going back, right? The truth is, weak people, when they see a barrier they can't overcome, they freeze and get overwhelmed. And Chris, unfortunately, was one of those weak people. I think Roman's the one thinking this. I don't know. There's just speech bubbles everywhere, author. Can you put that little arrow so I know where the dialogue's coming from? Chris is thinking, damn, he took another step. What have I been doing all this time? While my lord keeps improving endlessly and strengthening his body, I've been complacent, only worrying about my subordinates. Yeah, true, right? You wanted to train everyone else and forgot to train yourself. So he decides that just winning this contest isn't enough anymore. He has to crush enemies and show a terrifying difference. How are they leaving with those long faces? Geez, and a month later, the kid produced an insane sword. Holy crap, all sharp and covered with crystallized stones. He's there wondering what name he'll give it this time. The others were Salamander, Blaze, and names that meant a new life. But this third sword needs a name that represents who he is now, the sword of a celestial demon, a thing that makes enemies panic. For God's sake, he names it Darkness. Kind of standard. I thought he picked something super crazy. Then Chris says, so Roman, we've been training everyone for the past month, ran a ton of fights, and these three guys here won the most. He shows a recommended list: Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, and Pokey. The last two are McBarn and Henderson. I remember McBarn is the one with no arm, the stump, and now I don't even know who Henderson is. Roman is surprised. Chris asks if it's okay to proceed with that list. Roman says, but in this world, there's no victory worth anything to me, especially not in a contest carrying the name Dmitri. You better prove you're someone worth standing by my side. The madman, what the hell? Insulting Chris like that. God, free of charge. The protagonist says he's eager. So now we're one day before the competition. The blue-haired guy asks, buddy, are you entering this? The red-haired one says, of course I am, dude. 100 gold. I'll show them how powerful a frontline mercenary is. But someone tells him, for heaven's sake, are you crazy? I want you to fall into Kevin's group and get cut in half. The friend says he's more scared of landing in Vulcan or Pokey's group. The guys are ripped. Who? He's got a crush. For everyone, it's a relief. Just avoid those 4 in the competition and you're good. Everyone hopes to draw an easy group. And with that, the 6 fencing groups were announced. Bear and Lolo is shocked to end up in Chris' group. The friends say, come on, Lolo, it's fine. Don't be like that. Aren't the swordsmen of your bloodline powerful? Conrad's there trying to motivate him. Don't be sad. Keep your spirits up. But Conrad's pissed because the bastards put McBarn, the one with no arm, in their group. Apparently, whoever gets that guy will win easily. Then Conrad says, listen up. In this competition, I'll make sure our bloodline wins. We'll take the Federation to victory. Everyone will celebrate. To hell with the Dmitris. And the big day of the competition finally arrived. The crowd was going wild, and the guys were all like, no way, we can't even drop out. The whole Federation's watching. It's Lolo, right? Poor guy's got to send the kid out to get wrecked. Max, don't push yourself, kid. There's no reason for that. You're gonna get beaten badly. Just go out there, take a few hits, apologize, and it'll be fine. No, seriously, don't try too hard. But Max says, Chris may be incredible. He's just a 2-star swordsman like me. I've got no reason to be scared. The Baron gets emotional. Max, you're the man. All right, go. But if you think you're gonna die, better surrender. Max thanks him, then turns around thinking, this is my chance. I'll make a strong impression on the audience and on my lord. That way I'll secure my future and prove myself to everyone. But boom, he gets hit by a shock, right? He just came face to face with Chris, radiating that deadly aura. The kid gulps hard. Then the flag is raised. Let the first match begin. And Max charges in full speed, immediately aiming for Chris' head. But man, I thought I'd be narrating a real fight here. And in 2 seconds, the guy gets his hand smacked, his sword knocked away, and a Hadouken right to the forehead. The poor kid lasted 3 seconds in the arena. Just like that, the first round was over. Chris won, obviously. Lolo's standing there, face frozen in shock. My god, the difference between them is massive. Kevin's match didn't even have a proper fight scene, just a shot of his opponent lying on the floor. The eggheads had their matches too, and from the looks of it, they demolished everyone else as well. The audience was stunned. Turns out the rumors were true. Those 4 were unbeatable. The only hope anyone had was with Kotoko, and that other guy I don't even remember anymore. In the next chapter, everyone's still in disbelief. Wait, Anderson's representing the Dmitris. Hold on, wasn't that guy from the Lawrence family? The dude with the headband says, huh? The Henderson I know can't even hold a sword properly. He was born a farmer, only knows how to grow potatoes. Out of the 6 people representing Roman, a few stood out. Chris, now known as the Spark of Cairo, and Kevin, the Demon. Everyone who had seen their skills in person was already trying to avoid fighting them. On top of that, Vulcan and Polky had both the experience of seasoned mercenaries and the kind of physique that left everyone intimidated. On the other hand, Kotoko and the farmer? Yeah, not exactly inspiring confidence. Everyone was sure Anderson was the weakest among them. Back in the arena, the crowd was whispering, "Hey, did you hear? That Anderson guy peed himself when they recruited him." People were cracking up, laughing at the poor guy. Meanwhile, Roman's father calls out, "Come here, idiot. Tell me, why did you organize this whole competition if in the end, you're just gonna let people choose the order of the matches?" Even if they wanted to make it look friendly, the nobles of the association, well, let's just say they were watching closely. So Roman follows the plan. He says all this is necessary. The Northern Alliance has started to think they can actually compete with the Dmitris. That's why he's giving them this chance to let them show their strength. Only then will they crash into the wall and realize it's impossible to surpass. Once they lose here, they'll fall into absolute submission and the entire northern region will truly belong to the Dmitris. In short, he's saying, we're gonna humiliate them so bad they'll be broken forever. And here we are back in the arena. Group 5, first round. Anderson and Taylor step forward. Everyone's already laughing. Look at Anderson, man. He's up against an aura swordsman. The kid's done for. Taylor grins. Yo, Anderson, what's up, you crazy mutt? All good, bro. Anderson, quiet as ever, replies softly, yeah, all good, Taylor. The friend says, man, the last time I saw you, you were still helping out on the farm. I never imagined the king of potatoes would be here swinging a greatsword. But since we know each other, I'll give you a chance to quit now. I just became a 2-star swordsman and obviously went through awakening. This is your only chance to back out if you want to stay alive. Anderson just tilts his head slightly. Then he replies, Taylor, you better forget the Anderson you used to know. The guy trying to build up his aura, but look at that face. He looks so sad. He warns, if you go easy on me, you'll regret it. Taylor nods, saying he understands and just hopes his old friend won't regret anything later. The fight starts. Whoosh. Taylor rushes forward, but it's Anderson who moves first, attacking straight away. Taylor flinches. Whoa, that strike was heavy. And then, what's this? Anderson activates the Ashura swordsmanship technique. He's dead set on doing whatever it takes to be worthy of serving his lord. In the past, while others awakened their aura quickly, he had to work endlessly just to sense mana and start improving. He was always at the back of the line, the turtle in the race. But he swore that even if he was slow, he'd make up for it with sheer hard work. Now he goes for another strike while Taylor lifts his arm to defend. Taylor swears he won't lose to Anderson this time. He powers up like Goku, golden aura bursting everywhere. He hadn't wanted to use his aura against him, but he apologizes. He has to finish this now. He leaps forward charging while Anderson watches closely. Then Anderson remembers something Chris once told him. When you first came to train with us, you were just another weak human. But this past month, you've wanted victory more than anyone else. Unlike the others who sometimes gave up, you never forgot your goal from the beginning. If you hadn't pushed yourself like that, your life would never have changed. And that's why now, you've earned the right to fight beside the Lord. Back in the present fight, Anderson's eyes light up. Taylor rushes at him with that golden aura blazing. Their swords clash. BO1. A burst explodes through the arena and Taylor gets blown backward. He slips across the floor, scrambles up, and finds Anderson's sword right in his face. He has no choice but to admit defeat. And with that, the winner of Group 5 is Henderson himself. The audience is stunned. Wait, what? That guy's a farmer? A potato grower. Everyone's confused while he raises his arm high, and the crowd starts chanting, Henderson, Henderson. The nobles up top are whispering, saying something strange. One turns to his friend. Didn't you say Henderson was the weakest of the 5? The guy just stares, trying to make sense of it. There's no way. How could Anderson beat someone like that? Nearby, Conrad crosses his arms and says, relax, everyone. Trust me, we're still going to win this in the end. Then it's time for the next fight. Kevin's turn. Wait, didn't he already win earlier? Looks like each of them has more than one match. Kevin looks frustrated. It seems his last fight took 5 seconds longer than Chris. And whenever people ask who's the closest and strongest after Roman, everyone points to that blonde guy. That's why today he's going to prove his true worth. A noble with long hair is cheering for someone named Miles. Come on, take him down, Kevin. But poor Miles is trembling all over. He charges forward, trying to end it quickly, and thrusts his sword. But Kevin ducks and strikes his stomach. Miles feels the attack coming, tries to counter with another slash, but Kevin ducks again. The guy's practically begging for at least one of his swings to land, but he misses every time, until Kevin smacks him right on the head. From the looks of it, they're fighting with practice swords, thank God. Kevin celebrates, saying that even if the swords are fake, the impact is insane. He's beating the guy so badly that the poor soul already dropped his sword. He's more scared of getting hit than interested in fighting. And the man grabs his leg and pleads, I surrender, please stop. But Kevin just smiles like a madman. From the start, his plan had been to completely break his opponent's spirit and will to fight. Then we see a flashback to a conversation before the first rounds began. A knight says, everyone, you know this competition was organized by Master Roman. Also, the former knight of the order, Chris, will be participating as well. I want to see how all our senior members perform here, and I expect you to learn as much as you can from them to improve yourselves as knights of the Dmitris. Jonathan, you sound so proper. It's like you're a real knight or something. One of them jokes. Everyone responds in unison, yes, sir. Then it cuts straight to Chris winning again. Didn't even see his opponent. Everyone's confused, wondering if the match was just that one-sided. Jonathan's stunned, realizing Chris has become way too strong. Chris, on the other hand, is thinking that to represent his lord, it doesn't matter who the opponent is, he must win in a way so overwhelming that no one would ever dare think about taking his place. We see the scene, his slash like a whip cutting across the opponent's chest, yet he's thinking it's still not enough. Another one falls. Another hits the ground. Second, third, fourth, fifth round. He's sweeping through them all. Jonathan can't believe his eyes. When did Chris become this strong? Looking at the kid, he wonders what kind of training the boy went through. The people in the background are just relieved. Thank goodness we didn't try to fight that guy. He's way too strong and wouldn't stand a chance. Someone asks, do you think Farrell has any chance of beating Chris? Another replies, no way. Chris is on a completely different level. The blue-haired one adds, well, maybe he can last 10 seconds at least. The green-haired one laughs and says, I'll bet a silver coin he'll last 30 seconds. And now, Farrell's face-to-face with Chris. But the poor guy already lost his mirror before even starting. He's thinking, Honestly, I don't believe I can beat Chris, but I'm confident I can defend myself. My plan is to last exactly 1 minute. That should be enough to show my strength. But the moment the referee says start, Chris flashes forward like lightning and cuts across his chest. The entire crowd freezes completely shaken. The blonde guy says, I couldn't even see his sword move. Obviously, Chris wins Group 1. Everyone's supposed to cheer for the victor, and the crowd erupts in screams. In total, he finished all 5 rounds in 27 seconds. Unbelievable. In Group 2, Kevin also won in spectacular fashion. Groups 3 and 4 went to Vulcan and Foken. They both crushed their opponents purely through brute strength and experience. And in Group 5, to everyone's surprise, Anderson won as well. Now, only one person remained. The man who lost an arm. The one who trained his whole life. The one and only Mr. Stubb from Group 6. Conrad looks at him and says, Gabriel, how are you feeling, my boy? Gabriel, full of confidence, grins. Don't worry, boss. I'm on top of my game. This guy was someone the Conrad family had trained since he was young. A secret weapon, and a 3-star swordsman. Since aura isn't allowed in the competition, to spectators it would look like a fair duel. But everyone knew the truth. It was impossible for an ordinary swordsman to beat someone of that level. McBurney, Conrad mutters, you were lucky to make it to the 3rd round. It's just a shame. That's where your run ends. Conrad says, you better remember that every fencer from the north has already lost. You're the only one left. Don't go easy on your opponent just because he's got one arm, kid. You finish him. Gabriel smiles and replies, yes, sir, thinking how ridiculous it is that anyone would believe he could lose to someone missing an arm. In the arena, he's already making faces. This guy completely lost his balance because he's one-armed. To think that an ordinary knight like him, who couldn't even dream of becoming a true warrior when he had both arms, is now standing here competing, believing he'll bring down the pride of knights. Then the referee signals for the match to begin. Gabriel charges forward, thinking he won't even need to use his aura. He'll show this fool the massive wall that is reality. He unleashes a string of attacks, planning to break his opponent's rhythm. Soon enough, the man will realize he can't block anything from the right side. With that whole area exposed, victory should be easy. Gabriel lifts his sword, ready to deliver a vertical slash that'll end the match. But suddenly, McBurney flips backward while bringing his sword up in front of him. Gabriel freezes. What the hell kind of movement was that? McBurney spins like a damn whirlwind, attacks flowing endlessly. His arm moves like a coiled serpent. Now Gabriel's losing it, shouting that he's a bastard. Turns out the guy did make it to the 3rd round by luck. Even with one arm, his sense of balance wasn't bad at all. He was clearly using the uneven weight of his body to create unpredictable movements and keep his momentum. Then we hear Roman's voice. The foundation of every sword technique lies in how you use your body's balance. Losing an arm is obviously fatal for a knight. The swordsmanship of the left arm that'll teach you is one of the few techniques that can overcome a handicap like this. You must learn to make use of your imbalance. The creator of this technique was a man like you who also lacked a right arm. You might wonder why someone like him developed such a method. Maybe you thought he was special? The truth is, he wasn't. Unlike you who gave up when faced with reality, he pressed forward seeking a new path. And that's how he forged this technique as his answer. McBurney reflects, realizing he truly had been a coward who once gave up on everything. But now, in the name of his lord, he swears he'll win this competition. He charges forward with golden slashes, leaping toward Gabriel, shouting that his life as a swordsman isn't over yet. And then, bam, the strike lands right in Gabriel's chest. He collapses to the ground, chest shattered. McBurney stands there, breathing hard and sincerely thanks his lord. At last, he's been given a new life. Then the scene cuts to all 6 Knights of Dmitri being announced as the winners. The crowd, of course, all says the same thing. Those guys from the Northern Association, nothing but talk. They all got wiped out. Now they understand it's over for them. The Northern Alliance's reputation is in ruins. What none of them can figure out is how Dmitri's forces became so powerful. Conrad, the fool, realizes he messed with the wrong monster. Even with support from the central government, it's clear those men alone are already strong enough. Then his companions panic. So Conrad, what do we do now? We're screwed. Conrad grumbles, obviously. The alliance is finished. We'll just end up as these guys' lackeys. Time to leave. They walk off, finally accepting it's the end of their group. What they still can't understand is how people who didn't seem that strong became this terrifying. What on earth has Dmitri been doing? Taylor says that in every family of renowned swordsmen, there's always someone known as the First, a person so powerful that their reputation spreads across the entire continent. Their leadership alone is enough to raise strong warriors around them. Roman Dmitri, who climbed to the top of the ranks entirely on his own strength, is that person. He's the first swordsman of House Dmitri who will lead them down their path. Now the path of every northern swordsman has been set. If anyone wishes to reach the peak of swordsmanship and grow stronger, they'll have to swear loyalty to Dmitri. Then the scene shifts to the protagonist speaking, you guys completely crushed those fools, huh? That's crazy. Now things are a lot simpler. There are those who have sworn loyalty to me and those who only respect me. But from now on, there's no other option. Human relationships have become clear and straightforward. It's true that good relationships can form through emotions alone. However, for him, a true bond must be one where both sides benefit. Because if someone wants something from Roman, that relationship will remain unshaken, no matter how much time passes. That's why he only respects those who have the will to keep getting stronger. From this point on, they were forbidden to doubt themselves because he had personally chosen every one of them. He never once doubted they would be victorious. Damn, that's intense and kind of touching. Finally, he tells everyone they'll each receive 10 gold coins and a full day to relax. Enjoy your reward. Man, what a cheap reward. 1 day off and 10 coins? Come on. Sometime later, Lucas shows up saying he's been studying the Alliance's movements, and just as he expected, they've all backed off. Apparently, they don't have the guts to challenge Dmitri again. Roman, however, says that in this world, it's impossible to control everyone. Even the wisest leader who acts for the good of his country will always have people who oppose him. And since no one knows when the conflict with the central government will begin, they need to minimize losses in the north as much as possible. To him, that alliance was a necessary evil. Roman knows that now that they've provoked the alliance and forced them to face reality, the next step is clear. It's time to end them with his own power. Lucas agrees to proceed with the plan. Man, the humiliation isn't even over yet. The women in that Northern Alliance don't get a break either, good lord. Douglas slams his fist on the table, shouting that he can't believe they still haven't found those filthy rats. One of the men in front of him stammers, "And my apologies, sir. We managed to corner the bandits in the region, but unfortunately, we didn't recover the missing gold." We then see what happened before the war with the Lawrence family. Barco had used his connections with the central bank to withdraw as much money as he could, and to prepare for any unforeseen events, he even borrowed money from Douglas and other nobles. The whole plan was meant to bring in the Romeros, but in the end, it was cut short by Roman. Naturally, Barco died while trying to escape. He was the only one Douglas could have gotten his money back from. And Douglas suddenly remembers something crucial: the Barco family's emergency fund. Since he had contacts with them, he hired a group to hunt down everyone involved and eventually found out where the funds were hidden. But during transport, his soldiers were ambushed and killed, and all the gold vanished. He yells furiously, "It's impossible that some random forest bandits stole that many gold bars and disappeared just like that. You better find them, because we need to recover what we lost to those damn Barcos." Just then, another soldier rushes in. "My lord, we found the location of the gold bars." Douglas snaps, "Then out with it. Where are they?" The guy says, "So we checked the black market, figured out where those bars ended up, and found out who stole them." Douglas tells him to speak up, and the guy reveals, actually, it wasn't bandits. It was the Northern Alliance. Douglas is stunned. The man explains that the ones who set the ambush at first were indeed bandits, but they ran right into the Northern Association and were attacked and killed. The soldiers who defeated those bandits then stole the gold carriage and ran off with it. And of course, they should have known the carriage and horses belonged to Douglas. He even brought proof. This gold bar that showed up on the black market. The serial number on it matches the ones recorded for the Barcos. We even confirmed that the seller who sold that bar and walked away with the cash belonged to the Alliance. Douglas is furious. He calls those bastards dirty, while Donovan thinks that if they hadn't exposed it, it would have been the perfect crime. But they brought the crisis on themselves by making the Lord their enemy, both the Northern Association and Count Douglas. They don't even realize what kind of change is about to happen on Black Moon. Now it's clear. Black Moon was a spy ring in the northern region, but their group got swallowed up by the House sect, which is Lucas' group. Douglas shouts, "Contact those northern bastards now. We'll tear those rats apart." The scene cuts to the northern people in shock, saying, "D. Douglas is the beast of the north. If things get worse with him, we're screwed." The man in the tie says, "Look, everyone knows how Douglas is. There's not much to do. He's stubborn." Conrad pipes up from the corner. "Besides, that Barco money doesn't belong only to Lucas. We also lent money to the Barcos, so everyone's got a share. And Lucas wants to take all the money for himself. Nobody here needs to bow to that guy." The blonde asks if they're sure they want to act like this. Conrad tells him to hand over the cash he took if he's scared. The truth is, in this moment of weakness, they have to unite and show this guy they won't return any of the money. Since Douglas stole first, everyone agrees. That's the plan. No one's giving anything back. Then someone bursts in, "My lord, we've got a magical call from Douglas." The caller is already laughing. "Hey, what's going on, boys? Was it you who stole my money? You better explain yourselves now." Conrad says, "Dublin has, my friend, calm down. We understand you're angry, but remember, we also lent lots to the Barcos. Those funds don't belong to a single person, so this situation's different. We can't just hand it back." Conrad's talking like he's the king of speeches. "I steered this conversation exactly where I wanted. I pointed out his mistakes, and now there's nothing he can do." Douglas, however, lashes out, "That damn money is mine, you scoundrels. The moment I took the Barco funds, they belonged to the Douglas family, and you were stealing. I'll contact the central government today and start a war on your territory. Let's see who in the north will suffer my gang's fury. Remember, you no longer have the Barco family's protection." Conrad realizes he's gotten involved in something he shouldn't have. Back with Lucas. Someone reports, "My lord, did you see? Douglas announced war against the Alliance." Roman answers, "Yes, I saw. The good thing is Douglas isn't the kind of man who backs down once he starts a plan. Everything's going according to what we want. Not to mention, the Viscount isn't exactly the type who can defend himself very well, which means that once Douglas starts putting a bit of pressure on him, the man will raise the white flag and throw his pride away. That's why the next part of the plan is to spread as many rumors as possible about this supposed war. So Conrad ends up cornered and can't just apologize and walk away. Roman's only goal is to push him into desperation, until he realizes he'll have no choice but to abandon that useless pride of his. Up north, in the KO territory, the old man asks, "What are you talking about, old-timer?" The region's in total chaos now. Everyone's shocked after hearing that the Northern Alliance is preparing for war against Douglas. Because of that, most shops aren't even opening. Even the beggars are talking. "Damn, is that true?" Another says, "Hey, they say there's gonna be a war between Conrad and the Douglas family. And apparently, Conrad's planning to crush Douglas completely." Of course, all those rumors are fake. They were spread by merchants and servants who actually belong to the House sect. Douglas slams his fist on the table, shouting that he'll wait for them to crawl in on their knees begging for forgiveness, but instead the rats are walking around saying they'll destroy him. He orders everyone to gather immediately, swearing on his family's name that he won't forgive a single one of them. Meanwhile, Conrad's trying to calm him down. "Douglas, we never do something like that. Besides, we don't even have the means to go to war. We were planning to compensate you with money, so please calm down." But Douglas replies, "Conrad, you think I'm blind? I didn't call you to negotiate. I called to declare this pathetic war once and for all. Keep your damn money. Now you can fight over it as much as you want and suffer the consequences." Everyone around Conrad starts panicking. This just got worse. Douglas is probably going to drive all the citizens into this. Obviously, the northern group doesn't stand a chance against him. "We better contact the central government and apologize." So they do. "Hello, Count Fabius. Yeah, we could use a bit of help here." Fabius replies, "Yeah, I know you're in a tight spot, but unfortunately, the central government can't get involved, pal. From what I've heard, it's the Alliance that's in the wrong. So you'll have to deal with it yourselves. They're all crushed, they know it's over. There's no avoiding the war, and no way to win it." But just at the perfect moment, a call comes in from none other than Roman Dmitri. Conrad answers immediately, wanting to know what the problem is. Roman says, I heard you've been having a bit of trouble, huh? Conrad's expression hardens. He knows this bastard's calling just to humiliate him. But Roman continues, I'm reaching out because I want to hear the truth from you directly, so there's no misunderstanding in the north. Conrad realizes the kid actually wants to talk and decides to explain everything that happened. A while later, Roman asks, so what are you planning to do? One of the northern powers is on the verge of starting a war, and obviously I can't just stand by and watch. Conrad hesitates, confused. Wait, are you saying you're going to help us? Roman answers, no matter what's happened between us, House Dmitri won't stand by while the people of the north suffer like this. My family must be involved in any conflict that threatens this region. Conrad's even more confused. Why would Roman involve himself in this? Especially considering that if the Conrads and Douglas fight, Roman would be the one to benefit most. He can't figure out what the boy is trying to gain from this. But at this point, he doesn't have the luxury to overthink. He just needs to survive. So he finally says, a lot has happened between House Conrad and House Dmitri, hasn't it? But we really need help. If you can leave the past in the past and help us, we're willing to do anything for you in the future. Conrad thinks it's time to drop his pride. All he needs is to join with Roman. At least that would minimize the losses from this war. And Roman said the obvious. Look, Conrad, honestly, the best thing for us would be to not get involved. We benefit a lot, but I can't let my view be clouded by a small victory like this. For the political scene in Cairo, we need to join hands and work together. We've always coexisted with a part of the North. Conrad can't believe he's doing this for a good cause. Roman goes on, my request is simple. We'll put this problem behind us, and you'll show me that we'll work together after this incident. If you give me your word, I'll help you in this crisis. Conrad thinks it's ridiculous. Dmitri was just a kid from some family they used to humiliate. Now he's acting like he's the leader of the entire North. Conrad answers, fine, we'll discuss it among ourselves and get back to you. A few days later, some of them tell Douglas, just so you know, when this war ends, we'll divide the spoils. He says that's obvious. He wouldn't have called anyone together otherwise. They need to take advantage of the Barco family's fall. The North is split right now. Basically, it's a sandcastle moment. Time to take what's there. They'll grab all the lands. They're valuable. Everyone thinks Douglas is some kind of brute who doesn't think things through. The truth is, he doesn't attack without a plan. If he goes into this fight, he'll make sure the odds of victory are as high as possible. That's how he survived till now. Douglas thinks, I couldn't act rashly when they had the central government's protection. But now that the North is destabilized, it's easy. The North without Barco, they stop by a troop and someone shouts, I am Count Douglas, your commander should come forward and speak with me. The guys in the back reply, hold on, we haven't decided who the commander is yet. The enemies are confused. Looks like they've already given up on this war. It's lost for those poor fools. But the blonde replies, nobody knows who'll lose until the war's over, right? Then another blonde behind Douglas says, hey, someone's coming, looks like strong reinforcements. He sees the banner and trembles. The Dmitri troop is arriving. Oh my god, what is this guy doing here? The protagonist shouts, why do you think I'm here on the battlefield? Just like you called all the other lords of the North, the Alliance has our support. At that moment, Douglas realizes he's screwed. Because he called in many northern lords, the Dimitris now have a reason to join the fight. And naturally, all his allies are here. Wait, Roman Dmitri's going to fight? No way. Nobody told me I was going to die today. Then the discolored Barco guy says, Douglas, are we ready? Do we attack or not? Douglas is ready to give the order, but Roman shouts that he'll give them a choice. Either everyone leaves now, or they fight one-on-one duels, or else face an all-out battle that'll wipe everyone out. Honestly, I hope they choose a battle. I miss a little war. Just finished one and I'm already craving another. I'm getting addicted to wars like Dmitri. Douglas is in shock. Now that Dmitri's in this fight and we declared war, it'll be hard to back down. The problem is, if I send my army against that guy, we'll be utterly destroyed. It's not like we could just ask for one-on-one duels. We have more troops overall, but Dmitri is terrifying. I don't know what to do. The kid's sweating bullets. His pants are soaked. Then Roman says, all right, I'll help you. Here's my offer, 3 against me. If you're scared, bring 5 and I'll crush you. Douglas loses his mind. This bastard is strong, but to think he'd suggest something that absurd. The protagonist answers that he just wants to end this stupid war with as little mess as possible. What do they think? The soldiers are all standing there, staring each other down, thinking it over. Then Douglas says, let's accept that proposal. The guy may be strong, but 5 versus 1. There's no way he can win. I gotta admit, I agree with Douglas on that. 5 versus 1, pretty tough to win, right? The blonde buddy, though, is still all nervous and sticky, saying, it's dangerous, right? I heard he beat a 5-star swordsman. Douglas asks, and what choice do we have? No matter what we do, we'll have to face that monster. The fencing brothers with us already beat a 4-star swordsman together. This kid could be as strong as the rumors say, but the opportunity is here. He's making an idiotic decision just to show off his strength, and now we have a chance to tear him apart and swallow the whole northern region. He's pumped because today he'll make Roman regret his arrogance. Someone ought to warn the kid. Then the observer says, so it's going to be a 5-on-1 fight, right? Venton and Ventel, I'm not even going to bother memorizing their names since they're gonna die. Say they'll try to find a blind spot, create an opening, hit the precise spot. No matter how exceptional someone is, once they launch a counterattack, there's an opening. That's when they'll strike and take all the fame. Flags go up, everyone takes their positions. One brother says, Ventel, our time's come. And the green one answers, let's go, brother. Their 2 energies surge toward Roman. They're hyped to kill Dmitri, but the protagonist just crouches down, calm as you like, draws his sword, and cuts both of them in a second. Wow. And one of them actually split into 2 people. Jesus, those guys felt like garbage in a toilet. It lasted 3 frames. Good thing I wrote their names down. Obviously, Douglas is shaking now. Roman says, when I heard Douglas declare war, I thought the same thing. People always liked to talk when the Barco family was around. So why didn't anyone try to talk to him before? The conclusion is obvious. All the northern lords, including Douglas, thought the Barcos were irrelevant. Roman was deeply shaken by that fact. Now he gives them one last chance to walk away from this fight. Or maybe they want to press on and start a war. Douglas stammers, WB war? If we go to war like this, countless soldiers will die. Better to sacrifice those 5 people. Man, looks like Douglas has no way out. He says they decided to attack and will go all the way. Roman smiles and says, fine, if that's the case, then they'll proceed. Someone shouts, hold on, wait, this fight's already over, right? Let's finish this fight now. Why not? The protagonist answers, I never thought warriors from the north would raise their banners like cowards. Fine, I'll give you a chance and I won't even use my sword. Now there's no way you're not feeling like you could win. Poor guys, they fell right into the trap. Why don't you just leave? Raise the white flag, take the shame, then come back in a week. But no, they're like, oh, Roman, you bastard, we don't care anymore. We're going to finish this guy who's humiliating us. They charge forward with their big swords, but the protagonist just smiles and punches one guy's blade. What, the humiliated? Broke the sword, broke the nose, beat them down, both smashed on the ground. Wow, he stomped on them, my god. For a second I thought they might survive, like a punch in the face, he fainted. But no, he smashed the guy's head into the dirt. The protagonist asks if anyone objects. The 3 in the background stammer, end and end none. Looks like those 3 are dead, right? I have no idea what happened. Those poor fools are gone. Conrad immediately comes over to thank Roman. Arigato, thank you. The kid just says he's excited about the partnership. Conrad thinks, damn, if I'd gone to war with Dmitri, I'd be dead. And with that, the protagonist's plan more than succeeded. The hierarchy in the north is now clear. A few days later, in a shabby meeting, the protagonist says he has full authority on this matter and asks if anyone has any objections. The broom-mustache nobles sit quietly. He continues, well, since that's the case, I've got news for you. I'll announce something important to everyone in this room, but first, do you like the direction the kingdom of Cairo is heading? When Hector invaded the southern border, what actually caused the bigger problem wasn't that war, but the enemies we already had inside the walls. The southern border commanders didn't trust what he said, and at the same time, central government officials were fighting each other for power instead of worrying about the war. That's why the southern border fell so easily. If it weren't for me and my soldiers, Cairo would still be stuck in that war right now. If Cairo faces another war, the central government will call soldiers from every region and use them as cannon fodder. The isolated regional families would lose all their troops, while the nobles at the center would keep their power and their nearby forces. That way, they'd hold all the power in the kingdom. This war revealed the reality: they're being treated unfairly. That's why he believes it's time for change. Just like the nobles in the capital use the central government to gain power and influence, what if the North worked together to start protecting itself? Whoa, the kid's going to build his own nation, break away from those guys. Roman knows that once he makes the first move, the central government won't give him much leeway to execute his plan. That's why he must unite the entire North with him first. When that happens, the central government won't dare act recklessly. Damn, he's going up against Benedict, the guy who offered his daughter, and the protagonist didn't even want to look him in the eye before. This kid really transcended. The orange-haired noble says if all the northern nobility unites, we'll actually have more voice when negotiating with the central government. But the problem is, aside from the Lawrence region, we basically have nowhere to farm. Most families survive by importing goods from other regions, and opposing the central government now basically means cutting all those supplies. The protagonist says he knows that very well. Their businesses are directly tied to the central government, and that's exactly why they need to break this cycle. Those who live in the capital won't stand a chance, but if they unite here, maybe they can solve their food problems. Then Lucas shows up and unrolls a development map. He explains that yes, the North has far more mountains than any other region, especially around the Dmitri lands. They're terrible for farming, but perfect for defense against any invasion. The first plan is to build a fortress in the mountains that will serve as the main base for all of the North. After that, they'll make use of the fertile patches between the ranges to grow self-sustaining crops. Conrad asks if that's really possible. It's incredibly difficult to make proper use of those mountains, let alone build a fortress there. The protagonist answers that yes, it's possible. He remembers his previous life as the Celestial Demon, when they built what became known as the Perfect Fortress, a stronghold that withstood attacks from Orthodox sects for years. It was built on the mountain of 1,000 feet, and the Dmitri region is strikingly similar. Sometimes he even wonders if it's all coincidence or destiny. He goes on to point out the areas that can be reclaimed. Some of them have already been started, though it'll take time. But once the plan's complete, they'll finally have enough power to be independent. That's when they'll face the central government head-on. The white-haired guy nearby is nodding, impressed but looking terrified. Another one comments that not only is the land recovery process detailed, but the entire construction plan is laid out step by step. He thought the boy was only making suggestions, but it's clear he's already putting the plan into action. Lawrence, on the other hand, doesn't care about the details. He just says, the Lawrences will follow the Dmitri, that's it. You said it, we'll do it. After seeing someone's head crushed under Roman's boot, Conrad immediately agrees too. We're with you. It's us and the Dmitri. With those 3 united, everyone else at the table naturally follows, declaring their allegiance. The protagonist nods and says, from now on, this is the Dmitri Alliance. Damn, he actually put his own name at the front. Doesn't even care about the North anymore. Later that night, his father is drinking wine made from grapes stomped by dirty feet, thinking about how Radiel has been working hard, but Roman has become an irreplaceable existence. The old man's getting all philosophical, muttering, the moon is so bright tonight. Come on, old man, go back to the forge and make some weapons, you were losing it. In the past few months, Marquis Valentino has been living in constant frustration. He's been trying to discover and forge that sword he bought from Hendrik, the skilled craftsman who swore he never put any of his creations in the auction. So Valentino's there thinking, if it wasn't one of Mitra's blacksmiths, then who could have made such a masterpiece? He starts sending letters to every blacksmith he can find, but all of them deny it. No one has heard of a sword like that, and that level of craftsmanship simply doesn't exist anywhere on the continent. Then one of his men bursts into the room and says, Marquis, we've received reports that a sword resembling the blaze has been spotted in the possession of some Dmitri blacksmiths. Valentino gets excited instantly. He orders them to bring him there right away. He wants to meet the Dmitris personally. Boom, there's Hendrik sitting in the forge giving him that, what are you doing here, old man? Look. Valentino, awkward and nervous, says, hello, sir. I came because a sword that was auctioned. Hendrik cuts him off. Yeah, I already know. What about it? Then Valentino smiles and says, well, in that case, I already understand that Blaze is literally a treasure, and I'm certain that the craftsman who created it is capable of becoming the greatest in all of Cairo. He then shows the sword and says, this here is Blaze, the sword I mentioned. Hendrik flinches for a moment, and Valentino seems to notice. He says, Hendrik, it looks like you recognize it. I received information that here in the Dmitri territory, you have a sword quite similar to this one in your collection. Hendrik answers, all right, I'll show you the sword. Just wait a moment. As Hendrik steps out, he thinks a collector like Valentino will definitely recognize its value. He brings out the salamander and says, this is its name. Valentino immediately gasps. Ah, his whole body shivers. He can feel the chill run down his spine just by looking at it. He's certain the craftsman who made Blaze is the same one who made this sword. Rentream adds, as you might imagine, the person who made Blaze also created the salamander. In fact, salamander was the prototype. Blaze was made right after. That only excites Valentino even more. Now that he knows salamander was the very first one, he's desperate to hold it, to admire it, to it. He asks to touch it, to buy it, but Hendrik apologizes, saying unfortunately this sword isn't for sale. It was a gift he received, and as a collector himself, he hopes Valentino can understand that feeling. Valentino is stunned. Someone gave you a masterpiece like that as a gift? And if Hendrik didn't forge it, then who did? He mutters, it must have been Baron Romero, the one who retired. But Hendrik, with his loose tongue, spills everything. Can't keep a secret to save his life. He says, this sword was made by the eldest son of House Dmitri, Roman Dmitri. Valentino freezes. Wait a second, Roman Dmitri? Isn't he the youngest ranked talent in all of Cairo? And now he's also the one who forged the greatest sword in the kingdom. Normally, the value of a blade depends heavily on the story behind its creator. If this had been made by an ordinary artisan, it would already be priceless. But knowing it was made by the youngest genius in the entire realm changes everything. The sword's value becomes eternally unique, and the stronger Roman grows, the more powerful and rare the sword will become. At that moment, Valentino makes up his mind he must meet Roman Dmitri in person. At first, I joked that the guy was just obsessed with swords, but every scene shows him more fascinated, more desperate than before. The next chapter opens with Chris training, going head-to-head with Roman himself. The two are exchanging blows fiercely when someone nearby, watching curiously, catches Roman's attention for a split second. Chris seizes the opening and lunges at his neck with full force. Aura bursts through the air, stunning everyone, but of course, Roman stands untouched. He tells Chris, that was good, but exploding with aura like that instantly creates openings. If you're going to attack that recklessly, you need a second card up your sleeve to break your opponent's balance. Valentino, watching, realizes, holy hell, Roman's insanely strong. Now it all makes sense why his name's all over the kingdom. Someone like him, who's already defeated 2 ranked warriors, will no doubt receive a high position in Cairo. Seeing him in person, Valentino's convinced he's even stronger than the rumors say. And what's stranger, he's not just a swordsman, but a blacksmith of Cairo as well. He might actually be the most talented man on the entire continent. Then Hans calls out to Roman, saying he has a visitor. Roman nods and goes over cheerfully to greet him. Valentino stands there, blushing, thinking, so these are the hands that made Blaze? He takes both of Roman's hands, gives them a firm shake, and introduces himself. I'm Valentino. Right after that, he sets the sword on the table and says, I'm here because of Blaze. Roman stares at him for a moment, thinking, that's the sword I left behind, one Lucas handled. Then Valentino says, to find out who the craftsman behind this masterpiece was, I used every resource and bit of influence my family has. I want to know if it was truly forged by you. Roman knows exactly who he's dealing with. Valentino is the richest man in all of Cairo, known as a greedy collector, and the head of the most powerful neutral forces in the kingdom, not aligned with the royal family or any empire. His influence runs deep throughout Cairo's entire trade network, and his wealth alone could destabilize or balance entire power systems. And he's also cunning, keeping his strength carefully balanced among the 4 factions. To Roman, he's an intriguing man. He answers plainly, yes, it was me. I forged Blaze. Valentino lights up, saying it's an honor to finally meet him. He went through so much trouble just to track down the genius behind that masterpiece. When he first saw the sword at the auction, it felt like lightning had struck his head. He says, the Dmitri lands are sacred ground for blacksmiths. You must have inherited all your talent from your father. Then of course he can't resist asking to hold the protagonist's sword. There he goes again, showing his true colors. Roman says, go ahead. Take a look. Valentino grips it tightly, completely captivated. Incredible. What's the name of this beautiful sword? Roman answers, Darkness. The moment he hears it, Valentino realizes something. Both Salamander and Blaze were masterpieces, but the level of this sword, Darkness, was on another scale entirely. He stands there, mouth open, stunned by what he's seeing. Every time this young man forges a new blade, his growth is monumental, which means just how powerful the next ones become. Valentino immediately makes his move. Sir Roman, may I make a special proposal? The conditions are simple. First, you sell your fine swords to me. I want the chance to purchase them before anyone else. Second, whenever you craft a new sword, I'll be the first to see it. No matter the time or place, I'll come personally to witness your next creation. Even if he's in another country, he'd come running. In exchange, he adds, the Valentino family will fully support House Dmitri from this day forward. Roman finds it strange. The Valentinos, who have always fought to remain neutral, suddenly want to take sides with his family. Valentino says he hopes Roman understands the weight of this offer. He's giving up the neutrality that has always been his family's strongest shield. Roman asks, why suggest something like that? Valentino admits honestly, because I've been under increasing pressure from the 4 factions lately. I've realized it's only a matter of time before I'm forced to abandon neutrality. So I've been asking myself who I should support. That I heard about your so-called Dmitri alliance. And now that I know you're the blacksmith who forged Blaze and Salamander, there's no reason not to choose you. He smirks and adds, I know your family isn't starving, you've got plenty of money. But in this world, you can never have too much. Valentino is clearly fascinated by Roman Dmitri. The protagonist responds, saying that the nobles of the Dmitri alliance have sworn loyalty as official members, and he needs to know if the Valentinos are truly ready for that commitment. The collector laughs and says, If you ask the Valentinos to throw themselves into the fire, we'll do it. We'll follow every order you give. Roman, pleased with this unexpected outlay, nods and says, all right then, I'll count on you from now on. The man thanks him, but he wants to know, would it be alright to tell people that Roman is the one who forged Blaze? Roman doesn't understand why, and the guy explains, now that I have a sword this incredible, I've got to show it off to everyone. I need to brag about it. The protagonist finds him a bit eccentric, but he shrugs and says it's fine. Back at the Valentino estate, someone asks if that's really the sword made by the great craftsman. Valentino, holding it proudly, says, this sword surpasses every rumor. If a one-star swordsman wields it, they could even block the aura of a two-star warrior. The others don't believe him at first, but Valentino insists he's never lied about a single item in his collection. Then he adds that the blacksmith who forged this sword is none other than the hero who drove Hector out of the kingdom, Roman Dmitri from the legendary family of blacksmiths. Everyone's stunned. Wait, Roman Dmitri? The youngest ranked warrior in all of Cairo? He forged that sword? Valentino confirms it. Not only that, he's already made 3 swords and Blaze is the second. Soon, people start calling the 3 blades the Dmitri collection. Thanks to Roman's growing fame, every blacksmith in the Dmitri territory starts selling more swords than ever before, struggling to keep up with the massive demand. The scene shifts completely. Roman is walking through the corridors late at night, looking like he's sneaking to raid the fridge. But then, out of nowhere, a voice behind him says, not only did you take down Hector, but you also defeated that ranked warrior. I really underestimated you. It's Macon from Valhalla's intelligence division. Yeah, those Valhalla guys again, the ranking organization types. Are they here to cause trouble? Macon says, I heard you also established an independent organization in the northern region. You're becoming someone impossible for us to ignore, a potential threat to the Valhalla Empire. So you better decide soon whether you'll be an ally or an enemy. Roman just glances sideways and asks why he should obey such an ultimatum. Macon asks if he's really going to be that hostile toward them. The protagonist replies calmly, saying he wants to make one thing clear. It was they who tried to threaten him first. He has no intention of forcing anyone to swear loyalty to him. Roman knows the kingdom of Cairo has long been targeted by the Kronos Empire, and if Valhalla ever attacks Cairo, Kronos won't just stand by. Macon tells him that if he doesn't plan to become their enemy, he should wait and think carefully, because whichever side he chooses will be the one that rises to the top of Cairo, and the world will see House Dmitri as the one destined to forge the new kings. Macon clenches his fists and adds, you're bold, maybe too bold. But remember, if you keep walking around with your head held that high, it's only a matter of time before someone cuts it off. That man you struggled to defeat, he was nothing to Valhalla. The continent is vast, use the little time you have wisely. Make a smart decision before it's too late. Things are heating up fast. The next scene reveals that right after the Dmitri alliance was formed, the 4 major factions of the kingdom reached out, each trying to find out where Roman stood. Someone asks Benedict, sir, are you really going to let Roman do whatever he wants? Benedict replies, if the boy chooses me, I'll forgive everything that's happened. But if he sides with anyone else, then he'll have to pay for all he's done. Oh damn. Benedict's throwing threats now. Hey Benedict, how about showing us your daughter again real quick, just for clarity, huh? Back with the protagonist, he realizes he's finally reached the point where he can no longer balance between the powers. If he hadn't done that, the massive losses they would have suffered in the war would have been unavoidable. Now he urgently needs to learn more and more about magic. It's the only way he'll be able to fight flawlessly. The story explains that there are 13 magic towers across the continent, and among them, the Celestial Palace Tower is the most powerful. Inside it, a council is being held with all the others in attendance. The Phoenix Tower presents a powerful 5-circle mage, but the mages watching don't seem particularly impressed. The reason for their lack of reaction toward Phoenix Tower is its current problem, an identity crisis. The Phoenix Tower is the only one suffering from that. The old man named Senux asks if it's true that the Phoenix Tower lost its ancestral grimoire, the one that's been passed down for generations. Then the scene shifts to a man named Felix, the current representative of the Phoenix Tower. He's sitting there thinking that 3 years ago he accepted this position, but things can't go on like this anymore. He has no idea where the master of the tower disappeared to, and he never received the grimoire that supposedly holds all the secrets connecting their branch to the main tower. Because of that, many people have left, and they've even lost the Empire's financial support. It's only a matter of time before he's removed from his position. But then something on his desk catches his eye, a letter from none other than Roman Dmitri himself. The message reads, if the magic tower seeks the assistance of House Dmitri, the terms are simple. You'll act as my training partner for the next 6 months, and I'll pay you 1,000 gold per month. What a legendary move from our protagonist. He's investing everything he earned just to train with this mage, putting money into his future like it's an elite education, except he's rich, so it's easy. Felix is confused at first. The Dmitri territory is incredibly far away, but he doesn't have the luxury to refuse. He's not exactly thrilled about it, but for 1,000 gold a month, he'll go wherever they tell him to. On the road, he's thinking the Dmitris are that famous family of blacksmiths. Definitely not the kind of place any mage would normally visit. Out of the 13 magic towers on the continent, 7 are in Kronos. Technically, every magic tower is meant to be neutral, but strangely enough, most are located in Kronos, the so-called land of sacred magicians. Compared to that place, Cairo is like a magical wasteland, and the Dmitri territory, way up in the north, is even more isolated. If it weren't for Roman's offer, Felix would never in his life have considered traveling there. Still, as the acting master of a tower, all he cares about is getting those 6,000 gold coins. It'll keep his tower alive for another 6 months. But when he finally arrives, he's completely stunned. He finds himself standing before a colossal fortress. Good grief, he mutters, these people aren't kidding around. A guard approaches and says, all right, buddy, take it easy and tell us why you're here. Felix answers, hello, I'm Felix from the Phoenix Tower. I came to meet Roman Dmitri. As he speaks, he can't help but look around. Everything is perfectly organized, the guards move in unison, the formations are precise, magical barriers and defensive lines are in place, and the walls are massive. It's a true fortress, flawless in design. It might be a remote region, but now he understands why people say you should never underestimate it. Then Roman walks up, reaching out his hand, saying, "Hey, you're that guy from the like on this video that helps Mamoru make more juicy content for his viewers. Activate the cheeky little bell, and I'm out."